to 2024. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
I'd be so blind.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Last night was the NBA draft. B-Mitch played good golf yesterday. I drove to Alexandria this morning. Hello, everyone.
What's up, brother? I got one thing to ask.
Oh, let's go.
One thing to ask. I'm gonna kick it off.
He's coming in hot. I can feel it.
I despise fake hype. Okay. Last night, Cooper Flagg was drafted number 1.
Yes.
Let me ask you one question. Who the hell didn't know that was going to happen? So all these breaking news, it wasn't breaking news. We've been knowing that since they got the damn first pick. So we got to get over that a little bit sometimes.
How about, I noticed it more, even worse. What I thought was even worse. Game 7, Halliburton shreds his Achilles.
Uh-huh.
We all saw it.
Yeah.
The next day and 2 days later, breaking news, Tyrese Halliburton tore his Achilles.
Bro,
it happened. We saw it.
Listen, just like you can't say everybody is great, everybody is fantastic, let's stop making everything breaking news because it's not. Cooper Flagg was going to Dallas the moment the Dallas got the number 1 pick.
He was going to whoever got number 1.
We all knew that.
Right.
Let's get over that breaking. Listen, if they had, let's say in the NFL draft, if Shedeur Sanders had gone number 1, that was breaking news.
Yeah.
Okay? But don't tell me breaking news when I already know he was going there. They already probably had a contract figured out and done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let's get over that. And I'm not talking about just people. I'm talking about major news outlets. That is not breaking news, dog.
Now, one thing that's different, like if you get updates from pick the outlet, the Wall Street Journal, right? Maybe to the people that don't really pay attention to sports.
These are all sports people. And I'm just trying not to say the names because I like people that work for the places and all that. Okay. So what I'm going to say, if you were one of the entities who put out breaking news when Cooper Flagg was drafted, don't do that ish again because it's the dumbest thing in the world.
Be getting started on a Bleep You Thursday.
God. I saw that. I'm like, what? So, you see breaking news, you go for it.
Right.
I'm like, what?
The draft really had 0 surprises until maybe, I think it's a marginal surprise, but when Ace Bailey went 5th, right? Because some people thought Trey Johnson would go 5th. But for it to go Flagg, Harper, Edgecombe, Knipple was what every mock draft I ever saw that wasn't just trying to content farm, engagement farm. That's what they all said.
What I loved about it is Ace Bailey, everyone was knocking him because he didn't work out this, that, and the other. Utah said, to hell with all of that. This kid, he is probably the best athlete in the whole damn draft, to be honest with you. He's a playmaker. He's a shot maker. He hits the most difficult shots out there. So he could end up being as good as any out there. But other people start worrying about the little things that people outside of the sport worry about. If he can play, he can play. And the young lady, I forgot her name, was on the set last night with Big Kendrick and all them.
Dude,
she said
that was some bad coverage.
Well, bad coverage, but this was some great points. She said, you've seen this guy play all this time, and you're going to make your decision based off if you go hang out with them for 1 hour doing a workout, or if you talk to him for 2 minutes. She said, it makes no sense. If you've seen this guy for these years playing, and he's been that guy that you think he is, why change your mind off of a non-workout?
Yeah. You know what?
It makes no sense to me.
Here's where I'm at with Ace Bailey. I wasn't sure about him and then I kind of talked myself into him over the last 3-4 days because I thought the Wiz were going to get him.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's out of my mind, and I'm all in on Trey Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in on Trey Johnson, but the thing about it is he was out of your mind because there were report after report. He won't work out with this. He won't this. People, they find somebody every year to mess with.
You know where honestly, I don't care. I listened to an interview with his college coach, the Rutgers coach, and he's like, this kid played hard every night. Just watch
He played both ends of the court.
B, you know my rule with the NFL draft, which I know the process far more familiar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like whatever I thought at the end of the college football season is what I remind myself of the week leading up to the draft, because everything that happens in between is just noise.
Yeah.
And with basketball, I kind of try to operate in a similar vein. But my question with Bailey and Harper to some capacity, you got 2 top 5 picks and you went under 500 and missed the tournament. 70 teams make the tournament.
Yeah.
Like, to me,
you got 2 top 5
I had to question
picks.
one of them.
You got to be 2 top 5 picks, but you got
70 teams.
But you have nothing else.
They lost to Kennesaw State.
Yeah.
That was my question.
But see, the thing about basketball is individuality is what goes. And if you can ball individually, you're great for basketball. I just think that, I try my best not to allow some mindsets to affect what I know about sports, what I know about people. And I see a lot of times we get these people want to write stuff and want to have these narratives about things when it really makes no sense. And when you talk to people inside the sport and people that are around basketball, they lose their mind over certain people. So when I heard some basketball guys discussing Ace Bailey, I stopped listening to what the newspaper were writing.
Well, here's where I'm at. I no longer care about Ace Bailey.
Hey.
Good luck in Utah, dog. I'm all in on Trey Johnson.
He's going to Utah. He got a good coach. He's gonna be around some people that work their butts off. He may end up being one of the best. We'll find out.
Godspeed. Good luck. Here's what I read last night and this morning that I'm in on.
Jeff, you know what I care about? I care about this stream as much as I care about what you just said in my ear. Come on, let's keep moving.
I read this morning from David Aldridge.
Uh-huh.
I consider David Aldridge as A+ as it gets as far as sports reporting, and then like AAA+ when it comes to the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
The Wizards got gut punched. The Wizards got punched in the gut in the lottery last month. Wednesday's first round brought at least some solace with the best shooter available in the draft, Texas freshman Trey Johnson at 6. Any team could use a scorer like him.
Yep.
In.
And I like him because he's a pure shooter. And I also like the fact that the man said, you know, it's hot out there. I'm wearing some shorts with my damn suit.
That was something.
that was new.
But
that
you know
new.
what? I'm an optimist. I'm in on Trey Johnson.
I'm with it.
He's different, and that's great.
You know what? I think it would have looked a little more stylish if the socks were actually black.
Hey, yo, White Brian had a great point yesterday.
White Brian called Trey Johnson pick, and he called him being Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
So,
we'll
shout
find
out to White Brian.
We'll find out about that.
He couldn't come to work today. Clearly, the meth got him. But
he went back to Vermont.
To where?
Vermont.
That seems like a good place for White Brian.
The dude is from Philadelphia, right?
Bro, we don't know where he's from. We don't know what teams he's in
Vermont.
What the hell is he doing in Vermont?
Would you be shocked if Rose is just a myth? Like he's not actually married?
What was it? Manti Te'o.
Yeah, dude.
He could be lying to us.
Yo, if White Brian lived in a storage pod, would you be shocked?
Nope.
Like if his whole life was a lie.
No, if he was like, what was it in Atlanta when people were standing in the back of those
the U-Haul
trucks and stuff.
White Brian
did travels all over the place.
A lot of us got sucked into the Ace Bailey noise. Neil Greenberg was with us yesterday. He said everybody says he's going to fall. Probably means he goes top 5. Yeah, Greenberg was correct.
Greenberg. Man, I love you, man. Thank you.
The stat I care about above all now. Trey Johnson shot 40% from 3.
Yeah.
It's a make or miss league in the NBA.
Oh, yeah.
The Wiz needs somebody that can fill it up. What will help Bub is if there's just a sweet shooting guard next to him. I'm in on this. I'm in on this. The only thing that I didn't love, as soon as Ace went at 5, pretty much because I had talked myself into Ace, I was like, Trey, go quick. Nothing to see here. Let's do this. They did it. I'm good. So then they had pick 18. You know who was an absolute assassin during the NCAA tournament?
Who?
Just an absolute killer. Walter Clayton. The kid from Florida.
Yeah.
that
He was.
He could not
Yeah.
and he was like, I don't want to exaggerate too much, but like the way he was able to, if he got like a quarter of an inch, he was pulling up on you.
Uh-huh.
And it was the way he played. And when the Wizards drafted him 18th, I was like, hell yes. I was in. I was like, you know what you can't have enough of? Shooting. Just get more shooters. And then they traded him.
JP, can I say something?
Fire away, Bennett. Have you met Brian, by the way? Because he asked who you were.
Hey, Brian.
What up, Bennett? I'm not in it.
So,
I told him you're 23 and have had a girlfriend for 2.5 years.
and that is true.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I went to Florida, graduated in 2024,
Terrific.
All right.
covered Walt. So it was just like, it was kind of devastating to see him go, but I understand the move. But you're right, JP. He is a dog. He can,
He was a high school football player that wanted to play basketball. He got football offers, right? But he wanted to play basketball so bad. He ended up at Iona with Patino and then was able to transfer back home to Florida.
Wasn't the kid that went?
It doesn't matter. He ain't coming here, but damn, I was fired up for 45 seconds till Shams came on and was like, actually, they're trading that to Utah for a bunch of seconds.
Didn't what was the kid that he played basketball, football, and baseball? The kid went 7th, I think.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
There were some names last night I was not familiar with.
I don't know. Normally in the basketball draft, you're not familiar because they come from other countries most times.
At some point, maybe we just open the phones on this because the coverage was so god awful. I don't know how much of it you watched, B. Did you hear what ESPN did for the Blazers pick at 11?
Mm-mm.
The Blazers picked a dude named Cedric Coward from Washington State.
Mm-hmm.
And I listened to a podcast about that kid. That kid is a dog. He's a hard-ass working player. ESPN announced with the 11th pick, the Portland Trailblazers have selected Colin Cowherd. Like, see if you can track that audio down, Jeff. So then Colin Cowherd.
His name is Cedric Coward.
And then Cowherd just leans into it, starts making fun of him, starts posting pictures of himself in a Blazers jersey and stuff. I'd also like to see if we could book Drab. The wildest pick of the night, Pete, was I think the Blazers again drafted this dude from China, Yang Hansen.
Yang Hansen. How tall is Yang?
He's tall. He's big. He's a unit.
No, it really is.
He was sitting in the crowd, though. He wasn't invited. He was in the crowd and then had to walk down from the crowd to shake Adam Silver's hand. Like he had to jump over the railing.
But the thing that
Of which one? Coward? All right. Let's start with, we're excited about Trey Johnson. I was like, yeah. I want her saying Colin Cowherd. All right. Just let me preface what we're about to hear with the Trailblazers selecting a player by the name of Cedric Coward. All right, Jeff, hit it.
So the Portland Trailblazers select Colin Cowherd here. This is a young man.
they didn't even say Colin Cowherd. They say Coward.
For her to double down and say this is a young man.
I mean, that's
Well, Colin Cowherd was young at one time.
we were all young at one
That
point.
is so crazy.
I was really when they got Johnson, who's the best shooter according to DA, and he's young and who knows what he can grow into. And then I thought they added Clayton, and I was like, oh my God, they're just going to shoot the lights out. I was all in. Then Bennett, you said you understand the move. So this guy Will Riley's a much bigger guard from Illinois, whereas Clayton's kind of small. So the Wiz traded back 3 picks with Utah. That apparently was the guy they wanted anyway. This kid, Will Riley, who's another freshman guard. These guys are all so incredibly young. You said you liked that move?
just because aren't we very crowded with guards already?
Yeah, but they drafted another guard.
I thought he was a wing, more of a wing. He's going to play on the wing more.
This Will, I mean, he's 6'8", so he's probably more of a wing, but he's listed as a guard.
These guys are guards these days. They can handle. And that's the thing about moving to the next level.
He's just super young, so maybe you've got something. I mean, honestly, his frame's kind of like Ace Bailey.
A lot of these guys that when you're 6 feet and less, and you're a guard in college, Get to the pros. There's guys 6'6", 6'7" that play guard.
Oh, yeah.
And they got handles like you. And when you were able to get that little extra room to shoot over the guy that's 6 feet in college, a guy that's 6'6", 6'7", you got to be quick as hell to pass by him. Like Chris Paul. Chris Paul was unbelievable. He'll leave you where you were standing. So that a man from Florida, damn good player. We're gonna see if he could transfer that to the next level because that's where you're gonna figure out.
Shooting usually transfers.
When you came back in the day, Magic was 6'8" and was a guard.
Yeah, I mean he
played center, and played wherever he needed to play when he needed to play it.
I don't know. The draft was fun. There wasn't a ton of intrigue to it early on.
It was breaking news, though, Jay.
It was kind of just.
It was breaking news that they drafted Cooper Flagg
in the final
number 1 pick.
In the Final Four, Walter Clayton went for 34 and was 5 of 8 from 3.
Yeah,
I like Clayton. I was excited about that, but whatever. Alas, I do feel good about where the Wizards are going. This dude Trey Johnson is a bucket and can just get it done. He averaged 20 a game. In the best, I mean, the SEC was clearly the best division, the conference rather, in basketball. I honestly don't think, I can't imagine anyone's going to call in and be like, oh, they should have taken this guy. Because I had kind of some questions about. I don't think he could shoot. And after that, it seemed like, unless you were going to really roll the dice and take the dude Malawach, I don't think there was another guy to consider.
I'm with that.
I think Johnson was kind of the end of that tier. I think Flagg separated himself, and then Harper separated himself, and then there were like another 4 dudes, and the Wiz were in a advantageous situation to get the 4th one, not have to do anything. I mean, Trey Johnson could be, he has a 38-inch vertical.
Hey, man.
His athletic testing at the combine was actually better than Bailey's.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Bailey's a little bit bigger, but I think Trey's still 6'6", right?
About that.
And Bailey was a little shorter than they said at the combine. People expected him to be like 6'10", and he was more like 6'8" with shoes off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited, man. They need someone that can create their own shot and generate offense, and I think that's what Trey Johnson is. Now, if he's that right away,
we'll see.
They got years on their side because this rebuild's going to go till 2030, apparently. What happens first? A new RFK Stadium or the Wizards are done rebuilding?
Ooh. You got to really think about that. You got to really think about that.
I don't know, man.
Which one you think happened first, Jeff? He don't know.
RFK. I didn't want to say it.
You know what? I will confirm if I should credit somebody with something or not, but I have a great debate question for us a little later in the program. A great debate question. For right now, though, getting everything lined up for the day. Our guy, C-Mill, Chris Miller from Monumental Sports Network is going to join us at noon, talk about what he thinks the NBA draft. And remember, the NBA is trying to make this a 2-night thing now. The second round is tonight.
Nobody watching that.
I'm not sure people, it's all international, dude. Maybe people will watch it. I can't say I'm going to lock in for round 2. Jeff, you locking in for round 2?
I'm only locking in for a Wizards pick. I'm going to see what pick they have, and then I'm going to look. Because I think they traded one with the Pelicans, so when they pick...
Well, I think...
Anybody got time for that.
Jazz, yeah.
The trade down last night,
so crazy.
Going from 18 to 21 got him more seconds, but I don't know if it's more seconds in this draft or later drafts. So the Wiz tonight picked 10th, which is 40th, and that might be it as it currently stands.
So the Wiz pick, their pick is going to be traded. I saw this on ESPN last night. Their pick is going to be traded to the Pelicans, whoever they draft there. But then the Utah Jazz have a pick, and whoever they draft there, that's going to be traded to the Wizards.
Okay. A couple locals got drafted last night. Derek Queen from Maryland was drafted 13th.
Where did Queen go?
Eventually, it's going to be New Orleans. This process is so stupid. So I guess the NBA league year doesn't open till next week. So nothing can So the
So why
Hawks,
do they have their draft before the league year open?
it's stupid. The Hawks drafted Queen, but he's going to be traded to the Pelicans next week. I got a question for you, B.
Mm-hmm.
Derek Queen, a little bit of a bigger body, maybe not the most sculpted. Big Easy's if the Big Easy got to Zion,
but tough. I think he's more dedicated than Zion was. Zion already had that issue.
Yeah,
going there, and they talked a little bit about he could be a little lazy.
Well, and
can't be lazy and eating gumbo.
Well, and
DQ's
game isn't necessitated on.
Man, Quinn play basketball.
One of many. Queen's game is not necessitated on extreme athleticism like Zion's
he got
was.
Skill.
Like he's a skilled
he got that old
ball
man
handler.
game too. He slows it down on you.
I love it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And then Thomas Sorber from the Hoyas was drafted 15th overall. Now I believe he's going to the Thunder, but Miami and the Clippers are also involved. But I believe Sorber is going to the Thunder. So good to see a couple local guys get picked last night as well. Going to be a busy day reacting to the draft, reacting to the incessant commercials during Wizards picks last night. I don't like to get into ESPN bashing. I think by and large they do a great job. That coverage last night was brutal. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel, because nothing says summer like adding excitement to your game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights. Golf on pristine green fairways. Soccer matches with world-class goals and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on the phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/Brian to get started. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by the Chesapeake Bay Sox. Purchase tickets at baysox.com. The Brooklyn Nets used all 5 of their first-round picks in the 2025 NBA draft last night, becoming the first team in league history to make 5 selections in the opening round. Perhaps even more surprising, though, is that the Nets, rather than just keeping all of their picks, they used 4 of the 5 on guards, including 3 point guards. Brooklyn entered the draft with picks number 8, 19, 22, 26, and 27, fueling speculation that the team was going to trade at least a couple of them. But instead, they used them all, cementing what we all wildly assumed, that Brooklyn was going to be in the developmental phase for the 25-26 season. The Nets also hold the 36th pick when the draft resumes later tonight, so a lot more Brooklyn coming up. Join the Chesapeake Bay Sox for Educator Appreciation Week. Teachers and educators, so show your school ID at the box office and receive 2 general admission tickets to that night's game. Closer to home, closer to the action. Get tickets at baysox.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. The Wizards last night selected 2 players in the first round of the NBA draft. Trey Johnson at the number 6 overall pick. And then a little later on, I thought they took Walter Clayton, then they traded him to take Will Riley. I can tell you the good news. Very easy names to say. Johnson, Riley.
Yeah. You didn't want no international players?
Doug, we had Bees called in with his picks yesterday, and he couldn't name the dude he picked on, but he just kept calling him the French kid. Joan Behringer. I'm sure I'm not saying that right. But my man Kevin is in Lanham, wants to talk Wizards pick. Kev, what'd you think of last night, man?
JP, B-Miss, thank you for taking my call. JP, I'm on your side, man. Everything was awesome when I saw Trey Johnson get picked. But then when I saw Walter Clayton put on the Wizards hat, I was even more, like we say, psyched when I saw that happen, because Walter Johnson is a scorer, and what we need scorers. And Walter Clayton Jr., he reminds me. Exactly. He reminds me of a Jalen Brunson where he can create space. Like y'all said, he averaged 35 points in the Final Four. Why would you get rid of somebody like that for Riley? Riley's more to me like a project, just like how they said Alex Sarr is a project. But the one thing about the draft night that really was cool, in the beginning of the draft, somebody yelled out, "The lotto is rigged," when Silver came on stage, because Dallas got the number 1 pick. So, but that was my take on it. I like the draft except for losing Walter Clayton.
Yeah, what'd you think of the coverage?
The coverage was like what they call it, lo-fi. It was like newbie people. Like, I was like, what's going on, NBA? I mean, they're wondering why the ratings are down. There's nothing really exciting about it. They were like screwing that up.
Yeah.
Well, dude, there was also like, the draft I watched the most, the NFL, obviously, right? And when a guy gets selected, it's all about what he does for that team kind of right away. Mm-hmm. And then, eventually they interview the kid and the emotions of it. But the coverage is based on like, all right, this guy helps the Buccaneers away as their off-ball linebacker.
Uh-huh.
This was all about like the interview and the emotional side of it. There was not a lot of like analysis.
Well, they tried to bring more to it, but I think ultimately what's happening right now, ESPN is in a position of trying to put their analysts out there, because this was a TNT
Kev.
and all these other people that, when Charles and Kenny and them spoke about anything, you knew it. Now they're trying to push their people out. And to be totally honest with you, half of them nobody really knows. Colin Cowherd. Come on. Nobody would have done that with the way that they did stuff before. Kendrick Perkins is one of your top analysts. That just says all I need to know right there.
That's tough. I mean, Monica's a friend of the program. We love Monica. I thought she was great, but like it was just.
I think
Stephen A.
Kendrick gives you some good stuff, man. But then Kendrick like get a little too emotional with it sometimes. You know, like that's a whole fun time. And he brings some realness to it. But I think at that moment it's not for all that.
Derek from the chat is on the line. Derek, what'd you think about the draft?
B-Med family, what's going on, fellas? Good morning.
What's happening, man?
I was not happy with our selections, gentlemen. I'm not happy. I know that Trey Johnson is a good player. I also know that the Illinois kid is a good player. What I'm not happy about is that they're not good players for us. You know, we have about 8 guards.
Sure, there, right?
We have, but this is the thing, JP. It's premature because of our history as the Wizards and player development. Never been good.
Same people aren't here though. You gotta realize there's a whole new staff here right now.
Okay.
You gotta at least give them that chance. Just like we get to give the Commanders a chance, we gotta give them a chance.
B. Mitch, it's been 30 years of this. We switched out front office. We switched out coaches.
They finally brought some people in. You saw the team that just won an NBA championship. This group has something to do with that.
Which group? The group that we have now.
That we have now. Yes.
This is guys. Okay, fine. But that group was able to acquire the players and grow the players. We've never done that here. I can't buy into that. I can't buy into what they did with what they done with the Pacers. It's worked for them. We brought in a guy.
The Pacers, the Thunder.
Okay, the Thunder. We brought in a guy that was working with the Nuggets a couple years ago. We brought him in, and what? We thought we was going to be the Denver Nuggets. We wasn't that. It went downhill. We need to stop chasing what other people do and just establish who we are.
And I think that's what they're trying to do. That's what they're doing. That's why they had never completely torn this thing down until now. They have done the first time when they rolled in, this is a year or two ago, they rolled in and they completely did something they had never done. And that, like, listen, I know it's not cool because you don't want to see team losing, but we never done that before. They kept thinking that we were competing when we were nowhere close to competing. Right now, they knew they had to tear it down to build back up. So I'm willing to give them a chance.
I don't mind us losing if we got a direction, but I'm not seeing the direction is kind of where I'm going with it. It's like we've got the 8. We went and got CJ McCollum. We got Chris Middleton. All right, we might move these guys to get other players hypothetically, but be honest, like Middleton and McCollum's value on the market isn't that great. I think we missed a shot here. I think we should have went after Derek Queen or Malawak. We should have went after a big man in this draft.
So are you mad? You would have taken Malawak or Derek Queen at 6?
I personally, I've been on Derek Queen at 6. Yes, I would have taken Derek Queen at 6.
Now, Malawak went 10, so it wasn't that not far.
I would have traded that 18 and one of those vets to move up to get Derek Queen and Malawak. I would have done something so that we could have got both those big men.
Derek, you know we appreciate you. Jeff wants to yell at you, though. Jeff, please, the floor is yours.
All right, Jeff, come on. Bring it, Jeff.
I was just saying, I can't agree with you on that as far as building the talent with this regime because towards the end of the season when they started to let the younger guys play, we had to force ourselves to lose games. They were starting to build some type of chemistry. It's not going to – I know it's been 30 years. It's been 30 years with the Commanders too, but when you get the right people there and you're seeing some progress, you got to give them a chance. I think they did the right thing because we have people that can shoot the ball, but I think Trey Johnson, the ratchet he's riding with,
you need some scoring.
You need scores, and you need
Derek
depth.
Queen could score. Derek Queen he's unguardable.
It's a different kind of game, though, dude.
He was unguardable. You
recognize that they're different players, right? I like Queen a lot, and I think landing in the right spot will be really good for DQ. I don't know. I think he needs to go where, like, I think Derek Queen, given an opportunity to even be like a 6th man, and he comes in and is just something different and can give you buckets off the bench after an offense looks like X and then DQ comes in and it looks like Y. I think that's a great spot for him. And then he can grow into what else he can become. Because right now, Derek Queen is a defensive liability in the post.
He's a project.
He's a project. So I think I want the best for Derek Queen, and I think he landed in a great spot. Derek, I appreciate the call, man. Really
Appreciate
do.
you, brother.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
All right, take care, dude. I recognize the front. Like, I am a lifelong Wizards Bullets fan. My favorite team this team's ever had in my lifetime lost in 3 games in the first round of the playoffs. Like I enjoyed the Gill teams, but they always had LeBron in their way. At least these dudes have a long-term vision, and whether it is the players on the roster right now are going to get them to the finish line, or we're just going to get as many good players as we can and then eventually have to package some stuff to make a move to get a free agent, whatever it is, I'm riding with Dawkins. I've said my piece that I was really excited about Walter Clayton, but I mean, today's the day. We're just picking random clips from the internet. According to CBS Sports, Colin Ward Henninger calls the Wizards pick at number 21, Will Riley, the steal of the draft. According to this dude, he says, I legitimately think he is a top 10 talent. His range is unlimited, and he shoots it with confidence, while he's also shown flashes of some advanced playmaking. He has a mid-range game and the basketball IQ that makes him a smart cutter and connective passer. In 5 years, we could be wondering how he dropped so far. Phrases I love: unlimited range, basketball IQ, smart cutter. I love players that still understand to try to get open without the basketball. The NBA has become such an on-ball dependent league, and people just run these like high screen and rolls. Like, if you can get open, that's what I like so much about Knipple, is like his movement without the ball and in an effort to get others open. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what just happened, Jeff? I just talked myself into Will Riley. That was easy. I'm all in, baby. Let's go.
I'm with you. J-Dogs forever.
Yo, exactly.
For crazy, too.
Hey, I'm supporting him till he give me a reason not to.
Or they trade him away.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to support the other guy. But for right now, baby, we're all in. You know what else I'm all in on? Offenbacher's Home Escapes. They've done a tremendous job transforming my backyard, my outdoor area, and they could do the same for you. What's more important, right now, they got a 4th of July sale going on. It's already started, and it's running through July 7th. You can get up to 50% off in-stock outdoor furniture and maybe even an additional 10% off certain items. Dude, that's huge. Like, if you haven't redone your backyard and you roll over to Offenbacher's, they got 4 locations, and get it for 60% off, you're going to get a steal, man. And that's beyond all the other stuff they have. If you're looking for fire pits or you want one of those gigantic patio umbrellas because it's hot as hell and you got to block out the sun, you get the swim spas, saunas, cold plunge, whatever you need, Offenbacher's has it. 4 locations: Herndon, Annapolis, Rockville, or Gainesville, or you can check out Offenbachers.com. Offenbacher's Home Escapes. It's your backyard reimagined.
Bing, bing.
So one of the most fun parts of the NBA draft
busting loose.
is watching the coverage. So B-Mitch, watch this. This is my man Yang Hansen, who was projected to be a second rounder, and then the Blazers drafted him 16th overall, I believe.
He was dressed for the occasion.
Yo,
though.
he's like way up in the stands.
This kind of seemed like this was a setup, dog. Dude got on a white suit.
And they did have a camera there.
Ain't nobody wearing a white suit and dressed up if that wasn't playing.
Kind of dressed like Colonel Sanders.
Yeah.
Also, how many Yang Hansen just seems
Why
like
would a camera
quite
be
a dichotomy of two
He
names.
wasn't invited, and a camera sitting there just shining on him.
Maybe he was, dog. I don't know. But
They said drafted from the bleachers is crazy.
but what I enjoyed was I like following the draft on social media because watching people live react was hysterical. And we all know Drab T-shirt, Matt Cahill, producer for the Junkies, is like a quasi Pacific Northwest guy still. Yeah. Turn that on for you.
How long
I'm an engineer.
How long Drab been in radio? He didn't turn the mic on.
The producers would do it for me.
Not here, dog.
Not here, dog.
You're in the prison cell, man. This is a different world.
Relax. Relax. I was turning the stream on. Relax.
Drab texted last night.
Yeah.
Blazers just drafted a guy in the Raptors in the middle of the first. I'm done.
Yeah. I was pretty upset for about 30 minutes last night. And I've seen that before where they draft a guy.
Juan Dixon came out of when the Wizards drafted Juan Dixon, I remember. But he wasn't up high. He was just like in the stands a little bit.
But this dude here, I'm still looking at, he's what, 7 feet look like?
He's 7'1", 7'2", somewhere in there.
And a camera shining on him.
All right,
Why is that camera up there?
So they knew
WWE stuff.
They get tipped off once just like the NFL, when the pick comes in, they know who it is. So they're just waiting to catch up. So they probably sent the cameraman up there and said, "Hey, Yang is up there."
When they say the Trailblazers are on, you think that cameraman got up there that fast?
I don't know.
That dude was in the rafters.
They probably, he was way up there, and I've seen that before. But usually it's like pick 52,
right?
Where they take a rushing guy and he's like, "Oh yeah," not pick 16.
But B, here's what's more important: is Drab has now determined that my man Yang Hansen is the Chinese Joker, the Nikola Jokic. Is that right?
I've seen people saying the Chinese Jokic. I've seen Zach Edey comparisons. Sengun from the Rockets. They're just throwing all kinds of comps out there. I'm going to tell you, this morning, once I got some sleep, I got a little bit sized.
So he tweeted this out. The Drab tweeted out a highlight tape from my man Yang Hansen.
Oh my Lord.
And it's a minute long or so.
Yeah.
One of his highlights, he dribbles off his foot. All right. like there's got to be better highlights.
No. That's not fair.
That's the play right there.
I know.
Now he does recover it, but he dribbles off his foot.
Okay, all right. That's all his highlights from one game where he's dominating Alex Sarr.
Oh,
dominating?
Yeah. Yes.
That's this highlight?
Yes. That's Sarr that's getting work. And I love Alex Sarr. And I'm glad he's on the Wizards. But, hey, if he can play and take Alex Sarr to the hoop, I'm interested.
So the thing that he was dribbling, I'm liking that. He's 7'1". He can handle the ball.
He can handle the ball a little bit. Why not? It's pick 16. The Blazers are losers. They've been losers for a decade.
Last night you were really mad.
Well, I was just like, yeah, typical Blazers.
You got to pick a team, dude. Are you a Wiz or a Blazer fan or a Sonics fan?
No. I always hated the Sonics growing up.
You hated the Sonics?
Yeah, I hated the Sonics growing up, but I hate the Thunder now.
I loved the Sonics growing up.
Well, they were just the Blazers' rivals.
Why were you a Blazers fan?
My parents are from Portland.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's Seahawks, Mariners.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So are you a Blazers fan or a Wizards fan?
I love the Blazers have my heart, but I like the Wizards because
I like that. You're a Blizzards fan.
And I love Blizzards. Love Dairy Queen. I like the Wizards front office. I like their communication staff. They're always professional. They're really good to me over the years. So that's how I determine who I like in this city. Their PR staff.
I'll ask you off there.
When they start scoring points, that should be the way you do it.
Right. That's true. That's true.
Blazers are in like super no man's land.
Yeah, it's been that way for a decade. I mean, they have better history than the Wizards.
Sure.
But they're not that far off.
Right. Like, do you want to be 6th in Miss America or 10th? Like, who cares?
I guess I'll take the shot.
Not one, you're done.
On the Chinese guy that nobody knows anything about. I mean, on ABC, they were literally fumbling. They go, we don't know anything about this guy. They're fumbling through the folder trying to find his name.
That was kind of like the coverage was last night.
Just
whole
on,
coverage was
yeah,
all
on,
that
a,
stuff.
on a super base level, Yang Hansen is an interesting name.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yang Hansen.
Like, is his father from Sweden?
No, his father is I don't know where Hansen comes from, but his father looked Chinese. I saw he has his own merch. It said his name on it, Hansen Yang, but it said Handsome and Young over Hansen Yang. I think he's just, he's ready for the spotlight.
Yeah,
He's kind of jacked.
He's grown up in the social media era. He's ready.
All right. Here he is. Ready or not, here comes Hansen Yang.
Is it Hansen or Hansen? I'm asking because a Chinese guy with Hansen, I don't know.
Yeah, well, Hansen is funny for a Chinese guy.
Yeah, does it make a difference if it's Hansen or Hansen?
Hansen is probably more German than it is
Han?
Hansen.
I just seen. You know what? I'm not going to say nothing. Let's just keep it moving.
Yeah.
Jeff,
Because I don't. Yeah. Let's just.
Hey, talk to me off air.
Yeah.
And I got a question for everybody when we get off air.
The dude is tall and skinny.
Hey, would you rather have this intriguing guy that nobody knows anything about or Will Riley?
Will Riley, he just talked himself into love.
Oh, yeah. I just talked myself into Will Riley. In a major
I
way.
guess this is what every fan does every morning after.
This is from Greg Finberg via Colin Ward Henninger. You haven't heard this about Will Riley yet? It'll change your whole opinion.
All right, tell me.
Per Colin Ward Henninger.
Whoever that is.
Don't worry about that. Will Riley is the steal of the draft. He is a top 10 talent. His range is unlimited, and he shoots it with confidence, while he's also shown flashes of some advanced playmaking. He has a mid-range game and the basketball IQ that makes him a smart cutter and connective passer.
And I got something to go with that.
In 5 years, we could be wondering how he dropped
the
so
Wizards
far.
backed it up with the Steph Curry, the next Steph Curry. That's
Trey Johnson.
No, it's not.
No, that's got to be
unlimited.
Well, hell, we
Why
got
not?
two shooters with unlimited range, and he's a connective passer. Drab.
What's the analyst who said he's going to be great?
Somebody
Colin Ward Henninger.
That's the first time I've ever heard that name in my life.
Just like first time we heard that dude last night, they got drafted.
Yeah, the first time I heard Yang Hansen's name was when he came out of the crowd last
Young
night.
Hansen.
Yeah.
Young Hansen. Young Handsome, according to, I don't know, man. The NBA draft, what do you think of them constantly going to commercial for the Wiz picks?
I hate all the coverage. I hate them going to the Wizards. Got no preview at all, either one of their picks. They came back, I think maybe made one of them during the commercial break, bloop right past it. I hate all the coverage. I hate the interviews, the guys that don't know anything about basketball. Stephen A. It's a nightmare.
He played basketball. He averaged 1.6 points
I know,
per game.
yeah. He wants you to think he was great at basketball.
In the
Yeah.
2 or 3 games, he probably got off the bench.
All right.
He would have went some sailing and he was
Thank
sitting
you,
on the
Drab.
bench.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Good luck to Young Hansen.
Yeah. Let's
Young
go
Hansen.
Blazers. Let's go.
You should see if you could book him on the Junks. And if they don't want him, we'll take him.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be an
I'll work
electric
on it.
interview.
Crazy.
Chris Miller is going to join us at noon to talk what the
C-Mill.
Wizards got last night. Nobody go anywhere.
one of the NBA's youngest teams just got younger. The Washington Wizards selected a pair of 19-year-olds during the first round of the NBA draft last night. First, Washington selected Texas shooting guard Trey Johnson with the number 6 overall pick. Following a trade with Utah, the Wizards selected Will Riley from Ontario, Canada with the number 21 pick. Johnson is a 6'5" guard, averaged nearly 20 points in his lone college season in Texas. Now, Riley appeared in 35 games as a freshman, averaging 12.6 points per game. He finished the season winning the Big Ten Sixth Man of the Year award. And some non-NBA draft news, the NHL and NHL's Player Association has launched their host city selection process for the World Cup of Hockey 2028, officially marking the return of the International Best on Best tournament. WCH 2028 will be an 8-nation tournament scheduled for February of 2028. Unlike the last World Cup in 2016, which the 23 and under Team North America and Team Europe for unaffiliated international players, this edition will only feature nation-specific teams. So they're still looking for host cities, but every city is an account that they feel could handle quote-unquote large market events. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. A lot of excitement surrounding last night's first round in the NBA draft. I think Trey Johnson's a baller. I'm into it. As soon as Ace went 5, I wanted Trey 6. They did it. I want to talk a little football now. Kind of a lot of interesting dynamics surrounding the Commanders going into this season. But the reality is there's interesting dynamics for every NFL team.
Mm-hmm.
Like, pick a team, and I'll tell you what their biggest concern is. Now, this isn't just me. I feel like you and I can probably do it off the top of our head.
All right, well, I'm just going to go with the teams I care about. Commanders.
All right. To me, the biggest concern for Washington is going to be on the defensive side of the ball. And I do think there are questions about generating the pass rush. I think it's entirely possible this breaks the right way and it works out in a big way. Like, if they can rely less on Luvu as an all-around linebacker and then lean on him more to be a pass rusher because Jordan McGee's healthy and because your D-line is going to be better against the run, then maybe Luvu's the guy that pops for you. He's shown he's got a ton of talent.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a question going in.
Yeah.
I think, to me, the Commanders' defense in a lot of ways will hinge on 2 players. And I think if you see the vision of Adam Peters and Joe Witt and Dan Quinn and Javon Kinlaw and Marshawn Latimore are healthy, and between the 2 of them, you get 30 combined regular season games, I think this defense could be quite good.
Okay.
Like, if you get those versions of events. Now, if you get the other side of it, then you got real questions.
If those big boys cause problems up the middle, I think it's going to open up stuff for other guys. And if Latimore is healthy, he's going to be a problem for people. I just look at it like that. And I think that'll help out. So you think the overall, like a spider dropping down behind you, dog.
You serious?
Look right there.
Yo, that's a legit spider. You can probably see it on the stream.
I just saw it coming from the ceiling. I'm like, what the hell is that?
All right, we're going to kill a spider in the middle of the segment.
I saw this thing dropping down from the ceiling. I'm like, what the hell is that?
JP was about to become Spider-Man.
I mean, better than standing is Catman.
So defensively,
Can we just briefly pause for the prison cell conditions that I just had to kill a spider in the middle of the segment?
Hey, man.
It was just dropping down towards my head.
Hey.
Shout out to the prison
That's
cell.
how Spider-Man would drop down, too.
We keep it real as hell in this one. Sheesh.
That's a red flag for us defense. Now, teams that we're going to be dealing with.
I did want to hold on.
Go ahead.
I had this conversation off air with somebody the other day, and I don't remember who it was, so forgive me. I did want to explore the Kinlaw thing real quick because I think this has gotten narratives get formed and then people run with it. But I talked to Daryl Tapp a couple weeks ago. We played that interview, and it was really good. Let's just look at Kinlaw's numbers last year. Played all 17 games, had 4.5 sacks, 40 tackles, played all over that Jets D line, had 2 forced fumbles, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The Jets were bad. They were held back by Aaron Rodgers. They went 5-12.
Yeah.
They fired their coach who was running the defense 5 games into the season.
An offensive-minded coach.
No, I mean, they promoted the DC, but the whole thing was an absolute mess.
Well, I'm saying they brought an offensive-minded because Aaron Rodgers became the guy.
If you think about the situations they were in, this shows you how bad the offense was. The Jets defense was 3rd in yards allowed, which is pretty damn good. Yet they were 20th in points allowed. So they're getting put in impossible situations all the time. That's what those numbers tell you.
Let me ask you this question. If an offense turns the ball over inside your own zone and a team score, it goes against the defense. If a defense intercepts the ball and runs back on the touchdown and those points go up, that still goes against defense. It's points scored. So sometimes that points allowed thing is totally skewed when you have a sucky offense. You know what I mean?
Totally. I mean, if you're 3rd in yards and 20th in points, there's clearly a discrepancy.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, I don't want to overread too much into the league ranks for this defense, but specific to Kinlaw, I think he had a pretty good year last year. And I know, speaking with folks in Ashburn, they believe he had a really good year last year.
Yeah.
A lot of his holdbacks in San Fran were injury-driven. Last year, he was healthy.
Yeah.
And then maybe I was talking to Toby about this, but I feel like it wasn't on air. I feel like it was during a break.
Well, we do talk a lot in the breaks, Jay.
Yeah, but you should, poor Toby. Yesterday, we did a segment on getting Toby a girlfriend, and then Jeff came in here during the break with some other various ways to help Toby meet women. Toby ain't that dude, Jeff.
Hey, just know we taking prompts for Toby's Hinge account. DM them to me at Jeff2Funny on Instagram and Twitter.
Stop. But the other thing that I think people get, there's these people on social media that are just deemed to be the determination or the determinants of what is and isn't an appropriate contract. And the Kinlaw deal, people got worked up about. It's a 3rd-tier D-tackle deal, and it's free agency where everybody gets overpaid.
Hey, man.
Like, I just...
You know what you do with that one, Jay? Stop wasting your time and energy on those idiots.
Well, I'm not... I'm
just
not
being real, bro.
I'm not focused on the people that have already made a determination. I just want the people that maybe haven't, that are waiting to see what all could happen, to see both sides of a possible coin.
Listen,
how about that?
If we are giving Adam Peters and Dan Quinn all of this credit, do you think they just went out and grabbed somebody that just absolutely can't play?
We'll find out.
I'm saying, but are they making this move because, we just like this dude? We know he can't play, but we like him. They're making a move because they think he can help you.
It doesn't. It's obviously not just because they like him, but they could be wrong in an assessment.
They could be, but I'm saying sometimes people come in, they get injured, this, that, and the other. But overall, they've been to a place. He's been in places where they know what he's capable of,
right?
And they feel that they're going to go off of that. I'm not going to ever sit up here and overly be concerned about a guy who hides behind an avatar or whoever. It could be a lady. We don't know who the hell they are. But they can just start and say stuff all the time. The same people come talk to you in the public, and they agree with every damn thing you say. Like when you said earlier, nobody will call in and say that. As soon as somebody hear that, somebody going to call in and say something opposite of what you think. It's going to happen like that.
I don't know that this is a hot take. I think this is pretty easy. honestly,
Mhm.
I think it makes a lot of sense if you are more optimistic about the season Kinlaw could have this year than Latimore.
It's possible.
Kinlaw's played 17 games each of the last 2 seasons. It's been you have to go back to 2021 since Marshawn was healthy.
I think that's very, very possible because accessibility, availability is the best ability.
Right.
But like the thing of it is, if Latimore comes out here and plays through 12, 13, 14 games,
sure,
and he plays like he's capable of, his could still be bigger even if Kinlaw plays 17.
100%.
He's in a position where if he can be out there 90%, 85, 90% of the time, and he plays at the level he's capable of, he can make a hell of a difference on that defense.
Now, on CBSSports.com, they listed the Commanders' biggest red flag as leaning on a bunch of guys that can kind of be injury prone. Obviously, Latimore is on that list.
Mm-hmm.
Kinlaw hasn't missed a game in the last 2 years, but he did miss a lot of time prior to that in San Fran. Debo's missed some time, and Debo has played but not always been 100%. Injuries are a part of life in the NFL. To me, the only person that really lands in this, you're really counting on a dude that gets hurt a lot, is Latimore. And they knew that going in when they traded for him that he was hurt. He was clearly hurt last season. I think Debo, they believe they get him in better shape. Contract year. Tunsil has missed 3 games in the last 3 years, but has regularly missed some time in his previous 5-6 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Some of that's fluky, some of that's football.
It's football. Because I'll say this. We talk as if guys are supposed to play every game. We can go through the history of the NFL and find out who played every game, and we probably will not get that many people. So people are going to miss. In this sport, you're going to miss some games. Now, you don't want guys missing 8, 9, 10 games every year. That's a problem, But guys missing 1 game, 2 games here and there, possibly may miss 3 or 4 in one season, but then he plays the next. That goes with the rigors of the sport. This is a tough game, man.
Yeah.
And you watch people, you watch people that play football. They are going to get hurt. And some people fight through it, some people don't. Just like regular people. Some regular people get a cold and they got to stay home for a week. Other guy got a damn flu, you got to force him to go back home. It's the makeup of the person. And as these rascals start, these new generation people start getting into the NFL, they are going to take every chance they can to sit at home.
The Jeffs of the world.
Hell yeah.
The White Bryans of the world. Hell, I haven't seen that dude in a week. So looking elsewhere around the NFC East, I think the biggest red flag for the Eagles, defensive turnover. I'll read this from CBS. Vic Fangio was the perfect man to oversee the Eagles defense in 24, bringing discipline and tenacity back to a unit that had become practically lifeless. Now he'll be charged with defending the Birds' crown while likely overseeing new starters at every level of the lineup. Still got Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Quinyon Mitchell, but Azeez Ojulari, Adoree Jackson, they did lose a bunch of players. I think Philly's going to be okay. Where else should we check in on? What do you think Dallas's question marks would be?
That's what I was about to ask you. Dallas question mark, Dak. Is he going to stay healthy? Also, they just got a brand new receiver. Will he stay sane?
You want to hear something kind of fun?
What's that?
Dallas didn't make this list because it's only considered biggest red flags for 2025 NFL contenders.
Wow.
So the Cowboys and the Giants aren't on the list.
And we're not even much trying to take a shot at them. Somebody else took the shot.
Yeah, dude, that's not me. That's them. Dude, I remain very confident they get a deal done with Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, me too. I had that conversation on the course yesterday with some people.
However, couldn't help but notice at minicamp when Terry wasn't there and Noah Brown was injured, all of a sudden, that unit looks a lot different.
Things look slim.
Diami's not there. OZ's not there.
And I would ask y'all, I would give you a statement. Guess who else saw that?
Terry, Adam Peters, Dan Quinn.
The people that's running this thing say, "Oh boy, okay."
Now you have Debo, and you like to think you can lean on Debo, and you've got good depth at tight end. I think you've got backs that can catch passes.
Debo is a special.
But Debo's a different dude.
He's a different character. Not having Terry, you don't have that receiver dude. That's that guy.
So I had all ears last night at Channel 4, and we do
all ears every day.
That's a good point. But we do this mailbag segment, and one of the questions I got was from a dude like, "Hey, what do you think the chances are they're going to keep looking at receiver?" And the answer is, hell yeah. Noah Brown wasn't even on the roster until I think September 1st last year.
Yeah.
He went through camp with Houston before he landed in Washington. So, yes, they will continue to look. It doesn't mean they feel they need to. I think they like Jalen Lane. I think they like Luke McCaffrey. But it's
one thing about this is just a notion I want people to understand. They never stop looking. Dude, to be honest, the NFL, NBA, NHL, MLB, those are jobs where people are always looking for your replacement.
Right.
This is not the regular business world where you get a job and you can sign a 10, 15-year contract and you're going to be around. You might sign a 4 or 5 year contract in the NFL, and guess what? They're looking for the dude to get you to replace you as soon as you start slipping. That's just what you have to do. And the only way you keep them off, if you keep elevating your game.
Dude, I thought Eckler had an incredible answer whenever that we were out there for minicamp 2 weeks ago, I guess now.
Mm-hmm.
They have a ton of running backs right now,
mm-hmm.
and they list Kaz Allen as a running back. I don't really think he's a running back. But I think they've got 8 running backs on a 90-man roster.
Mm-hmm.
And it's easy to kind of be dismissive of that, but think about how many of them played and got carries last year.
1, 2, 3,
Eckler,
4,
McNichols,
5.
Robinson, Rodriguez.
And what's the other kid? That came with was it Cliff or Adam? Rodriguez. Who else?
I can look it up.
Can't think of the name.
I'm pretty sure there was a 5th.
Yeah.
Jeff's just dancing, so he's locked in. Eckler, McNichols, Robinson, Rodriguez.
And I thought it was one more person.
Pulling it up as we speak. Rushing attempts. B-Rob, Eckler, McNichols. I don't think there was another running back. I think it was those 4 guys got carries. Now other players got carries, but Eckler, McNichols, C-Rod, Robinson. So obviously you've got those 4. There was the kid Wiley that was really impressive last year that was kind of a practice squad guy that never got the call up. Then they add Krosky Merritt this year, who people have a ton of excitement about. Austin Eckler said, he's like, man, it's a really unique thing when you're a veteran in this league because I want to help these young guys, even though I know they're here to take my job.
Yeah.
And he's like, and that competition is what sparks us and drives us.
Yeah. I mean, hell, I dealt with it every year. I come in one year, then the next year they draft the damn Rose Bowl MVP. Then the next year they draft the damn Heisman Trophy winner.
Did you ever finally say anything about that?
No. Because, first of all, if you're about competition, you're going to always, if you are afraid to compete, then you're in the wrong damn business. But every time they came in, I helped every one of them. But I also knew they weren't going to outwork me. And listen, people call that arrogance. I just call that confidence. If I believe in me, why the hell am I concerned about who you drafted?
Sure. I think I think it is that's what AP and DQ are building.
Yeah.
It's going to be really, really hard, and we want the guys that will work their ass off.
You know what happens in
all the
that
time.
situation? You never, ever relax.
Sure.
You constantly work. And if you got guys that are going to work their whole career, they're going to have a lot of success.
You know who else has a ton of success?
Who's that?
Our guy, Paul Henry. He redid the doors and the windows at my house. I know he's done the same for you, and he did a tremendous job. Working with Paul Henry's working with a family-owned business. Paul will come out and do your pressure-free estimate. Then his son will come out and do the work. Paul will come back and troubleshoot. You call the ladies at the office, you know their names. They couldn't be more helpful. It's really, really a special company to work with, and I've enjoyed my experience with them. They've made my house so much more comfortable. It's hot as hell outside, not inside of my house, man. Nice and cool. And if you call in June, you get $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation.
I've been working with Paul for several years here. He's changed every window I have around my whole house, the detached garage, everything. I had this pergola I had getting changed up, and now Paul has come in, and it doesn't even look like the same thing. The people that did it the last time, trash. They weren't good at all. Paul came in right now, and the thing looks outstanding. Recessed lights and everything under it is going to be amazing for me. I can't wait for them to totally get it done, because that's where I like to do all my cooking at. I'm going to be outside doing my thing. Paul takes care of it. And like when they come in, they do everything right the first time. You don't have to keep calling them back. As JP stated, you can call Paul right now, and you'll get $125 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $600 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Let's talk NBA draft. Like most drafts, there were some risers, some fallers, and some trades. One surprising riser was Portland Trail Blazers selecting Yang Hassan out of China with the 16th overall pick, despite him being a projected second rounder. Illinois guard Kasparis Jakukonis, a projected lottery pick, slid to the Miami Heat at 20 overall. UConn forward Liam McNeely was selected with the 29th overall pick by the Hornets, also projected as a lottery pick. The Brooklyn Nets made some history during the draft. They were the first team to take 5 picks in the first round. And you're wondering what your Washington Wizards did? Well, they selected Texas shooting guard Trey Johnson with the number 6 overall pick. And following a trade with Utah, they selected Will Riley from Ontario, Canada with the 21st overall pick. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it is just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Calls on rankings? Nope.
No, we got to do the list first. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I want to quickly, since I've become Mr. Optimist as it surrounds the University of Maryland, I'm all in. I'm nothing but support for me, and I mean this one sincerely. I met Joe LeBou my freshman year of college. Couldn't be a better dude. Has worked for the Skins, worked for the Caps. Most recently was down in Charlotte working for the Panthers. And then when Tepper bought the soccer team, he was, I think, president of the soccer team down there. He's coming back, man. I'm coming home. Joe LeBou back to College Park, deputy athletic director and chief revenue officer. I couldn't be more proud for Joe. Couldn't be more proud for my alma mater. Great hire. And this is they are taking the business of sports seriously in College Park.
You need people.
That's what it is, man. It's a business. To handle
just that exactly, man.
It's a business.
Yeah.
Run it like one.
Hell yeah.
I'm really, really fired up. Congratulations to Joe LeBou and to everybody out in CP. All right. So Jeff has been in the big chair all week. Landfill on vacation.
Yep, been doing a good job, man.
He has been. Yesterday,
I don't give him much credit.
Actually, I might just ask you this real quick before we get to these linebacker rankings. I'll do it later. But the Ruggs conversation yesterday was really interesting. But let's do these linebacker rankings because Jeff is not thrilled with this. Do you want to set this up, Jeffrey? Because you said this and you're like, yo, we got to talk about this.
Oh, no. It's not that I'm not thrilled. I was surprised.
Yeah, I mean, they got him ranked?
Yeah.
Come on, dog.
All right. So I don't think there's any. Now, this is a Pro Football Focus list, and I kind of said my piece about Pro Football Focus. I think PFF is tremendous in what they do, quantifying pre-snap stuff, formations, what teams do on first down, second down, third down. They are really, really good at that. I don't always love the subjectivity of their grades for players. Some of them I get, some of them I don't. I don't necessarily lean on the player grades like I do the objective information they provide that they're terrific at.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I don't think there's any dispute that the Eagles have the best linebackers in the NFL.
I 100% agree with that.
Vaughn was fantastic last year, got a contract extension. He's staying there. I also think that's really smart for Zach Vaughn to recognize, like, yo, I'm great here. These guys figured me out. Let's stay here.
But think about it. Vaughn was considered like a backup special teams guy. He found a coach who knew how to tap into it. Very much like Lorenzo Alexander.
Yeah.
Remember when Lorenzo was here, all they played him was on special teams. He goes to other teams, they put him at outside linebacker rushing. The dude had double-digit sacks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some coaches are just stupid. They don't understand that you can be more than what they think.
Some players improve too.
I mean, you improve, but I'm saying You have to improve at that. You have to be somebody got to see the vision to be able to give you opportunity.
100%.
And a lot of people never see it.
100%. The Eagles did lose Oren Burks, who's a local guy. I think he grew up in Fairfax. Oren Burks he was in the Super Bowl with the Niners 2 years ago and then won the Super Bowl with the Eagles last year. Burks signed with the Bengals this offseason. Burks stepped in when Nakobe Dean went down. So they did lose him, but they also drafted Jihad Campbell out of Bama, who I think could be really good. You got Jeremiah Trotter there. I'm not arguing with the Eagles with the best linebackers in the NFL.
Not at all.
Number 2, they had the Lions. Jack Campbell played really well last year. I like the dude Anzalone, who missed a lot of time, like seemingly everybody on that Lions defense.
Detroit.
Malcolm Rodriguez is a good run stuffer. He's probably out. Detroit injuries just wrecked them.
They had like double-digit starters hurt, and they were still in the divisional playoff game.
Yeah, man. I mean, they just kept losing guys as the season went on. The Patriots spent some money on Spillane, who's going to help them right away. They had the Pats ranked as the 3rd best linebacker group in the NFL. Maybe a lot of that is kind of counting on Vrabel, who was a really good linebacker in his own right.
Yeah. Vrabel play offense and everything else.
2 dudes I know you and I like. The Chiefs linebackers, Nick Bolton is a stud.
Number 32.
Just makes plays all over the field. Leo Chenal is a kid out of Wisconsin that I wanted they might have been the football team then. I wanted Ron to draft Chenal out of Wisconsin. He didn't. He's been really good. They got a good backup in the kid Tranquil. But this is what Jeff was surprised by. PFF ranks the Commanders with the 5th best linebacking group in the NFL. I read now from Pro Football Focus. The Commanders face questions in other areas of their defense, but Bobby Wagner and Frankie Louvu are the heart and soul of the unit. Wagner continued to prove why he is a surefire Hall of Famer by earning a 91.2 PFF run defense grade and a 90.9 PFF pass rush grade at 34 years old. Louvu's 64.2 PFF overall grade represents a decrease from his prior work at Carolina, but he's still a valuable and versatile piece capable of affecting games in multiple ways. Like, I thought Louvu was great last year. I don't know how his numbers went down.
Well, I think what happened is in Carolina, he basically played a traditional spot. Here, they had him doing multiple things and different stuff. And you know what PFF don't know how to do? They don't know how to judge you when you're playing multiple positions and doing multiple things. They judge you based off of the traditional aspect of what a position is. And that's where they get lost at.
And I think the backers will look a lot better with the bigger defensive line they've put together. Goldman, Wise, Kinlaw. And if you remember, there was real buzz for Jordan McGee, the rookie last year out of Temple. And then he got hurt, and he kind of was chasing the rest of the year. If McGee is healthy and the guy they thought they had last year, that changes this linebacker. You've heard Dan Quinn talk about we're going to play some more traditional 4-3 at times. We never really saw them with 3 linebackers out there.
Not often.
Maybe you get something out of Medrano. I don't know that happens right away. Maybe Ballore is able to do more for you. I think
isn't Martin the outside dude? You're going to see.
I thought that was Martin was the pass rusher. I thought.
Yeah, but he's a linebacker. Dude. He's 6 foot, like 3 or 4. And
Jacob Martin, you're talking about?
Yeah, about 257 pounds.
6'2", 240. I'm mixing. Who's the guy they signed last of the Bears? It's like a straight edge rusher. Regardless, yeah, Martin. I think if you feel confident about the Commanders' linebacker group, it starts with Wagner and Louvu.
Yeah, no, totally.
I think Louvu could be better for you, too. I think if you ask Louvu to do a little less traditional stuff and he's allowed to be a little bit more of a playmaker, last year you had to lean on him so much.
Yeah.
I think there's another level Louvu can get to, and I mean that in a really positive way. I think he's an absolute stud. And then the only thing you got last year that I don't know that you can count on, Wagner and Louvu, now they played through some injuries. Those guys were beat up. They were super durable. Both of them played over 1,200 snaps. That's a lot to lean on.
Yeah. But the thing about those two dudes, man, they are capable of that. You know what I mean? And I think a lot what they're doing for the future of this team is guys get to see how it's done at a high level. You know, all that BS about I need a break. Play through it, damn it. You know, I look at people. I've been on drives where we've had 13, 14 plays. You know how many plays I took off in the drive? 0. I've been on those drives as a quarterback. I've been on those drives as a running back. When you're having success, you don't get tired. When you're not having success, you get tired after 2 or 3 plays. And if you look to the sideline and they calling you off, then you probably got a problem in your coaching staff. But you watch Bobby. Bobby's not looking to come off the damn football field. Bobby's looking to make a play. And with his experience is not necessarily going and blowing somebody up. It may just be the fact that he understands what the play is. They running this play. He just slides over 2 steps. And you know what he do? They run right to him.
You know the last time Bobby Wagner missed a game?
When was that?
We had never heard of COVID. Think about it.
Yeah, but it's
2018 is the last time he missed a regular season
And I
game.
promise you, and I've never heard nobody ask this question to any athlete, especially Bobby as well. You get a chance to talk to him one-on-one. I do my stuff a lot of times behind the scenes. You do your all this, you do that. Ask that question. Do you take pride in being available or not wanting to miss game? I did it. You know what I'm saying? And then I was trying to I didn't know how many games I had played, how many games I had missed, or nothing like that. Then when your career is over, you find out you missed 1 out of 14 years. And you know what that 1 was?
Your rookie season, right?
The end of my rookie season.
And you would have played through it if you knew.
Yeah, and I played 13 more because it's important to be there for your guys. That's why I'm serious. Anthony Richardson, he may never live down that moment when he checked himself out of a game at the most important position in all the sports. Quarterback? You retired? I can understand if you were injured or something else, but you were tired?
You know what's really hard to do in the NFL is be a consistent playoff team, a playoff player.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby Wagner's played in 19 playoff games. That's another season.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
But what it is Bobby Wagner is the reason that his teams were in those games too. Because if you watch him, the guy has a consistency in his preparation. He has a consistency in his practice, consistency in the way he plays. He tries to do the same things over and over again, and it becomes his second nature to him. Other people BS all off season. And then they every year we talk about, oh man, yeah, he's in a contract year. People can't just click the light switch on. If you're not preparing for it, you probably can't put your body to that level to get to it. But if you prepare for it consistently every damn day, you have no problem getting to where you got to go.
I just looked up a couple numbers for comps, right? Bobby Wagner's played in 19 career playoff games.
Okay.
Lawrence Taylor, arguably the greatest defensive player ever, played in 15 playoff games. London Fletcher, the best linebacker this city has seen in the last 25 years, 9 playoff games. The only dude in my quick search that had more, Ray Lewis, 21.
Okay.
Wagner, if this year goes well, ties him.
It's
pretty damn impressive.
Oh yeah.
I want to hear Jeff's reaction to the linebacker ranking, maybe even Bennett too. Coming up at noon, Chris Miller joins the program. Sabotage. Jeff got the beats working today. Shout out to everybody in the chat.
What up, chat?
Chat's always got its own thing working.
Nah, man. Like, whenever I check out with the chat, I kind of lose sight of the show. Because you're right. They got so much
They
stuff
got their own
going on.
show in there.
And then I like to respond to them and talk about stuff. So that's why I've been kind of not doing it lately, because when I'm here and I look at it, you have to comment.
The chat, shout out to if people want to watch us on the YouTube stream, it's on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page.
Oh, yeah, you got a book coming too.
Oh, sweet.
The RFK book.
Hell yeah. Dude, I want to get that guy on All Ears, or at least the book on All Ears.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that next week.
I'll send you his info.
Okay, great. I think the chat right now is talking about, like, shout out to all the construction workers in this heat. Shout out to them.
Hell yeah.
It's hot out there.
Man, look. No. Construction work, and especially the people that do roofs at this time. Bruh. That and roads, the tar, the asphalt, man, it got to be super hot. You talking about hot as hell. It may be hotter than hell.
I don't know if they still do this. When I was a kid, and this is probably something that shouldn't be done, but in the 90s, it was a different world. It used to get so hot that the tar on the road would kind of bubble up.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And me and my friends would walk around and pop the tar bubbles, just get tar all over our hands and feet.
I guarantee it's some of that tar bubble stuff y'all were popping.
Seeped into my brain.
That caused some type of cancer or something. I'm serious.
I mean,
like the tires, grinded up tires, they grind them up, and then all of a sudden they put them in the little turf field. That they found out that will give off these little emit certain chemicals, and you get cancer from it.
Yo, the little like black rubber pieces.
That's what I'm talking about.
Dude, when you are on a field and that stuff and you walk around the field, it gets all over your shoes.
It gets on everything.
Yeah, it really does. It's annoying. All right, Jeff, PFF ranked the Commanders linebackers 5th in the NFL. You said you were surprised. Why?
Because they don't give us credit.
Yeah, that's exactly why I was surprised.
Those days are over, Jeff.
When I looked, when I was reading the article at first, I'm like, how they gonna screw us now? I'm like, 25. What they gonna say? 20. Even when I asked Bennett this morning, when I was reading the article, I said, Bennett. I said, bro, what do you think they ranked the Commanders? He said 20. I said,
so no, hold on. I'm gonna say this to you and Bennett. Your perception is worse than what the people are now, because y'all haven't gotten over what the BS was in the past.
Nah, it's not that. It's just I know with our linebackers, covering tight ends was a problem last year. I know it has to do a lot with the defensive line as well, not generating the pressure on the quarterback. But I just was surprised that they ranked us that high.
I just say this: Zach Ertz was open against a lot of people we played, and a lot of them people on that list.
Yeah,
Zach Ertz is also a route.
No. Not
Especially.
many linebackers can cover tight ends in this league. And I think that's where you get a little messed up. We like to say, this guy can't cover a linebacker. Some of the best cover guys in the league can't cover linebackers. I'll be honest with you. I haven't seen a guy in the NFL in the last 15 years anywhere close to what Monty Coleman was.
He's a stud.
Monty Coleman will shut your ass down. You could be a tight end, or that slot guy, you coming across the middle, you realize that dude that's 6'4", 251 with a 36-inch waist, he runs 4.5.
It's crazy.
And he's going to be right there with you. And he was also strong enough to where he can get on next to you and just throw a little elbow, which they never call. If you push, they call. Flip him with an elbow, he'll throw you completely off balance. So when we hear about guys can't cover tight ends, not many of them can cover a tight end. I'm being honest with you. They can't. And some of the best linebackers ever, Ray Lewis and all them, couldn't cover no damn body. Couldn't cover back out of the backfield. Couldn't cover B. Mitch. I know that.
B, we got a couple people calling in that are working in the heat. Let's give them a chance. Let's give them some shine.
Definitely.
Tyler in Fredericksburg. You out there working in this heat, man?
Yes, sir, man. I'm one of those HVAC guys out there trying to get everybody AC again.
Dude,
So
I bet people
what do
are-
you do to stay cool, though, Tyler? You putting in an HVAC system. What do you do to stay cool?
Between getting one of those cold wet rags and one of those hats with the fans, the UV fans connected to it.
Okay.
That's what keeps me cool.
Tyler, can I ask you a question? So your work day right now, people's AC is probably breaking right and left. Not if they had Rude, but otherwise. When you finally get home and you take a shower and you get to cool off, how good does that first beer taste?
Unbelievable.
All right, bro. Well, I look forward to you getting one tonight, man.
Hey, be careful out there, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Thanks, dude. One more. My guy Shane is in D.C. out working in this heat. Shane,
Hey,
what are
what's
you doing
going
out
on,
there?
P-Mitch? Hey, we're actually building data centers out here, fellas. My guy's been out in this week, this heat all week, man, and we're getting it in. But to all the guys out there, stay safe out there that's getting it in the construction. Hey, life goes on no matter what in the construction field. So we appreciate you guys, JP and B. Mitch, for recognizing us out here in this heat.
Yeah.
We appreciate you guys.
All right, man. Drink water until it's time to drink beer. Thank you,
My
Shane.
man,
Good luck
Dick
out
Robert
there.
They setting transformers and placing copper wires. I don't know. I want to be dealing with electricity around this all this heat, though, because those copper wires get a little hot.
Yeah, man.
I don't want to deal with electricity at all.
That's one thing I'm scared of. People are like, yo, man.
Yo, but you are always scared of lightning. And when we were at Kinlaw, you wanted to keep going. I was like, B, there was just a lightning strike right there.
I didn't see it.
I saw it, and I told you.
saw it. I didn't see it, but I was playing good, so I didn't want anything. Like what thing? When you striking it good, you don't want to leave the golf course. So now, when I saw that flash, you didn't have to argue with me then, did you?
No. So speaking of,
that happened with us and Greg too, man.
I didn't see it at first. But
Yeah,
once
you see it,
once
we
I
was
see it,
out.
I'll meet you inside, dog.
Speaking of storms, Camera just tweeted this out. I guess when it's this hot and humid, man, storms can pop up at any time. Apparently, we could see some real storms this afternoon.
Whoa.
We had Amelia on yesterday. Amelia Draper gave us kind of the rundown. So if you are one of these people working outside, be careful if these storms come too, man.
Yeah, even delivery
Did y'all
guys.
get hit yesterday?
It rained hard as hell for like 5 minutes.
No.
Yeah, I didn't see the rain
In my neighborhood, it was so I just seen I'm playing Call of Duty and I just see a flash and I hear something go boom. I thought something had
lightning hit a
exploded or
transformer?
something in my house.
Did it hit a transformer?
I've heard
it
when
was
that
just
happens,
loud.
Well,
really loud.
the people, like my man drives a UPS truck. He say 130 degrees in the back of the truck.
Dude, well, think about it, because they have the doors
Man,
off.
Do you have an outlet? Get you a damn fan and put the fan back
Those
in that
UPS
thing.
trucks don't have doors, so they can't. I mean, you can have AC cranking, but it's just going out the non-existent doors. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but still, you need put a fan to make that. If the air moving around, it don't get as hot.
Drink water until it's time to drink beer, people. Chris Miller, joins us next.
So how did the Wizards do in the first round of the NBA draft last night? Washington wanted to add some offense, so they took some gambles trying to do that. Trey Johnson plays with an undeniable swagger that the Wizards could really use. He's arguably the best pure bucket getter in the class, so if you need points, he can get them. At Texas last season, he averaged 20.9 points a game, shooting 39.1% from beyond the arc on a team with kind of questionable spacing. The concern with him, though, is he doesn't do much outside of scoring. He's not a great playmaker or a defender. Then the Wizards traded the 18th overall pick to the Utah Jazz in exchange for the 21st and 43rd picks in this draft and 2 future picks. With the 21st pick, they selected Will Riley. He is a bit of a project, but the Wizards are in a position to take on players like him. He is a good size for an NBA wing and showed stretches where he looked like a guy that could be a knockdown shooter at the next level. However, he did shoot just 32.6% from 3 last season with the Fighting Illini. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Shout out to Tribe. It is high noon in the District of Columbia. Joining us now, the voice of the Washington Wizards, our friend, Mr. Chris Miller. Joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow C-Mill at CMillsPXP. What up, Chris? How are you, buddy?
What up, though? Just got off the train from New York.
What up, bruh?
How you doing?
I saw your post. I said, oh, look, Chris got a full beard. Nah, dog.
Hey, I have not shaved since the season ended in Miami, so I'm going to see how long I can keep it before the missus tell me I got to let it go.
Hey.
She said, hey, y'all will laugh at this. She told me, said, the first time I see, like, soup or any food in my beard, you're done. So
all right,
I'm trying to avoid that.
You need one of those brushes, dude.
Keep it right, dog. Keep it right.
How you guys doing, man?
We're good, brother. What's been up with you?
Nothing. Just coming off a really good draft again by Washington, identifying 2 young pieces that, I think just adds to what they're trying to build here. Complementary players that can do a little bit of everything. Positional size is really important. And I think the character of these kids is something that I think the Wizards front office really values also.
So let's start with Trey Johnson, the pick at 6. Just an absolute lethal shooter with crazy athleticism, and he's 6'6" for like a real guard. What do you know about him? How does he fit in? How excited should fans be?
Plug and play right away, I think. Like you said, JP, he can put that ball in the hoop from distance. All of his 3-point metrics are really, really good. Catch and shoots, you name it. And like you said, he's 6'6", so it's not one of these. He was 6'10" in college, and now he's 6'7". I won't mention no names, but this kid, I stood next to him last night. He's legit 6'5", 6'6". Great kid in terms of character and all of that. And again, it just fits with the profile of what this team is looking for.
I mean, he could come in and start next to Bub. Is it maybe not start, but play right next to Bub? Does it happen that fast, you think? I mean, he's a pretty polished player.
Yeah, listen, with what the Wizards are doing, I wouldn't be surprised if these kids didn't start, because look what happened last year. They had, 3 first-round picks that they drafted this time last year, and they got a lot of minutes. I think they played the most minutes of any rookie class in 24, and then they went and got A.J. Johnson later in the season. So those kids play. So I expect Will to play. I definitely expect Trey to play, and that's just kind of part of the plan is don't sit there and watch. Go get out there and, have some good moments. You're going to have bad moments. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
But learning on the fly is way more important. B, you know this. There's always this conversation in football with a quarterback. Do you want him to sit and watch, or do you want him to go out and play? Well, in the NBA, they want you to go out and play.
Yeah, I don't believe you learn sitting down. I believe you learn when you're in action. You figure out how fast you got to move and things happen for you. But, Chris, you look at the group that's building this thing now for the Wizards. They had something to do with the Oklahoma City Thunder. Do you see any comparison to what happened there and then what's happening right here in Washington?
Well, you can't help but notice things, and it's nuanced things. It's not just like you watch a game, you're like, oh, does he play like Lou Dort or is he SGA? No, it's more nuanced than that. I think getting players in here that have positional size that can help at any position. Can you shoot, pass? Can you dribble? Do you have high character? Do you love basketball? Is basketball at the forefront of your mind? And every kid that they have drafted so far checks all of those boxes. You don't have to worry about getting a phone call at 3 o'clock in the morning because these kids are asleep. You know what I mean? So they have a type. I tell you know how when you go dating and you date and you like, I have a type. I think the Wizards have a type of player that they're looking for, and all of these kids kind of fit what that is.
Talking with our friend Chris Miller here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You need that AC working right now. Get Rude. C-Mill, the thing that two things excite me most about Trey Johnson. One of them is a stat, and then one of them is a story I heard, I believe, on Monumental. The stat is that he shoots 40% from three. That is big. Hit about 90 of 225 last year. The story, and I'm guessing I think you may have reported this, is Will Dawkins said when Trey Johnson came in for their pre-draft meeting, they showed him plays where they thought he didn't give it full effort. And I thought the way Dawkins explained that and then Trey's reaction was incredible. Can you relay that for us?
So Will goes hard. I give him credit, man. Will Dawkins is the kind of dude, he's not going to sugarcoat anything. But that's even something, when I heard that, I'm like, oh, wow. You go at these prospects like that. I love it. Yeah, he showed him clips of him kind of loafing on defense.
Uh-huh.
And this goes back to the character part. There are some kids, again, I will not name names, but there are some kids, if Will would have said that to those kids, they would have probably pouted and said, I didn't want to come to D.C. Trey, on the other hand, and he said it last night, he was motivated by that. Oh, you're showing me things where I can get better. I want to come to D.C. for that. And I think what you're going to get, especially when Brian Keith gets his hands on him in terms of developing, is they don't sugarcoat things here. If you do something bad, they're going to identify it right away and help you get better. So I'm with you, JP. That's something that excited me. And it just goes to show you how the talent evaluators are over there. If you get your feelings hurt because of something like that, you won't play here.
Yeah. I like that too, and I like the fact that he wanted to honor his father. I always talk about how me and my dad were close. When you see guys that the game is bigger than what they feel is about who they want to impress, it makes a difference because, people don't do stuff for themselves today. They do stuff for other people. And he wants to keep making his dad proud. His dad didn't have the opportunity to play in the NBA. He had to go overseas. So now he gets an opportunity to say, let's do this together. And I think he's going to go full speed ahead with that.
Yeah, Pops was clean last night, and I like the shades. I'm going to tell him Saturday when I see him, I got to find out where he got those shades
he
from.
He called his dad out on national TV. He said his dad trying to lie about his age. When his dad said, 20 years ago, I mean 30.
All right, let's switch to Will Riley, the Wizards' second first-round pick. Talking with our friend Chris Miller here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Chris at CMillsPXP. I think people knew a lot more about Trey Johnson than maybe they did with Riley. What stands out to me, and you said they have a type, right? I mean, dude's 6'8" and probably will grow into that body, but has a good stroke. What do you think of Riley?
Got two stories from you that I got from his college coach Underwood at Illinois. One is he's probably one of the hardest shot takers and makers Coach Underwood said he has ever coached. The only guy that maybe took harder shots and made harder shots was Michael Beasley when Underwood was an assistant coach at Kansas State. That was high praise when he told me that last night. And the other thing, which sounds weird to me, and I've got it confirmed, Will Riley was 5'9" and had a growth spurt up to 6'6" during the pandemic.
Wow.
Let me say it again. He was 5'9", and during the pandemic, he grew to 6'6". Now he is 6'8". And his coach told me last night, he hasn't seen Will in a month, and it looks like he's grown more. So there's some upside with this kid, and I didn't see a lot of him. I saw some clips, but he's intriguing to me because when you have a growth spurt like that, oh, and by the way, he's played 3 different sports. His mom played hockey. Will was a hockey player as a kid.
Wow.
His father was a track coach. Will was a high jumper. Wow. So not only does he play hockey, he's a high jumper and a basketball player. And I'm really impressed by kids, Brian, and I'm old school, that played multiple sports.
I'm with
as
you on
kids.
that. Yeah.
Not singling out one sport, but playing multiple sports. I think that benefits these kids when they get to this level. The high jumping part excites me. The hockey part excites me because that tells me he's tough.
Yep.
So he's very intriguing. I've got my eye on him when we go out to Vegas. He kind of reminds me of Keyshawn George that way. Didn't know much about Keyshawn, but Keyshawn really impressed me last year with his ability to do a little bit of everything out there. But his defense was the thing that stood out all season long.
Well, hell, they may not want to fight him, get into a little scuffle.
Oh, he might have hands.
Hockey player know how to handle himself.
6'8" reach too.
Yeah.
Outside of the Wiz last night, I think there's a lot of excitement for what the Wiz did. What was kind of the biggest surprise to you being there in Brooklyn?
I'm getting better with age where I don't really like to talk about other teams. I'll just say I'm happy for Troy Weaver because he's a local guy. What New Orleans was able to do to get Derek Queen and also the Fears kid. I'm just happy for Troy. That's really the one thing that I looked at. It's like you knew he had his imprint and fingerprints all over that. And those are going to be 2 good kids. I think that's going to help their program.
That Fears kid is another kid that played multiple sports: baseball, football, and basketball. Yeah. This kid I was talking about earlier.
I was really excited to see 2 DMV college players go in the top 15, and Sorber and Queen. But I got to ask, and I'm not asking you about the evaluation or anything, but you were in the building, and when the Blazers picked,
I was about to ask that same question.
When the Blazers picked Hansen, the young man from China, and he had to walk down from high up, what was the reaction like in the building just to see a dude come down from not
the rafters?
Yeah, not the
nosebleeds, Chris.
Oh, I've been doing the draft for 20 plus years. I've seen that a lot. You'd be surprised, especially when the draft used to be both rounds on the same night.
Sure.
You'd get to like the 50s and you see some kid from some foreign land walking down the stairs and you're like, oh, wow, he had to pay a ticket to come. But that's not it. I mean, he didn't have to pay, but I've seen that before where kids just come out of the stands.
Not as high as the 16th.
I think when the Wizards took Juan Dixon, the same thing happened. Am I remembering that right?
I'm not sure with that one, but yeah, I've seen it before. It doesn't surprise me.
Wow.
What was the vibe like in there? I imagine draft night, everybody's, the crowd's excited, everybody's into it.
The one thing that I always take away from this, and I think you guys as parents will understand this, I'm a sucker for a good story, and the parents. I don't know what it is. It's every year I fall for it. I'm so happy for the mom, the dad, the sister, the brother, the grandma that shows up. All these people that have been on these kids' journey since day one. Like, nobody really talks about that. I mean, ESPN, they do it, but I don't think people really understand what it takes to get these kids to be one of 450 on the planet.
Yeah.
And when you go up and shake that commissioner's hand, no wonder. I really like Kaman Malawach. Like before the draft, I'm a big fan of his game. And his reaction to me says everything about this whole process, where he literally had to take a moment to collect himself before going up and shaking the commissioner's hand. That tells you that they've reached the ultimate goal. Now the work really starts now, though. But just think about all of those 5 a.m. workouts, the games, the AAU tournaments, all this stuff, and you've reached the highest level. I'm a sucker for that. JP, when I see the moms and everybody crying and grandma, that stuff sticks with me.
I mean, I've worked NFL drafts, and you're totally right. I mean, the emotion is so real, and the culmination of, most of these kids it takes a village, and there's a whole lot of people that support them. A lot of early mornings and late nights, and a lot of money you maybe don't necessarily have to get you to the right camps and all this stuff. So
Fear's mom emotion told a hell of a story.
Yeah, for sure.
Because they kept going back to her. She couldn't get herself together, man. So that tells you a lot.
C-Mill, what's next? When's Summer League? Will you be out there? Who should we expect on that roster? Will we get to see these kids right away, maybe?
I think you're going to see all of them. Funny story with me, man. I got jury duty, bro. Like, I got to go figure out. I don't want to say I want to get out of it, man. Listen, I'll do it. But it's like right around Summer League. I'm like, come on, y'all. I got 6 months off. You could have gave me jury duty in like April, right? So hopefully I could get out to Vegas. If not, I'll definitely be watching it on TV. But I think all of them are going to play. I think they're going to, I don't know how many games, but you're going to see, these kids going out there and competing, because that's the one thing that I do like about Will in the front office is they're all about the competition. They're not ducking anybody. They want these kids to go out and get a rep out there in Vegas and then stay healthy. I think that's the most important thing. Get these kids out of Vegas healthy, get themselves acclimated in August, finding a place to live, doing all that stuff. So once Labor Day pops around, they're back into the gym getting ready for the season.
Yep.
I look forward to watching that for sure. I'm excited about all of them. Trey, I think, is a home run pick. I'm very excited to see it. Just about your jury duty story. On the day Adam Peters was introduced as general manager of the Commanders, so they had the whole press conference, whole big song and dance. I was going to get a one-on-one interview. I had jury duty.
Hey, bro, I'm going to call you offline. I just want you to kind of walk me through that process. Again, I don't mind doing it, but that stinks, bro.
It does.
It stinks.
I'm going to keep quiet about it.
I was able to eventually get out, but it cost me the day. You know what I mean? A lot of it, though, and you're a Montgomery County guy, a lot of it depends on your number, if you know what number you have. And generally, I don't want to say anything and jinx it, but the higher your number, the better off you are.
He's number one.
No.
Yeah, if you're like number 6 or something, you're cooked.
Well, I got a joke to tell you, but I had to tell y'all this online. But my wife had a funny joke about me doing jury duty and how long it's going to take. I was like, wow, she just put the whammy on me. I'll text it to you.
I look forward to that. Thank you, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Man.
We're excited to watch
brother.
Summer League. Hopefully you're there.
Appreciate you guys as always. Good talking to you.
All
right back at you.
Cool, man.
That's our guy, Chris Miller, at C-Mills PXP, voice of the Washington Wizards. You can watch all of his coverage on Monumental Sports Network. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. If you're new to FanDuel, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/Brian, BRIAN, to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
In the first surprise of the 2025 NBA draft, the Utah Jazz took a swing on drafting Rutgers forward Ace Bailey, one of the biggest talents and mysteries of this year's draft class. Bailey said he had no idea the Jazz were even interested in drafting him. Utah was also not among his preferred destinations, according to ESPN. As we have heard a lot about, Bailey's pre-draft strategy had been a major source of intrigue leading up to the draft. He was projected for most of the season to be a top 3 pick, but he was the only American player who entering draft night hadn't conducted a single workout with an NBA team. That fueled belief that Bailey and his camp had a preferred destination in mind that was outside of the top 5, so he was almost hoping to slide down the draft projections. In ESPN's final mock draft, he was projected to go to the Wizards at number 6 overall, but just one pick before he got snatched up by the Jazz. This sports update was brought to you by the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. Mark your calendar. It's the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational, June 27th through the 29th at the Fredericksburg Convention Center. Hosted by Black Horse Tattoo Studio, live tattooing, contests, and family-friendly fun. Get your tickets at fxbgtattooinvitational.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
And the fantastic.
Boom, 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 boom.
Mood. Just like a shoulder. Oh my. Can't you tell?
B. Mitch Finley 1067 the Fan.
Fantastic and fantastic.
I don't know if you had heard that Trey Johnson story with Will Dawkins, but I'm curious, kind of as a player who did the combine, went on pre-drafts, whatever. If you walked into a meeting with a GM and they were like, "Yo, here's some plays we thought you were dogging it," what would your reaction be?
Well, I would, if I was dogging it, I would probably go on the same route as what he did. You know, say, okay, cool, I'm gonna get better at this. If I wasn't dogging it, I would explain it to him. Yeah, because I was told by a guy coming out, he said, "Man, I noticed you don't do no dancing and all. You're always going straight ahead. You know, why don't you try to like do a lot of moves and stuff?" And I listened to him and I say, "Can I ask you a question?" He said, "Yes." I said, "What's the problem with going straight ahead and gaining yards consistently?" He said, "What are you trying to say?" I said, "I'm trying to say if the goal is to gain yards, I'm trying to see if you're telling me something negative or positive." And he was being, in a sense, negative that I didn't do a lot of dancing. And I told him, I said, when you make me understand that the dancing is more important than gaining yards, then we can have a conversation. But if you can't, then I don't think you're making any sense to me. This is what I told the scout from the Steelers. And he couldn't give me an explanation to make me really be concerned about him. At that point, I thought he was rather stupid. But I didn't tell him he was stupid.
That's good.
I'm sure my face said, "This is a dumbass question."
I've seen you when you're not necessarily thrilled with a conversation. And though you may not have said anything, I'm guessing you made it clear how you felt.
But think about that, though. So if Will Dawkins was in that situation with me and he had told me this, and he said, "Oh, well, now I understand your point," or then we'll have a conversation. Or if he dug into it, then I'm like, you got to make me understand what you're trying to tell me. And I think I could keep my wits about me a little to enough the way you understand. I'm trying to have a conversation here because I don't understand what you're really saying. And then I saw that guy later on, and I was like, "Yo, man, how you doing?" He said, "Fine." I said, "I'm still moving forward." Yeah, I wasn't dancing. But why? Why you have to? Some people do it wrong, and I think what Will does, he wants to spark that attention, find out what your characters are, find what you're about, and most players would probably got pissed off at him. You know, well, why you showing me this? Why you showing me my good stuff? Remember Mike Shanahan?
Yeah,
he only wanted the good
stuff.
The top 10 best plays. Well, that don't tell me a lot. You know, guys get better and they learn more when they made a mistake, and they can overcome that. If you just show them all the good stuff, then they feel they don't have to work.
So I did want to make a quick audible here and talk a little bit about the stadium. A bunch of media members were at there was some information provided from somebody close to the stadium deal on why the team really believes July 15th is important. Getting this thing off the ground. And what they explained is way too much of the information that was provided got distracted by retractable roofs, which is just silly. It's not going to be a retractable roof.
It'll be a roof.
Yeah, what I was told was we haven't ruled it out, which means we ain't doing it.
You know,
but nothing's written in stone yet.
Retractable roofs come with problems. You saw that big ass piece of metal that fell all the way down to the stadium from
in Dallas. Yeah.
What if something happens? That's a liability also. So you got to be careful with all that crap.
Well, not to mention it comes with an increased price tag.
Yes.
And they're already fighting over the money. Here's what is going on now is the Commanders and Mayor Bowser have been crystal clear that they want this thing approved by July 15th.
Mm-hmm.
There are some that argue that's an arbitrary deadline. We need our time to go through it. Chairman Mendelson has said repeatedly, I want this to get done. I just might need more time. Perhaps they really need more time to read this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps they're just politicking. Perhaps
I would lean towards that.
Perhaps they're trying to get a better deal, etc. As of now, there are 4 council members that support the stadium: McDuffie, Bonds, Pinto, Felder.
Mm-hmm.
There's one hard no matter what, no. Nadeau. Hopefully I'm saying her name correct. Then you got a bunch of people in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Mendelson, Fruman, Lewis, George, White, Henderson, Parker, and Allen. There's 7 people in the middle. They need 7 votes for this thing to get through.
They got how many on this side already? 4?
4 yeses.
4 yeses. You need 3 more.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mendelson said he supports the project. He just wants more time.
See, that I don't like people that straddle the fence. And I believe he's straddling the fence. Oh, I support it, but I need more time. In other words, I want to get my way with it before I go forward. If you support the project, support the damn project. Don't straddle the fence. You can't play both sides of it and try to act like, me? I'm not causing problems. Yes, you are.
Commanders released a statement yesterday, a Commander spokesperson. They've been very clear on their position related to July 15th.
Mm-hmm.
This is from the Commanders. The Washington Commanders are committed to working with the council around the clock to keep this project on schedule and deliver a world-class stadium for the district by 2030. This is about more than just a stadium. It's an investment in families, local workers, and long-term economic opportunity that will transform this community, district, and the region. Any substantive delays will jeopardize DC's ability to attract premier concerts, global talent, and marquee events, including the 21-31 FIFA Women's World Cup. Most importantly, it will slow new jobs at a time when the district needs them most. We are hopeful the council will continue to work in an expedited way to approve this deal and deliver a significant win for the people of DC. The 21-31 Women's World Cup is really interesting.
Yeah.
Because they're not, the FIFA, the governing body of the World Cup, is not going to commit to
a place that don't have a damn stadium.
Right. And I don't know if they are pushing hard to deliver the new stadium to play games in 2030. If that date gets pushed to 2031, I don't know that FIFA can agree.
They can't.
I think
this is the thing.
It's one thing to agree in theory, but they know they get to see it for a year. You can't agree if you don't get to see it.
But when you start sitting up here and you start fighting, I think you have to get to a point where you have to remove yourself from what you're talking about necessarily today, and you got to put yourself out 5-6 years down the road. And if there are things that could be pushed towards this that will, like, Roger Goodell just told you're going to get a Super Bowl. That's a Women's World Cup. You will have to assume a lot more things coming there. You start looking at the money that can come from that, and then you start seeing how quick you can be paid back. I think right now, you look at what the price tag would be. If, like, I was at a little auction yesterday, and Fran Smoot kept saying, this is an investment. Talk about people buy a certain ball, it's an investment for later on if something else were to happen. If you say the city's putting up that $1.1 billion, and you look at the possibility of making $5 billion off of it, would you not think that's a good deal? You know what I'm saying? It has to be. And you probably going to get it back so damn quick it'll be ridiculous.
So the biggest change has been, I believe this happened yesterday. I'm reading from the Post now. DC Council Chairman Phil Mendelson introduced a standalone RFK Stadium bill identical to Bowser's proposal, which he said would allow the council to complete its due diligence and hold a public hearing. The council is also awaiting a financial analysis on the impact of various tax abatements offered to the Commanders as part of the deal, which it expects by mid-July. Mendelson said he would plan to hold a vote on the proposed deal as soon as possible after a public hearing, which his staff said would be held July 29th for the public and July 30th for the team and government officials. This is Mendelson's quote, no one should infer from the introduction of this bill that funding in the mayor's proposed budget for the Washington Commanders football team is in jeopardy. Mendelson wrote in a statement, noting that capital funds for the stadium remain in the budget expected to be approved in July. So he's still supporting it, just needs more time to read it. Like,
JP, listen, bro. I call a spade. You want to read something? You sit down right now, you read that thing, it'll be done by tomorrow. You read it, you'll knock it out today. You don't need a month to read that. Okay? They have stated July 15th is very, very vital. And you're putting your deadline at 2 weeks beyond that. It means you don't give a damn about what the stuff is. You care more about you getting what you want than you do what they're telling you this could be the deadline for it. And I think ultimately, if this is that important, this could be a major, major, major hit for this city, for the nation's capital. Let's say when you're playing these major athletic events in the nation's capital, it just hits a little differently. And if you are so concerned about, let's push it out a little bit, does he think about if it's put somewhere else and they miss out on all that stuff? Does he think about that at all?
I don't believe this ownership group is going that direction, because what I do know is I think Maryland Governor Wes Moore has been very strategic. He has said, we don't want to lose the team, but we also want to keep a great partnership here in Landover. They're still going to own that land. You still got to develop that land. Mm-hmm. But I am confident that Wes Moore is quietly idling his time with a giant bag of cash in an area that's already got a stadium where you can get a new one built. Now, I don't think we're going down that road. And I think, let's be real. I think the July 15th deadline is rather arbitrary. They're like, yeah, we're going to pick this deadline. And if it happens August 1st, August 10th, okay, fine. But the problem is, what else is going to happen? Because once you start building, like your pergola, once the work started, they find other stuff. And hey, we could do this. Hey, this is a problem. It doesn't matter the scope of the project. Anytime you start tearing something down and building something new, you're going to encounter problems.
Yeah.
And I think the reason they want to go as fast as possible is because they know the problems are also coming.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's just me, Brian, and I am not a world-class real estate developer. I recognize that. If I was trying to get something done, and there was a group that had a highly organized $3.5 billion proposal prepared, I wouldn't want to piss them off.
Yeah, I'm with that. But I have heard about, like, when I went over there at the time,
Especially over just
you and
petty
I went
politics.
over, you and I went over there.
Yeah.
And we were looking. I said, well, why didn't they just implode it? Well, no, the asbestos and the environmental stuff, you can't do it that way. You gotta go slow with it. So maybe, just maybe, when they begin to really go faster, then they got a lot of environmental stuff to deal with before they can move forward.
Totally.
So if I know that's a possibility, I want all the time in the world to be able to get this done, to stick to my 2030 end date. Because I know the things that are going to be lining up after 2030. And you know what? You know what'll happen if you start doing this thing soon? The NFL can say, oh, 2031 or 2030. Could be in DC. 2032, whatever. But none of that stuff happens until you put that damn shovel in the ground. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. I want to talk a little Nats baseball. Phone lines open at 1 o'clock for Bleep You Thursday. Before we go, got to tell you about the great folks over at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. I bought 4 cars there. Bees bought 100. They're taking great care of us and our family. They can get you anything you want done, and they've been doing it for 100 years, so you know they do it right. They've got great selection: Toyota, Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Jeeps. They've got great financing options, and they've got that Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
I absolutely love the Lifetime Edge because it comes with up to $1,500 in extras, including a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance. They give you a loaner car with every major maintenance, and you have that lifetime engine guarantee. It's very good news over at Oarsman. When you have a car to sell, take it to Oarsman. They will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value. They're not trying to talk you down below 100. They're going to pay you up to 125%, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like they did for JP and I. To beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together. buy the thing. Cause every little thing.
It's my wife's favorite song
gonna
right
be
here.
all right.
She plays it every morning for the girls getting
So
ready.
don't worry.
Good way to start your day.
Buy
That's
the
great
thing.
vibes right there.
People wouldn't
Every
peg
little
Lauren
thing
as a
Gonna
reggae
be
girl,
all
but
right.
those are her vibes.
I've seen her dance. Yes, I would. With the rising
I wanted
sun.
to make, albeit brief, mention of yesterday. There were the 2-day games in baseball yesterday were really exciting. In that you got a killer pitching matchup in the Pirates-Tigers game that Skeens actually got outdueled by the Miz, man. Skeens' velo seemed off, and Mizorowski was dominant. Had 8 strikeouts. Jacob deGrom yesterday took a perfect game into the 7th. I mean, there were some pitchers shoving yesterday, B, including Mackenzie Gore.
Ken.
Went 6 innings, 6 strikeouts, gave up 1 earned run.
Okay.
Gave up 1 earned run. Guess what the final score of Nats Padres was?
1-0.
1-0 Padres. I mean, this young man just gets no run support. And the Nats been hitting a little bit, and then last night, just nothing.
Nathan for Shatan.
Dude, and I think, with the Davies stuff, that has quieted a little bit, but I think real fans are still pretty pissed. It's clear that Davey is not in a great situation just with the payroll and how ownership has invested in the team in all facets, not just the payroll, but like scouts and coaches and all sorts of stuff. But the Nats are consistently making mistakes on the base paths. And they just do dumb stuff defensively. And at some point, you do have to point to the coaching for that. Even if Davey might say none of it's coaching, some of it might be, dude.
A lot of it's coaching. Because let's be real, if your players respect the coaching, they do whatever the coaching says. If they don't, then that has a lot to do with that definitely falls on coaches.
Or you're just not getting through whatever it is.
You don't get through and they don't respect. If they don't follow what you're saying, then that's coaching too.
I mean, during that Nats game yesterday, just an absolute ton of mistakes. The pitching was really good. They couldn't get a hit to save their life. When they did get a hit, the dude got picked off. Just a mess, dude. And the Padres are a good team, and there's a lot to it, but you do sense a little of the reality of the coaching stuff when they just can't do the little stuff right. It doesn't matter what sport. If you're making little mistakes, they bite you in the ass.
Yeah, totally.
Kind of no matter what. And I think you compound that with the inability to get any sort of hitting yesterday, and you're just wasting Mackenzie Gore right now, man. And it's should be way more fun than it is when he's going to the mound, and it isn't.
Yep.
I don't know. To all those frustrated by yesterday's Nats game, I actually was driving around because I'm on camp dad duty where I just drive kids to and from summer camps. So I got to listen to Charlie and Dave, and the coverage was good. It's just to lose 1-0 when your young stud pitcher deals again, and you just give him no run support, quite frustrating. Now,
Totally.
Let's take those frustrations into our next segment. Bennett, press the button. 1:00 on Thursdays, we come together as a community to complain about stuff. Whatever it is that you're mad about, whoever has wronged you, if it's too hot or the traffic in Tyson's Corner is too interminable, whatever it is you're mad about, phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's time for Bleep You Thursday.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for Life. The Washington Wizards selected a pair of 19-year-olds during the first round of the NBA draft, making their young team even younger. First, Washington selected Texas shooting guard Trey Johnson with the number 6 overall pick. And then following a trade, the Wizards selected Will Riley from Ontario, Canada with the number 21 overall pick, sending the number 18 overall pick over to the Utah Jazz. Some non-NBA draft news. Dallas Stars captain Jamie Benn re-signed a 1-year deal, which is really incentive-driven. Benn's deal has a base salary of $1 million, plus an additional $3 million in potential performance bonuses. So he'll really receive an additional $500,000 each for playing in 20, 30, 50, and 60 games during the season, an additional $500,000 if they win the Western Conference Finals or if they win the Stanley Cup. And a bit of baseball news, Kansas City Royals shortstop Bobby Witt Jr. will again participate in the 2026 World Baseball Classic for the United States. Witt joins New York Yankees slugger Aaron Judge and Pittsburgh Pirates ace Paul Skeens as MLB players who have committed to play for Team USA under manager Mark DeRosa. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life, lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it is just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Wasn't enough. Forget you. Get her too. I was there.
Ain't that some? Ain't that some? All right, folks.
Ooh, ooh.
I'm sorry. I don't drive a Ferrari.
I did.
One of the two of us did. 50% of us drove a Ferrari, Jeff. Every Thursday, we come together as a community to get some stuff off our chests. And the great part about our community, our fellowship, it's undefined. However you find us, you are welcome. It's a big tent, folks. Every Thursday, it's Bleep You Thursday. Whatever you're mad about, get it off your chest. Phones are open, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Let's start with Jamal in D.C. What's up, Jay? Who you mad at?
JP, E. Mitch, what's going on?
We good, brother, man. Where you been?
Man, I've been chilling, man. You know, enjoying from afar, man. But I'm gonna get on here and say, let's say Bleep You. First of all, I got a bone to pick with the NBA. It started with that damn lottery. I don't know how we ended up at 6, and they just mysteriously give Dallas the #1 pick to go get Cooper after they gave up Luka. We know what's going on with that. Bleep y'all for that. And then we sitting there last night watching the draft. Everyone's excited because Ace is falling. I'm like, oh, damn, it's about to happen. But then here comes Danny Ainge and the damn Utah Jazz to mess that up for us. So bleep y'all for that. Ace Bailey, enjoy your time in Utah. Because I imagine being rich anywhere is dope. But, I mean, you know, Utah, bro, I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure you would much rather be here. And we all know that because the report came out, he wanted to be here. And in my opinion, that's half the battle. Finding a prospect that actually want to be with you. He was one of them. Bleep You. Hopefully Trey Johnson goes on to be well, but damn it, I wanted Ace. And while we on the Wizards, I got to speak about this Bama who used to play with us in Gilbert Arenas, man. I'm sure y'all talked about this crap he said about Kobe. Man, bro, I don't know what's up with Gilbert and the Kobe hate, man, but ever since this man has left the league, any chance he get to poop on Kobe, he takes very full advantage. Bro, please be quiet, Gilbert, okay, bro? Seriously, bro. We watched your whole career here with the Wizards, up,
close and personal, and you was nothing but LeBron's biatch the entire time, brother. All right, so please be quiet, bro. Seriously, you should hope that we speak about you the way we speak about Kobe, which we never will, and that's probably where the hate comes from, bro. Stop with all that, man. Bleep you too, brother. Thanks for taking my call.
Jamal, tremendous start to Bleep You Thursday.
What the hell did he say about Kobe?
What? See if y'all can look that up. What did Gil say about Kobe?
He was saying that in 2002, they were talking about T-Mac and not Kobe. And he was arguing with Swaggy P. Because Swaggy P, it was basically...
You talking about Nick Young?
Yes.
In the same sentence as Kobe and
No.
McGrady?
No. Nick Young was the one who was like, yo, you crazy. They wasn't talking about T-Mac in 2002. It's always been Kobe. And then Gil and all the rest of the boys was like, we were there. We were in the league when it was happening. They were talking about T-Mac. And then it fueled. It was just a fire that raged from there.
When it was McGrady and Carter on the Raptors, that team was very much talked about. I remember watching them in the playoffs. That was a hell of a call from Jamal. I think the hot temps are getting Jamal hot and bothered. Bennett looks like he's got something to say. Bennett, you need to get something off your chest. You mad about something, buddy?
I'm mad about two things. Kind of going off what you said about the Nats. Like I was like bleep you Nats for yesterday because it seems like so many times this season there's a chance to win a series and nothing goes their way. They do not show up. 3 hits, and I think it was like 0 for 8 combined from CJ Abrams and James Wood yesterday, and then Mackenzie Gore throws a great game, and again it turns into another series loss. And then I was watching the NBA draft.
Hold on, pause real quick. All right, so your first bleep used to just the Nats overall.
The Nats offense.
Okay, pause. Now, B-Mitch, close your eyes, please. Go ahead, Bennett.
My second one, I was just,
Pause. Can you tell the difference between Bennett and White Brian?
Not really.
All right, please continue, Bennett / White Brian.
So I didn't really realize. I guess this is a two-parter, but the NBA draft. You were explaining that because the NBA season technically hasn't started, you couldn't tell which players were getting traded, and then the wrong hats. So bleep you NBA draft coverage for that. But also, I was just really mad at the New Orleans Pelicans organization because they obviously trade up for Derek Queen. That's great. But they traded their unprotected first-round pick next year, which could be the number 1 pick.
So, that trade was wild. And,
he has more treble. White Brian sounds slow like he's asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the difference I could tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
That trade for Queen, I love Queen. I hope it goes great. Was nuts. C-Dub 1906 via Twitter says, my bleep you goes to people that drive on the highway going slow in the fast lane. Then they have the nerve to move after you move to switch lanes to go around their ass. Just get out of the way in the first place. Question for the room. Let's say it's Beltway, so that's a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. And let's say it's moving, which is a damn miracle when that happens.
Yeah.
What is the appropriate speed in the fast lane and then the second fastest lane?
You're in the second lane. If you're in the fast lane, you should not be doing 55. You should be doing 60,
70.
65 because they give you up to 10.
Yeah. I think 65, 70, right?
All right,
go
cool.
70, you might get.
I'm not saying getting pulled over, but what's keeping up with traffic? 65, 70?
65, yeah.
What do you think it is in that next lane over?
That's the speed limit.
That's
lane.
where you do 55.
Okay.
And then the right lane is for the people.
And then you move your little ass out the way.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's wild if I'm going 65, 70, and a dude just comes up right on your ass like, hey, you're going slow. Like, dog, I'm 15 over. Chill out.
Yeah, but just get over. If he roll up on you, move over. That's all you gotta do.
I do, but then all of a sudden you're cutting somebody off that's going. I don't know. It's a complicated thing, man.
I only have compassion for old people on the road. If you are young and capable of driving and you are hindering the flow of traffic, I'm gonna be pissed off.
Greg said 80.
Kind of what I was Kind of what I was thinking.
Greg crazy.
It's just
that drive.
We're gonna keep the quiet part the quiet part.
If you're doing 80 in the 70, they may not stop you. But doing 80 in the 55, they stopping you, dog.
Virginia locking you up.
Yeah,
that's reckless driving.
J-Dogs forever.
All day.
Stay north of that river, Jeff. Well, the good part of speeding in Virginia, in the Tyson's corner area, it's physically impossible.
Yeah, you can't speed.
You're lucky to go 17 miles an hour. Bleep you to the.
You're lucky to go 20 miles per hour anywhere in Virginia. There's always a congestion. It's always congestion there, bro.
95 South driving to Kinlaw last week. How was that drive, B?
All fail.
that was Bleep You City right there.
Or that. Where did we go, B? You, Greg, and I. Where did we go play golf at?
You went out
Front
west.
Royal.
Yeah.
Man.
No, we went.
I never been so tempted.
We went to. That was in Gainesville.
I just know it was far. I never been so tempted to, them little white things that separate the.
You almost went through them?
I was so tempted to just drive through them.
Don't do that. That ticket is big.
It was so much traffic. Bleep Virginia's traffic.
That ticket is huge, Jeff. Don't do that one.
Yo, the Maryland Beltway ain't exactly easy either. Who Bleep you to the powers that be that built the Beltway to come down to 2 lanes at Connecticut Avenue where the 270 spur comes in.
Bleep you to the powers that did the same thing to 295, where it goes into Baltimore, coming down from DC to Baltimore. It go to 2 lanes for no reason.
Bleep you to whatever happens at Georgia Avenue on the Beltway. Like, why? Why is it always stopped at Georgia Avenue? What is happening? Are they giving away free pizza? Like, what is happening? Drive your cars. Who's ready to get weird? Hello, Commander. Who you mad at?
I was about to say.
Today I'm mad at JP. I'm not mad at JP.
My God.
I'm not even mad at Mitch at all. I'm mad at Jeff.
Why you mad at Jeff?
I'm mad at Jeff because he needs to start playing that Michael George straight stuff, Michael. I gotta have faith, man. You have faith on me, man. Please, man. I know I can't use that bleep, 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 bleep words, I'm being nice, but I'm learning. You guys take care.
You take care too, brother.
Hold on. Who is Michael? I thought his name
George
was
Michael you talking about.
I thought his name
George
was
Michael. Gotta have faith.
Keep singing, Commander.
Isn't it a George Strait?
That's not George Strait that sing that song.
Yeah, I'm just saying he combined him. He was like Michael George Strait. I was like, where did he come from?
Commander's from a special place. Thank you, Commander. Always great to hear from you.
He moved all the way to California to listen to us every day.
That's how he starts his morning.
P1
pours a tequila sunrise and listens to the boys.
We need to give him one of those little
meter.
Meters, yeah.
I don't know if we're allowed. Matt Stafford on the line. What's up, Matt?
JP and B Mitch on Twitter. You got the 2 columns for you and following.
Sure.
You can click one of the 2 feeds you want to view, and all the best people I follow, all their best tweets, they put them in for you. Problem is when you go to for you, it's crowbarred in debauchery and violence. I don't want to see any of that. So the programmers of X keep all the stuff I want to see on my following and bleep you.
Matt, can I give
Hope you all followed that.
Can I give you some news, bruh?
Huh?
X is it's called UGC platform, user generated content. So if that for you is popping up with all of that, you might want to change what you're looking at on the internet.
Yeah. Yeah. Why is all the best stuff from B Mitch and JP and the Junkies all on for you, not on my following? No, you know what though? I think they throw this stuff at us on purpose. They're trying to tear down our mental game. Sometimes you got to shut the social media off, I guess.
Yeah.
That's the lesson.
That's the lesson, man. Appreciate the call, Matt. Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate y'all.
I want to be chill in my commentary. I'm going to try to listen to Big Bro B Mitch on this one.
All right. Let's see if you listen.
However, with what's going on at RFK Stadium, you have these politicians keep saying, we support it, we just need more time. We support it, we just need more time. if you actually need more time, like you all have staffers, you got stuff. If you're just trying to get some political gain, which is what I fear is what's happening, bleep you, dude. Like,
I've been telling you that's what they're doing.
I'm getting more and more frustrated by this process, and I'm getting more and more reminders of the Nats Park process when it was like everybody took it to the finish line for no real reason. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And I just
because they have time to play with, dog. And that's what you don't get. Politicians, they have time to spare. They don't care about what you're dealing with, how you want stuff to happen. They have time to spare. They can say, I need more time. Guess what they do? They just sit down all day and look at papers.
Let's go to Zeke in Southeast. Zeke usually brings it. Zeke, who you mad at?
I'm mad at all you Bammers, man.
Why?
Hey, because I'm an OG, man. And listen, ain't no fast lane or slow lane. It's all the same lanes on the Beltway, 55 miles an hour. If you want to go fast and I'm in the other one lane, you go around me. Ain't no such thing as a fast lane, slow lane. The reason why I say that because I got 10 points on my license for speeding.
Damn, Zeke, relax.
Get him, Jeff.
Hey, Zeke.
Yeah,
if you drive, see, I'm a driver. I see anything within an hour is close to me. But if you look on the highway, it says on a white sign with the outline box, it says faster traffic to the left lane. And then, so it is a fast lane on the highway.
Just like hold on. In your rural area, not in your urban area, not in the DMV. It's nowhere in the DMV. Maybe you're going down North Carolina, South Carolina. Yeah, I see it down there. I don't see it around here. Yeah.
All right, next time, Zeke, time I drive past one in Maryland, I'm gonna take a picture for you. All right.
Take a picture of it. All right, but anyway, give us OGs a little break. You know, if you gotta go around me. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Zeke.
I said that, Zeke. I said I only have compassion for older people. Like if I'm like, yo, why you driving so slow? And I'm in my car because
hold on, Jeff. I'm gonna ask you a question because I think I need to ask you. What the hell you consider old?
If you're driving slow and I see that when I come up,
you won't ever get past me.
One thing I don't do is I used to do it. I used to look at people in their car and be like, yo, what are you doing? But now too many people driving around with guns and stuff. I don't want to get into none of that. But hold
on. We got one that I need to make sure we get in. We're gonna run out of time here.
Okay.
Big Tony's in Bethesda. Big Tony, keep it clean.
Lord,
who you mad at?
Why this guy?
Hey man, look here.
Big Tony, you sound like you're underwater.
Tony, what kind of phone you have, dog?
You're probably in the woods somewhere.
I tried, Big Tony. We have a billionaire on the line. Jera is in Arlington. Hello, Jera.
Jera, who you want to bleep?
Dad, who do you think I want to bleep, Brian? That damn drunk old commando. Isn't he in California? I mean, isn't he 3 hours behind us? Like when the show starts, it's like 7 a.m. and that bastard calls in drunk. Listen, I couldn't understand a damn thing he said, but I'm going to rename him. He's now Commando Liverwurst because he's got the worst liver in the world. I got to go.
Goodbye, Jera.
Jera come in, throw blows, and leave.
Steve is in Maryland. Steve, who you mad at?
You and B. Mitch.
For what?
You must be kidding me, bitching about driving down 95 to go play at Kinlaw? You're complaining about going to Kinlaw?
Yeah, we can play.
Come on.
Come on, man. Take you an hour and a half, took damn near 3 hours.
Okay,
it took me
don't
3
go
hours.
then. Don't go. Just don't go play Kinlaw, man. What's wrong with you two?
Hey, I complain because I was late.
Yo, I beat B-Mitch.
Man.
You know something's up when I'm first.
Hey.
I mean, if you're complaining about going to Kinlaw, you've got issues, bro.
There was no complaint about Kinlaw.
No,
it was a complaint about being on that road. Why the hell is it that you fly till you get close, right at Stafford, and all the way, they got about 8 lanes and it's still slow. What the hell's going on?
I don't work for VDOT, man, but you're playing at Kinlaw. Suck it up.
Thank you, Steve. All right, we're going to try Big Tony one more time. Big Tony, hopefully your phone works. Who you mad at?
Hey, man, is this joint working now?
No, it's your phone, fool.
We hear you.
All right, look at it, man. I'm bleeping Verizon, first of all, for making my phone sound like that. Second of all, for making me miss. Dude, I lost so many contacts. And the third one goes to Jeff B. Mitch because I told him I lost all my contacts. I was asking for your number because I had to tell you something. Damn, I wouldn't even get. I had to get it from Red T. F you, Jeff.
It's called Bleep You, Tony. Not F. Bleep.
Hold on. No, I was aura farming earlier, and you sent me that when I was on live, so I couldn't go to it. I apologize.
You were doing what earlier?
Aura farming. That's the new thing.
What's aura farming?
Well, I don't need to farm because I'm already cool enough. But it's just when you, I would say, you put on the personality for the people that's not usually yours. But I was aura farming a professional golfer earlier. Like I was good.
You are never going to be able to do that one. So stop.
Yeah, somebody called, one of my friends hyped me up and was like, man, who you think you are? Tiger Woods? I hope you play like him. And I lied and I said I do. And I've been aura farming ever since.
That was definitely a lie right there.
I mean, it wasn't too bad.
It was pretty bad.
That was a hell of a lie.
I wanted to add one more before we run here. Watching the draft last night, they went to commercial every time the Wiz were about to pick. And it drives me nuts. They do that. When the 18th pick was coming up, I was trying to get Lauren to stick with it, right? I was watching with my wife, and I was like, babe, they're about to pick. And then they go to commercial. She's like, I'm going to bed. Like, she just had enough. And she was correct, man. I don't know why they do that specific to the Wiz, but damn, it's annoying. What's not annoying? Getting a swim spa from Offenbachers. Summer is heating up. It is hot as hell out there. Listen, it's good to be B. Mitch. We can't all be B. Mitch. B. Mitch has a mansion with a really dope pool. But if you want to cool down and you want a pool, check out a swim spa. I was just out in their showroom. These things are incredible. They got the perfect mix of pool and hot tub, but all in one compact, easy-to-maintain unit. You can swim laps. You can let the kids just play in there. A swim spa is a game changer for your backyard, and it costs about a quarter of a dugout in-ground pool. Now it's the time to grab one. Offenbachers is offering up to $4,000 off any Hydro Pool swim spa through July 7th. They got this huge 4th of July sale going on through July 7th. You can get a ton, up to 50% off in-stock outdoor furniture and 4 Gs of a Hydro Pool swim spa. Plus, if you mention hearing this right here on 106.7 The Fan, they'll take an extra $500 off. It's not just the swim spots. They got the outdoor furniture, hot tubs, the cold plunges. Days like today, all our boys that are out there working construction or data centers, whatever you're doing, getting a cold plunge at the end of the day, you're going to feel a lot better. Offenbachers is ready to level up your outdoor living space. Don't let the 4th of July sale go away, and don't wait till it gets even hotter in July and August. Go now. Get your dream backyard ready for summer. Offenbacher stores are in Gainesville, Herndon, Rockville, or Annapolis. Tell them JP Finley sent you, and you can get up to $4,500 off your new swim spa. The offer ends July 7th. Offenbachers is your backyard, just better.
In this NBA draft, the Washington Wizards contributed to a historic night for a new wave of talent. Last night, the 8 teams getting the 2025 draft started picked a record number of one-and-done freshmen to open up the first round. The Dallas Mavericks got things started when they selected Cooper Flagg, the youngest player in the draft and the youngest first overall pick since LeBron James. The Wizards did their part. They snagged Trey Johnson with the 6th overall pick. The Texas prodigy dominated the ACC in his one-and-done NCAA season. Washington then kept that pattern going with their second pick of the night and taking Illinois product Will Riley at number 21 overall. He's about the same age as Johnson and offers that same type of potential. So there's a young, new wave of talent coming to the NBA. Emphasis on young. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Occasionally we get to welcome Derek Stevens onto the program. Derek's one of the most consequential people in all of Las Vegas, owner of Circa Sports, all the Circa Sports books. And one of the coolest things about Derek, I think, is I've been out in Vegas, hung out with him, have some drinks. For a dude to be of that caliber, of that part of the world,
that level,
just to hang with the regular people, I applaud that. Derek, what's up, man?
He's a regular person.
Thank you for joining us.
Hey, great to talk to you guys. What's going on?
Oh, man.
Man.
There's plenty going on here. I want to talk to you about all the different football pools and Survivor Series you're setting up for Circa. But I did kind of want to start with, last time we talked, the Commanders had just drafted Jaden Daniels. There was excitement. But now, going into year 2 of the Jaden Daniels era, what do the numbers look like on your end for the Burgundy and Gold?
Well, I mean, I think, there's something I would tell you. Like a few years ago, Detroit Lions went on to Hard Knocks, and everybody thought the Lions were going to come out and be the darling team. It didn't happen. They had a tough start. But all of a sudden, there was a fouling that happened, and then the Lions became really the darling team in 2023 and 2024. Now, what's amazing is the Lions played Washington this year, and Washington took the Lions out. I think there's an absolute certainty that Washington has become the darling team for the country. And I think it's great for the NFL. It's great for football fans. It's great for you guys and the whole listening audience.
Oh, yeah.
But there's so much interest in Washington now. I'm excited about how that impacts the NFL overall and impacts the sports betting handle.
Me too, man. I got to ask a question. So you're a Detroit guy before you went out to Vegas. That when the Lions were hosting the Commanders in that divisional round, that was a pretty big number. I know you're a Lions fan, but I also know you know your way around sports betting. Did you take a side on that one, or what did you think? I think the Commanders were getting 9.5 in that game, if I remember right.
Yeah. So remember, Circa Sports, we book, and I gotta tell this to a lot of people. Like when you book, you don't get to pick a side. You can move a number here and there, but when the momentum comes in, the money comes in. At kickoff, you're ended up holding a position.
Sure.
Yeah.
I would tell you, for me, maybe it was a mixed feeling. I went into the game. Obviously, I thought the Lions was going to be their year. I'm a Lions fan, but you can't allow that to get in the way of our bookmakers having to book a game.
Yeah.
It was probably one of the biggest wins of the year for Circa Sports, having Washington not only cover but win outright. It was a massive win for Circa Sports.
I bet, because not only are you cashing everybody that laid the points with the Lions, but every future parlays, all the stuff tied to the Lions were dead that night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that you're absolutely right. I mean that game, You blew every teaser. You blew every money line. You blew every point spread. You blew every NFC Championship bet. You blew Super Bowl bet. So yeah, it was a monster. So I guess maybe as I was crying myself to sleep, I had to feel good about how the numbers played out.
You slept with a smile on your face.
Yeah.
So, Derek, I wanted to talk to you because I think you guys are about to open up all your different pools. The Circa Survivor, I'd say, is like the foremost pool in the world for Survivor pools. It's $1,000 in entry, $15 million guaranteed. How big do you expect Circa Survivor to get this year?
Well, a couple years ago when we started Circa Survivor, we guaranteed $1.5 million and we beat it. Then we guaranteed $3 million the next year. Then it was $8 million. Then, last year we guaranteed $10 million and it was oversubscribed. Came in at 14.2.
Hey,
I could not believe it. And the great thing about the way we set this thing up, and was probably more good luck than anything else, is that we determined that every dollar that goes into these prize pools goes back to the players, goes back to the contestants. So if it goes over the guarantee, it just increases the prize pool. Circus Sports doesn't take any cut, or we call it a rake, doesn't take any rake out of it. And the whole play is that under the regs in Nevada, you have to sign up in Nevada. You got to sign up at one of our sports books, but you can play from anywhere because you can use a proxy. So the way it worked out is, last year coming in at 14.2 million just kind of blew me away. But it gave us enough confidence that we decided this year we're gonna take the next step, and we're guaranteeing 15 million in Circus Survivor this year. So it'll absolutely ensure that we'll break last year's all-time record for the largest legal football contest in history. So we're gonna break it this year for sure.
So you say you have to be in Arizona, in Vegas, Nevada, to sign up?
Yeah, that's the way it works. You
So I
have
have to go to Vegas, in other words, you're saying.
You can get a proxy. I've used a proxy before.
No,
Maybe explain what a proxy is.
I'd rather be in Vegas to sign up. I don't need a proxy.
No, you do need a proxy. Let me explain why. Because you have to sign up in Vegas. You got to sign up under the cameras, all that. But then there's proxies inside of our sports book. They're sitting there like TAs are, doing office hours. They're there 24/7 basically. And what it is you sign up in person at the ticket window, and then a proxy will work with you, and then the proxy will be able to put your picks in for you throughout the season. So you can be anywhere in the world and do it. You just got to sign up in Las Vegas. So that's why it's important to have a proxy.
See, that's the point I'm saying. I have to be in Vegas to sign up.
Yes.
Okay. So in other words, I got to make a trip to Vegas. Yeah.
B just wants a trip to
I'm
Vegas.
just trying to find a reason that I got to go to Vegas.
There's always reasons to go to Vegas. Talking with our friend Derek Stevens from Circa and Circa Swim. I mean, that Circa Swim is one of the most unbelievable places I've ever been to.
Is.
You and your staff, Oster, were very, very kind to us. You guys also do the Circa Million, which is the 1,000 per entry, right? And the thing I think is really cool about that's where you make picks every week. Is it 5 against the spread every week?
Yeah, exactly. You pick 5 games. That's the traditional football handicapping contest. So you pick 5 games each week against the spread. You do it every week for the entire year. So over the course of the year, we pay out the top 100 handicappers. We also have 4 quarterly contests. So in the first quarter, you got 4 weeks, so you end up with 20 games. So if you pull off a hot streak at the beginning of the season, you go like 18-2, you're probably going to get a cash, that type of thing. But that's the traditional football handicapping contest that started in Vegas like 40 years ago. And now it's called Circa Million, and it's the largest football handicapping contest, legal handicapping contest in the world.
Yeah. A couple years back, me and a couple buddies did that exact thing. We came in second in the first quarter, went 18-2, won a good chunk of cash. And there's nothing more exciting than being red hot in a picks contest.
Hell yeah.
But what I love is that you guys offered the booby prize, dude, because not everybody does that. And explain. Yeah.
Well, the booby prize is this: when you sign up to a football handicapping contest, and let's say September, not your month, you got something going on in your life, and all of a sudden you kick off with a 2-18. Well, in the old days, you basically are wiped out. You just kind of, people would give up and never participate. So what we did is we wanted to reward somebody who really struggles out of the gate. And then that's why we got these quarterly prizes, because, by the time week 5 comes, your record is 0-0 for the quarterly. So it gives you a reason to stay in throughout the whole year, and everything like that. But, sometimes people got to realize going 2-18, that's just as hard as going 18-2.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
All right. And this year you're rolling out the new joint. This is not for everybody. Tell us through the Grandissimo. I mean, this is serious cash, dude.
Yeah, so I've wanted to roll out a third contest for the last couple of years, but we held back because I didn't want to cannibalize Circus Survivor. So Circus Survivor's grown real nicely, but I wanted to do something that addressed the need that we felt and we heard from a lot of customers, that they wanted to have a higher end Circus Survivor style contest with a higher entry fee, so there's less participants. So we developed this concept, Circa Grandissimo. It'll be the first year of Circa Grandissimo. It's a contest that'll be similar to Circus Survivor, except 2 things. First off, the guaranteed payment is only $1.5 million because it's the first year of doing it.
Only $1 million.
Here's the big thing though. The entry fee is $100,000.
Whoa!
So we're hoping we get at least 15 entrants to cover our guarantee. And that's kind of what we're doing. What it's going to do is it's going to change the game theory and change the strategy of how someone plays. Let's say someone plays Circus Survivor, and on week 1 or week 2, they may want to save. They may want to save like the Lions. They may want to save the Cowboys because you got to worry about Thanksgiving or Christmas and things like this. But in Circa Grandissimo, the strategy is a little bit different. You could ask someone that says, okay, I really like such and such team in week 2, and I'm going to shoot them, and I'm going to blow them because I'm not really worried about Christmas. Then the reason is Circa Grandissimo is not going to last the full season. If we only have 10, 15, 20 contestants in this, it's gonna add that excitement you get in the last week of the season. We're going to inject that into September and October.
Right, like week 9. Although I kind of feel like you'll get 20, 30 entrants into that. Maybe I'm crazy, but I just think you guys know how to run these pools, man. It's really pretty incredible. Derek, maybe we'll see you at Circus Swim. We'll have to come out there. What do you figure? Be mid-August to get all our entries?
Yeah, we got to get out there and make sure things happen.
I'm probably just a regular Survivor pool. B-Mitch is more of the Grandissimo.
Nah.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you guys will put a little group together. You guys can put it together. There we go. I like that.
Thank you for the time, sir. Appreciate it.
Derek, be cool, brother.
Hey, I'll see you guys out. Yeah, it's contest sign-up weekend. You can talk to Aaron Oster. We're going to have you guys out here do the show, the whole thing. I'm excited about it. Good to see you. Look forward to seeing you guys.
All right, Derek. Take care, man. Derek walks around with these blazers on, shakes everybody's hand. It's just one of the coolest vibes from a super rich, accomplished dude I've ever.
Hang out with your peeps, man.
We got to make some bets. We'll be right back. It's B. Mitch Finley.
To be
living young and wild and free.
They sure did that in L.A., didn't they, Vega?
Yes. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We end every show making some bets. I did want to read this from the mayor, though. Muriel Bowser just tweeted out, DC is on the verge of the single largest private investment in our city's history. We've secured a partner in the Commanders who will bring $2.7 billion and kickstart the development of the rest of the RFK campus. We can't let this window of opportunity close. Hear, Miss Mayor. All right, Jeff, let's make some bets.
I got $2.7.
All right.
Gather around.
All right. White Brian's not here. Maybe Bennett knows. What we bet on yesterday, Bennett? I think Jeff took Guatemala.
They lost.
I took the the Brewers and Pirates under, which is 6.5, and it was 6. So
that hit.
Yeah, it did hit.
I did not hit my bet.
What'd you take? Guatemala?
I took Trey Johnson getting drafted in the top 5 so Ace Bailey would fall to us. And Ace Bailey got drafted in the top 5.
That's true. You did not hit.
You got Trey, so you won.
Yeah, I'm good regardless.
Yeah.
I don't think I hit either. I had Gore over strikeouts, and I think he finished with 6 strikeouts.
And what was over?
I think it was 6.5.
That's 6.5. Messing with people today, right?
Yeah, man. You got to be on the right side of it. You got a bet for tonight picked out, B?
Never. I'm always late. All right, let me see.
What about you, Bennett? You seem like the prepared type. You got a bet?
So the San Francisco Giants and Miami Marlins playing their 3rd game of their series,
really
and
like White Brian.
But the Marlins are going for a sweep today. I don't think that happens. I think the Giants will. I'm taking the Giants -1.5.
Okay.
All right.
Give me Man City over Juventus.
That's not here, is it? We know. I know Juventus played a game here, but that's not. Man City's not coming here.
Give me the Mets.
What stage is that Club World Cup in? Is it out of group play yet? I think it's got to be.
I'm not sure.
Because I think the Juventus group play was here, and I think that's the end of the road for Audi Field.
I'm going with the Mets.
That was soccer talk.
And the Astros. No. The Rays. Mets and the Rays.
You know what I'm doing tonight?
What?
Give me the Sticks, baby. Mystics in Vegas. 10 o'clock tip-off on, I guess.
They could be our proxy.
Yo, maybe they can. Here, I actually have a little bit of logic to this. The Aces played last night. Now, granted, they beat the hell out of Connecticut, but I know NBA players complain about back-to-backs all the time. Mystics didn't play last night. So, give me the 8.5 with the Sticks.
Guys, they complain all the time. Women don't complain.
Pardon me?
Women have a baby and then all of a sudden, boom, they doing stuff in no time. Come on, dog.
Okay.
Just saying.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the.
You trying to say women complain? Did you say Lauren complain?
I never said that.
All right, I just try to see.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Chris Miller for joining us. Thank you to Derek Stevens for joining us. A lot of fun, good conversation, good calls today. Seriously, we did this earlier. Shout out to all the people out there working outside, man.
Take care of yourself.
Drink your water.
Drink a lot of water.
Get them cold towels. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I'm going to play a hunch that the boys are very frustrated about yesterday's Nats game. We're back tomorrow. Grant and Danny up next. You made it this far. Jeff owes you a beer.
This sports update is brought to you by the Chesapeake Bay Sox. Purchase tickets at baysox.com. The Wizards drafted Trey Johnson, a guard out of Texas, with the 6th overall pick last night in the 2025 NBA draft. They then selected Walter Clayton Jr. with the 18th overall pick, but before the selection, it was reported the Wizards traded Clayton to the Utah Jazz. That was in exchange for the 21st and 43rd picks in this draft and 2 picks in future drafts. The Wizards used the 21st overall pick to take Will Riley, a forward from the University of Illinois. And a bit more NBA news. Los Angeles Lakers sharpshooter Austin Reeves is eligible for a big pay raise this offseason, but he's decided to be patient regarding his next extension. The Athletic is now reporting that Reeves has formally declined a max extension from the Lakers that would have paid him $89.2 million over the next 4 years. Reeves has 1 more year remaining on his current contract and then a player option in 26-27. What he can do now is decline that player option in the future, hit unrestricted free agency, and potentially cash in on a much larger contract. Seems like what he's going to do in that $89.2 million over the next 4 years, well, he's hoping for a lot more than that. Join the Chesapeake Bay Sox for Educator Appreciation Week. Teachers and educators show your school ID at the box office and receive 2 general admission tickets to that night's game. Closer to home, closer to the action. Get tickets at baysox.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. It's Thursday, June 26th, 2025. We are live in D.C. in the Navy Yard in our Half Street studios. A lot coming up on the show today, including a thorough breakdown of last night's first round of the NBA draft, continues with round 2 tonight, and an update on the stadium deal. RFK 2.0, will it be happening? There's a lot going on in the last 24 hours to catch you up on. It's going to be a busy show. Danny, how are you?
I'm very well, my friend. It's toasty outside. I guess one more day of this nonsense, then we can get back to human temperatures. This is for some sort of space alien lizard race where they're comfortable in 100 degrees blazing sun with no humidity. By the way, when we walked in today to this studio, 77 with the heat on. 77 with the heat on here in this studio. We work with said lizard people aliens.
I know people like to make the joke about dry heat in Phoenix and how it's still hot and whatever else.
Mm-hmm.
I will absolutely take the scalding hot, no humidity over the slightly less hot with humidity. No doubt.
Yeah.
Like this weekend, took the kids home. They were in the pool at my parents' house. And I looked at the thermometer at one point outside and it was mid 90s, like 96. But when I was under the umbrella in the shade, under some trees or whatever, or over by the hammock pushing one of my daughters, it didn't feel terrible. If it wasn't great, it wasn't my idea of a good time. Give me 53 degrees and a little bit of moving air, please. But it was perfectly reasonable. Whereas normally, being out there, let's say at upper 80s, low 90s, with humidity or even like 85 super humid, I would say worse than that, because at least you can block the sun and now it's tolerable. So I will take the hotter with less humidity every single time.
Yeah, if we're scoring at home.
Which is not an endorsement of this week's weather because it's the pits and I hate everything about it.
Yeah, I will also add, and we have a lot of sport to get to, it makes sense that thunderstorms happen yesterday, right? When it's hot and humid and stuff happens. I didn't see that on any of the little forecasts anywhere. I didn't see that. I didn't see thunderstorm that ruins everything in the afternoon.
They weren't calling for that?
Not that I saw.
You know, I'm not a check the weather guy. I wish I was. It just isn't part of I'm a habitual creature. It's not one of the habitual things that I do. But so I didn't know. But when there's a storm, normally it surprises me. So that was just kind of another day of the week for me.
Yeah, I got a text from our babysitter. Like, hey, there's thunder at the pool. The boys can't do their swimming lessons. I'm going, wait, what? There's thunder? Nobody told me anything about that. It's beautiful sky outside. On my way home, I saw that lightning and a crackling.
You were aware of
it? It was comfortable, that lightning. It was just like, this is my space now. I own this ground all over.
Big night last night for the Washington Wizards. And I got to say, Danny, an exciting night for your boy. They got my guy. Trey Johnson is a Washington Wizard at number 6. The board fell exactly how I wanted it to. Now, the only thing that would have been more effective for the Wizards is if Ace Bailey was also there, because then the grown-ups in the room, Will Dawkins and company, would have been able to choose between the two really ideal options for them, probably from a skill standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And in my opinion, two of the best scorers in this class when it's all said and done. And I just think that your chances of not only getting it right, but hitting a home run probably go up. When you get to choose between the two, we would know. Do they really want Ace Bailey or do they really want Trey Johnson? That would have
We would have found some stuff out there.
Exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Better scenario. The fact that only one was available, I think, made it probably pretty easy. And now we'll never know. Would they have taken Bailey over Johnson? I mean, wouldn't it have been interesting if they were both there and they still went Trey Johnson? You'd know how much they love the kid. But I want scores. Mike Singletary once said, I want winners. I want winners. Well, I want scorers. I want people that can take you off the dribble, that can hit set shots, that can create their own offense. And the Wizards got themselves a guy who, as a freshman in the best conference in America, averaged 20 points a game. It's hard to go wrong when you get someone who can get you a bucket. And they did last night at number 6 overall with Trey Johnson.
With the 6th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Trey Johnson from the University of Texas.
Fist pumped in the house. Now, he was wearing a horrific outfit. White socks up to his knees that were very puffy and like scrunched up.
I'm going to look right past that.
Black shoes, shorts with his suit.
Yeah.
Right away, I thought, oh boy, this is my guy. This is the one. This is who I'm standing on the table for the last week. It's okay. He can hoop. He can score buckets. I'm going to be okay with the socks and the
He's
shoes.
half your age. It's good. More and more it's going to happen as you get older.
That is a really good point. Literally, what is he, 19?
Yeah.
We're 1 year away from these guys being half my age.
Yeah, it's a rude awakening when it happens. Okay. Quick rant. I'm surprised they got the audio of that. They got back from commercial in time. At some point, please acknowledge the basketball team that's in your league is in your league. Just make something up. Give me 30 seconds, even if it's Stephen A. shouting about they're building a nice young core there, or they're in the stockpiling assets game. Say something about the basketball team. Just pretend. It's good for the league. We just saw the playoffs happen where two teams that had never done it before got a chance to do it.
Still waiting on our first take on the construction of the current Wizards roster. Malika Andrews was the host last night. Occasionally, as a host, you and I do that on the radio here. Our producer will get in our ear and tell us something. So, like right before we played that clip, Darius got in my ear and he said, "Hey, I got the audio of last night's pick." And then I knew, okay, we're ready to play the audio. Here's what it sounded like last night every time the Wizards were on the clock. Malika, the Wizards are on the clock here, so let's get to a quick break and we'll come back and announce the pick and then we'll move on with the rest of our show. Hey, Malika, remember, the Wizards are on the clock here, so let's make sure we take a quick break. Hey, Malika, I know it says the Jazz, but this is actually the Wizards pick, so let's make sure, even though the Jazz are on the clock, that we take a break and don't talk about the Wizards.
3 separate times a Wizards-affiliated thing happened. 3 separate times they went to commercial. I'm sorry to the network execs that the Knicks weren't in it so they could opine before, after, during, 10 times after the fact that a franchise that hadn't been relevant in decades finally was this year, by the way. Congrats to everybody involved. So they could wax poetic about LeBron's hairline or whatever the hell's going on in L.A. Just at some point. I understand I'm not a marquee franchise. I get it. I haven't deserved it. No 50-win seasons in my lifetime. It's been 45 years since they won 50 games. I get it, man. I get it. Just a little bit. Just
How long ago
little
was
acknowledgement.
1978?
Plenty of time.
The last championship?
Yeah.
Look at some of those highlights, those grainy highlights with the 1970s parade and
high
celebration.
shorts, a lot of 3-man weave, a lot of set shots. All good, man. Totally fine. I get we haven't done much to deserve a lot of credit. They're working on it. I actually believe in this front office. But damn it if that's not frustrating. Beyond that, it's ridiculous, if I can be frank. Again, I'm not asking for more airtime than the champions. I want Oklahoma City to get their flowers. They deserve it. They're built well. A couple years ago, though, they were us. They're winning 20-some games. They sucked. Show me a comparison. Dawkins came from this front office. Look at what they're doing. It's kind of similar to OKC did. Now, where's their SGA trade? Great question, Stephen A. Let's go to a guy that made 1 million trades right over here at the front office executive. Whatever. Just so easy to do, and they have no interest in doing it. At a certain point, it's partly their fault why nobody considers us a serious destination. Back to the pick itself. Thrilled with this. This kid is here to score on your ass. Great shooter. Right now, catch and shoot, yes. Off the dribble,
pretty good. Probably 7.5, 8 out of 10 in that range. 9 out of 10 as a catch and shoot
He'll
guy.
get better.
I don't see him as an around the rim finisher yet. I think he will be. I think there's too much arm length. I think there's too much grit in the kid. I think he loves scoring on people. He gets his shot off against anyone and everyone every time, always. It's floaters, it's off angles, it's off rhythm, it's in between stuff, it's that herky-jerky. He can score on anyone. He'll get stronger. I believe a better finish around the rim. I think as he gets into the league a little bit and has the ball in his hands, I think he'll grow as a playmaker. I could see initiating offense through him. I could see him in pick and roll, pick and pop situations. I could see him averaging 4.5, 5 assists a game as he kind of goes through his career. You know what he reminds me of? Devin Booker. That's the kind of scorer I think he is. I think right now he walks onto a bad team, is going to score 18 to 20 points per game, and I think it's going to grow from there. This kid is good.
Yeah, I mean, that's the number one comp that everybody throws on him. I've also heard Donovan Mitchell. But Devin Booker, Trey Johnson, that's kind of any comparison on any site that is getting thrown on him for upside. That's what it looks like. He's going to be able to score in the NBA where they don't play defense. I think he's going to score a lot. And now your backcourt moving forward is your developmental point guard, Bub Carrington, who with Jordan Poole traded to New Orleans is going to get a lot of minutes at the 1 and a 2 who can get his shot up. So this is exciting and this is fun. And I'm jacked up to watch him play and maybe even get out to a couple of games this year to see him go get baskets because I think he's going to be able to do that. They had the 18th pick as well. And in the same way that last year, while getting Sarr at 2 was a big deal, the draft kind of revolved around what they did after that when they went up to get Bub Carrington. And this has kind of been the philosophy. They went up to get Coulibaly. We thought maybe they would package some of their billions of assets together and come up the board a little bit from 18 to get a guy they really liked. And they actually ended up doing the opposite. The board didn't fall maybe in a way that they loved. So at 18, with a couple of players that were intriguing, they weren't smitten and they moved back 3 spots. They got a pick tonight and they got 2 future second-round picks. Mm-hmm. So they are now up to, I believe it's more than 15. It might be 16 second-round picks over the next 7 years that they have. And second-round picks almost rarely, as the player chosen, end up being a star. Everyone will point to Nikola Jokic, who got drafted during a Taco Bell commercial in round 2, and some other names like that. That it does happen. Gilbert Arenas or some other guys. But what mostly happens is those picks are assets that you package together in trades. So when they want to go get their superstar in a year or 2, you can throw 6 number 2s into that deal or whatever. And those assets for that team have value because then they have that to use on the trade they want to eventually do. So they pick up 3 picks, go back 3 spots, and then they take Will Riley out of Illinois. And we'll talk to his head basketball coach this past year in college, Brad Underwood, coming up in 45 minutes at 3 o'clock. But Riley is a wing. He's a bit of a slasher. He came on as an offensive player last year. And there'll be a debate as to should they have taken someone else. I don't know anything. The guy that I liked there was Osnoel. Mm-hmm. There were other options, right? I just like when I watched literally basically the Eric Bickle draft breakdown. When I'm like watching these guys and reading about them, you kind of fall for different players. And he was the guy on the clock there that I liked. They know a lot more. I will defer to them. It wasn't a guard, which is the one thing maybe at that point that wouldn't have made sense. So they go get a wing where they got a bunch of bodies as well. And they'll have to work him into the fold. But overall last night, if they were going to come out of the evening with Trey Johnson, I was going to love it. And if they were going to come out of the evening with Ace Bailey, who got picked 1 pick before them, I would have liked it. Anything else at 6 might have been disappointing.
Yep.
I'm elated by last night. Really, it almost doesn't matter what they did. The pick at 21, moving back and getting assets, that's got them written all over it. And hopefully they're right about Riley like they were on Bilal and some of these other guys. I'll take their word for it. Can't argue with them over the pick. I don't know enough. But the Trey Johnson pick to me is a victory for this fan base.
Yeah, that should be the takeaway. I was left with a whelmed taste in my mouth at the end of the evening with the Riley selection. Only started 7 or 8 games, I think, for Illinois. Down the stretch, played better as he went. But this is their type. If you got a box of checklists, right? Or a checklist box, and you start checking off things, are you tall for a wing position? Are you long for a wing position? Are you athletic? Yes. Do you have a decent motor? Yes. All of a sudden, it becomes somebody that they're into. This is a little bit more of a project, I think, which is fine, just given their timetable. But I think there are guys that could have come in and played well right away. And again, I saw him a handful of times at Illinois. I like this teammate a lot better that went to Miami a couple picks before, Yakashonis, who I think is kind of perfectly settled for this modern-day NBA.
It's probably why he went before that.
Yeah,
A lot of people probably like
and the Heat went, oh, thank you for not taking him, and they sprinted to the podium to do so. So there are a couple guys there that I liked better as players, but you said it very well. This front office has earned my trust. They know more than I do,
especially in the draft.
Yeah,
like whether this works or not, the process that we're undergoing here, this tank, this rebuild, whatever. And people still take issue with it. I'm arguing with people last night during the draft on social media. My point is, you did it your way for a long time. What did it get you?
Yeah.
You want to not do this? You want to do it the other way? I wonder if they could win that way. It's only been 50 years of trying.
I got a pretty good sample that says no. I mean, for example, Walter Clayton Jr., who they quote unquote took at 18. We still have to do that illusion, by the way.
That's the worst thing about this draft.
Yeah, whatever rule.
What a dumb thing. Why is that a thing? The broadcasters can't keep it straight. I mean, poor Malik Andrews and that crew are like, whose pick is this? Where does this guy go? Then they wear the hat that they'll never be on that team. That makes no sense. Then the graphic behind them is the Utah Jazz as they're walking out on the stage, even though we all know it's the Wizards, and Shams has already told us that this is the Wizards pick. Why do they keep the charade going?
I don't know.
Every other sport is like, hey, the pick just got traded. Not them. They're trading the rights, but not the pick. It's ridiculous.
It is stupid, and I think to me it's an easy fix. There's just all it is a calendar question about the CBA and when you can announce trades and when they can actually officially be consummated. Fix that immediately, so you don't have to do that weird charade.
But correct me if I'm wrong, though, and maybe your date referenced is in the next 48 hours or something. Like they do a press conference with the media right afterwards. And Will Riley got on a conference call with the Wizards media 10 minutes after.
Yeah, so everybody knows, but you can't say it's official.
There's no CBA thing. There's no date.
It's July something where a trade can officially be consummated.
Okay, but in the NFL, where you don't become an official commander until the start of the new league year, that conference call happens after the new league year. So you could trade for a guy in February, and then he'll meet with the media, and everyone has to pretend until then, even the team on the record, they can't say that they've added this guy. That's not what happens in the NBA. They literally talk to him right after he's picked by the Jazz wearing his Jazz hat, and then he does a call with Chris Miller and Monumental Sports.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Something's not making sense.
Totally, it's stupid. But Clayton Jr., for example, who they quote unquote took at 18, will be 23 this year. He's ready to go right now. That doesn't interest them, and it shouldn't. Like you'd be a little bit better if you gave Walter Clayton Jr. minutes this year. You know him from the national championship Florida Gators. That's a good basketball player. That's not the game they're playing at this moment. So I understand kind of the pathology, right? Trey Johnson, that's your headliner. After that, they said, you know what? We could win an extra game or two with a tough SOB like Nick Clifford, who had double-digit rebounds a game as a 6'6" wing. We could do a little bit more maybe in the short term with some of these guys. We drafted a long-term vision project guy in Will Riley. If it doesn't work, there's not really a lot of skin off our nose.
By the way, I want
it's
to
about
swing
adding
for the
assets.
fences.
Yeah,
I said
got no
this
problem.
yesterday. They are eligible right now to do this. They are in the right spot for it. Like, I can't go travel the world. I can't go city to city right now, barnstorming, watching baseball games. I got a best buddy who's a single dude, who's my age, who doesn't have kids. He's going city to city. He's texting me from different big league ballparks, and he's bumping into big leaguers out and about at restaurants and stuff. He's living the good life. Do that. You don't have kids that you're at home.
Right.
You don't have a wife telling you to get back here. You can do that. If you're a young married couple without kids yet and you're traveling, going on vacations, that's the time to do it. I don't have that luxury right now. The Wizards have the luxury when they draft of going big and swinging for the fences and developing over a couple of years. So do it. And I don't have a problem with that. But here's what I want to ask people, Danny. And we'll get your answer. I'll give you mine when we come back as well. Let's open up the phones at 800-636-1067 after last night's first round. Give us a word that best describes your feelings on how last night went for the Wizards. And then you can expound upon us that. But give us one word that describes how you feel about the Johnson-Riley first round, the move back, and Johnson falling to them at 6. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. NBA draft last night, first round for the Wizards. They made 2 picks. They drafted Trey Johnson, shooting guard out of Texas, 6'5", 190 pounds. He was all SEC, second team as a freshman, and led the SEC in scoring with 19.9 points per game. They drafted him 6th overall. They had the 18th pick and traded it to the Utah Jazz, getting back the 21st pick, the 43rd pick, and a 2031 and 2032 second-round pick. With the 21st pick, the Wizards selected Will Riley, an Illinois wing, 6'8", 185. Last season at Illinois, he averaged 12.6 points per game and 4.1 rebounds. Second round tonight for the Wizards, that'll be at 8 o'clock tonight. And they have the 43rd pick tonight as a part of the Jazz deal. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Padres yesterday, 1-0. They have the day off today before they begin a 3-game series in Anaheim against the Angels to wrap up their 9-game West Coast road trip. You can hear the games right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I'm giving them an A, both on the caliber of the prospect they acquired, but also on the process. Because I think at the 6th pick, they were put in a position where they had the last option of what I thought was a clear top 6 at this draft. So they were kind of left with whoever's left on the board. And they tried to navigate it to get their guy, and they came darn close. And to GP's point, if Trey Johnson is the contingency plan or the contingency prize, if you will, then that's a really good option because he is an instant offense type of shot maker. He's going to be able to put points on the board right away in the NBA, just like he did at Texas. He's got NBA caliber size, and we saw tremendous growth last year in his efficiency. We knew the counting stats were going to be good at Texas, but the ability to make tough shots when he was the focal point of the opposing defense and the growth he showed as a passer last year were really notable for
CBS Sports draft coverage last night. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. That guy's been listening to the show, apparently.
Because that's what GP was saying.
That's what GP's been saying. There couldn't possibly be 2 of those. It's definitely not Gary Payton or somebody else, right? Maybe it's probably Gary Parrish, I would guess. He's a CBS Sports guy who covers college basketball.
Yeah, but who else could it be?
Could be anybody.
Could be Grant Paulson.
Certainly.
See what I'm saying?
Could be Gary Paulson, the author of Hatchet and some other books.
Dude, you sleep on Hatchet.
I'm sure. I'm sure when I was like 7, it wasn't the coolest thing in the world to see almost my name on the cover of a book. And I didn't read a bunch of Gary Paulson books because of it. All right, Danny, one word to describe last night. Here's what I'm going with. Elated. Did they get Trey Johnson? Did they draft a scorer? Did they get someone who can get his own buckets? Do they have a backcourt now with Bub Carrington, who I think is going to be really, really good, and Johnson, who I think is going to be awesome? That could be the fabric of this operation. Now you eventually go get maybe it's a wing, a 3, or a bigger guy in the front court with Sarr and company to be the linchpin to put this whole thing together in a couple of years. That is the hope. I loved the way last night worked out. I don't know how the Riley thing's going to go. Frankly, I didn't study that part of it a whole lot. It was the top 6 or 7 guys that I really looked at and dug into. I watch him and I see a pretty athletic upside wing, and they've been right more often than not when they've drafted. So I hope they hit a home run on that. But it was almost insignificant what happened after they got Johnson. They got a guy that I think is going to pour in 30 points a handful of times as a rookie next year, as a 20-year-old in the NBA. Sign me up.
Pleased is my word. Remember, I saw was reading one of those like synopses of a podcast with a couple different experts, right? It was kind of, it was like an amalgam of like, here's what's kind of the scuttlebutt going into the draft. And one executive was referenced on one of these podcasts. I know that was very convoluted, but the quote stuck with me. Losing the lottery the way they did set them back 2 years. That was the point where you could have like been the story of this draft. You could have been you found your SGA potentially in number 1 overall pick Cooper Flagg. You could have had like the linchpin to this entire movement, rocket fuel now, moving forward, getting awesome. They got better. They're better than they were. And I think they're in a better position than they were before the start of the draft. That was always going to be the case with 2 first-round picks. They spun the second one for more future assets in a second rounder. They got a project, a guy that I didn't love, frankly, but it's not necessarily about that. It's at 18. You're sort of just, grabbing what you think is smart. And they got a player I really liked. So I'm pleased. But the stench and that sour taste in my mouth from getting screwed in the lottery, even by winning their last game as they did, They had the second. They all had that Utah and them had those same odds for the top pick. But the sneaky thing is, Utah had the worst record, so the worst Utah could do was 5. The worst Washington could do was 6. At 5, would you have had more options? Would you have been able to just trade back a spot and get more?
At 5, you would have been able to choose between Ace Bailey and Trey Johnson.
Totally. And I want that. So my point is, they got screwed the most you can possibly be screwed in the lottery. That limited my euphoria. Well, for what they had, I'm very pleased.
Yeah, I mean, that part is true. I guess I'm kind of over it. It was a while ago, and
I get.
Dealt with the reality already and kept it moving. But when you reintroduce it to the conversation this morning and today, I get it. They could have had Cooper Flagg last night if you want to play that game.
Yep.
That stinks. I would have loved that. That would have been amazing. And that was certainly for about 72 hours after the way the lottery went, my reaction and my takeaway. I will say that this cushioned the blow big time. I think they got a really, really good player.
Where did you have him in this class?
When we studied, you and I kind of have to go through in the weeks ahead. I don't pretend to be a huge college basketball expert or mark. I don't study these guys year round, but it is the job to then dig in. And one of the things I like to do is I have a lot of contacts in sports. So I ask people that are smarter than me. I actually think he's going to be the second best player in this draft class. That's my opinion. Now, Harper should be better than him as an all-purpose player, but I value scoring and putting the ball in the basket immensely. And so if Ace Bailey was not a potential problem child and pain in the butt, I'd probably have Bailey too. But you have to understand that I outsize scoring in any kind of evaluation. Like when I looked at the draft years ago, like Jason Tatum, to me, I was like, how could anyone pass on this guy? This is awesome. He's going to go get buckets. To me, not enough teams do that. They worry about every little thing, and it's like, can he score? If he can't score, I don't care. If I was a boss, and I'm sure CK does this with demos or something, whatever your company is, there's got to be something you look at and you're like, all right, where's the thing I'm looking for? And if you don't see it, you just toss it to the side. Can you get your own offense? If you cannot do that, you're borderline irrelevant to me that high. This is the most excited I've been about a draft pick in years for them, for that reason. In years. Like, I think eventually he's going to be able to create and offensively be every bit as impactful as like a Bradley Beal was. I mean, now, is he going to have the terrible contracts that Beal had? I mean, I don't know if I've ever been right about anything. Ask the Phoenix Suns, but I can't answer that. But like, this is a guy to me that if they would have taken him at 3, I would have been thrilled. So the idea
I can make that case.
They fell all the way to 6 and they still got him. I feel way worse about getting the 6th pick than I did the night it happened. Now, I could also be wrong. What do I know? This is just my own, couple of weeks of watching clips and reading about guys and trying to dive into this thing. And if he ends up being a Jag, then yeah, having the 6th pick was bad. But we all agree this year's class is a lot better than last year's class.
Yes.
So it's not like you picked 6 last year, which would have been a nightmare. And next year's class is going to be even better. So, this is probably the year of the 3 where you probably would have wanted to pick 6, and it seemed like it worked out for them. And in a weird way, Ace Bailey helped them, I think, with all the nonsense leading up to the draft that he was doing.
The scuttlebutt out there, I don't know what report I buy or not, but that he was trying to work his way to either here, New Orleans, or Brooklyn. And he didn't work out for Utah. Danny Ainge, this is a very classic Danny Ainge move, didn't care about that, right? Where he's like, is that dude 6'8" and super athletic and can put the ball in the hole? Well, we'll take our chances. Thank you.
Let's go to Quentin in Gaithersburg, who's been waiting patiently. What's up, Quentin? How do you feel about last night? Give us your one word to describe round 1.
I think it's very smart, actually. And how y'all doing today? Grand Danny, happy to be back.
Good, buddy.
I think it's really smart, actually, because, you had to – I think they did a really good job of getting the vets in, CJ McCollum, Chris Middleton. Even though they're expensive, Middleton's a champion, and CJ McCollum, even though he's a journeyman, he has been deep in the playoff run. So mixing him with Marcus Smart, I think there's a really good group of vets. And then you have Bub Carrington coming alive late in the season last year, showing that he's a willing passer and can get a bucket. Then you have Keyshawn George, a scorer at will, big, tall, maybe 3-guard. Sarr shoots a little too much for my liking, but still a solid piece. We just were missing that go get a bucket guy. And yeah, you had AJ Johnson, who we can't forget about because he is another year in the league and he's very explosive and in transition, very exciting to watch.
I love his game.
Appreciate you.
He right now is going to have to be a get in where you fit in guy for me because I need minutes for Bub. Like he should be playing 30 to 35 minutes a night at the point with the ball in his hands next year. And I don't do this ease guys in to the extent that NBA teams do. So I'm sure Trey Johnson's going to play way less than I want him to next year with the rotation and the guys they have with Smart and McCollum and whoever else is going to have to get minutes. Like, if I had my druthers, if I did it my way, the whole year would just be about those two kids in the backcourt together combining for 30-plus minutes. By the way, they've got to be terrible because they have a top 8 predicted pick next year. Now, I don't think we have to worry about that. They're not, A, because they're not good enough to not finish in the bottom 8, but B, they're way too smart to allow that pick to go away. So if it comes to it, they'll just start 10-day contract, 40 minutes at a time, guys, until they get where they need to go. But I'll be fascinated to see how they employ the veterans on this team.
Yeah.
Like, respectfully to the Smarts and the McCollums and the group of veterans that they have, I need you to be Anthony Gill. Like, sit it over there in your tracksuit. Most nights you might get a couple of minutes and, lead some speeches in the huddle occasionally.
Yeah, in general, we're feeding out of the same trough when it comes to playing kids. For so many years, like, I would be exasperated at this organization for drafting a guy in the first round and, like, not giving him minutes until January. The only sensitivity I have is there's no schedule like the NBA schedule. There's no amateur basketball that you get to play that's anywhere close to it. I know you're grinding and working every day, but it's just different. So pacing guys a little bit to get them used to NBA life and some of the demands and rigors they're in, I could live with maybe a couple less minutes for a while. But once we get going, come on, man. Let's put the kids in the game.
I'm not saying night one. I'm saying by the end of next year.
Totally agree.
He needs to be playing huge minutes as you're starting to, who doesn't come off the floor when the ones are out.
100%.
But I also know that that's not what's going to happen, and it's not reality, because that's not what the sport, or certainly what they've done here and what that's called for. Just look at Bub last year. Now, he ended up getting a lot of minutes, and in the end, I would say I was fine with the way that they kind of deployed him. But would I have tamped it up more from the beginning? Yes. In the end, he averaged 30 minutes a game, and he played in every single game. So we got there.
Yeah.
They also had Jordan Poole to deal with, who they don't have to now.
Totally right.
Who was sopping up a lot of those minutes. Let's go to Elijah in the district. What's up, buddy?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
I would say my word is invested. What they're doing is making decisions that are going to help them in the future. You make these investments now. I think they're going to put some more butts in the seat. So if we're going through the year, I don't want to project losing on them just for the sake of saying that. But I think if they are going to take some L's, having some guys to say that while we're sitting there, that this product or where we are in the timeline is worth it. And to see them make those decisions, to see them make certain shots, to see the rotations. And if we can just see the arrows trending up, I just think we'll feel better about the overall product. We have to understand that they haven't been good for a while, so we can't expect to just come in and then we just I don't want to have guys on my squad that I won't see in the future, or guys that's just, well, they won't be here soon. I'm kind of tired of that mindset. I want my players to be here. I want them to build something that's lasting. And I think having young guys that they can develop versus a whole bunch of vets that's already in some systems and already have an idea of what they need and what they want, I think this is a good start. And I'm invested. Like you even said, you're willing to go to some games. I can honestly say I don't know the last time that I was like, I'm willing to research some games. I'm willing to go and cheer and be like, yeah, man, this is something.
Well, here's how I'll say it, Elijah. Thanks for the call, buddy.
Thank you, buddy.
The Sarr pick last year was the right pick, and at the time, that was the guy that I was hoping they would get. As long as he was there, I was going to be happy, and he was. I, on draft night, was not like, yes, cannot wait to get to Capital One Arena to see Alex Sarr. That's just not how I feel. What you added is a potentially electric player, like a guy who could put on a little bit of a show and pour in 34 one night.
You could be there when he goes for 40.
Exactly. That's more fun. And so I am more excited by the pick. Shane in Virginia, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, Commander Danny Grant? How y'all doing?
Hey, buddy.
Chilling.
I think for the first time, this organization got it right. So my word is going to be potential. This is going to be see if there's It's just they're getting younger every year, right? So we got to.
Oh, he dropped. Sorry, Shane. Something wrong with the phone. We can get back to you. What were you about to say?
I'll say to Elijah's point about I want guys that are going to be here for a long time and build together. In general, 100% correct. The thing that makes it complicated, though, is the NBA salary cap restrictions and salary floor restrictions. So you're going to have tourists pass through here on their way. You're going to have McCollums and Olenek and Smarts and some of the veteran dudes to the latest in iteration of this guy's going to help this guy develop. That's going to be part of it necessarily before they start making their big money, because the window is open right now. Like we always talk about with Jaden Daniels, these kids make pittance next to free agent veteran Vinny, right? Where a journeyman swingman is going to make $30 million to go 10-5 for someone. We're not there yet with a lot of these guys, but you need players that command huge salaries just to abide by the rules.
New Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers said yesterday, Danny, that he expects this to be his final season. Does he have enough left in the tank to influence or make any major changes to the AFC playoff picture this year? That's next on Grant and Danny. Hey, guys, it's Grant. FanDuel. That's what you need to know. FanDuel. I'm a FanDuel guy. Nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on a pristine green fairway, soccer matches, world-class goals. In fact, we got a big match at Audi Field here in town tonight. You can bet on all of these things over at FanDuel. Make these moments bigger. Make the games more exciting. Open the app today. See their daily promotions. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to get started. If you're new to FanDuel and you make your first bet and you hit a $5 bet, you get $150 to use on the app. FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. Aaron Rodgers, new Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback, was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday for his regular appointment on ESPN. And a lot of ground was covered, including him suggesting that it feels like it's going to be his final football season. We did the one last dance for Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams together in Green Bay. And now it's the last dance, the final dance of the final dances. For his career, it sounds like. This was Rodgers yesterday on McAfee.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. That's why we just did a one-year deal. Steelers didn't need to, put any extra years on that or anything. So, this was really about finishing with a lot of love and fun and peace for the career that I've had. I mean, I played 20 freaking years. It's been a long run. I've enjoyed it, and what better place to finish than in one of the cornerstone franchises of the NFL with Mike Tomlin and a great group of leadership and great guys in the city that expects you to win.
When he talks about finishing with love and fun, it sounds to me like he's going to revel in and enjoy this final year. And I'm not knocking him. I think he deserves it and should. He's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. It's what I want Alex Ovechkin to do, and I think he will.
Mm-hmm.
You should get your roses. So have a swan song announced going into the year, which effectively is what he did in that clip yesterday. This is it. And now everywhere you go, they send you off into the sunset correctly as one of the greats to ever do it. And I think he's looking forward to something of a celebration of his last 20 seasons.
Yeah, to me, there's no wrong way. And what I mean by that is whatever the personality of the player is, it's very rare that you get to dictate your own terms. Most guys are, quite frankly, you pick up a ball, a bat, or whatever, you're like me. They tell you, you're not welcome. We don't want you. Your career's over, whether you want it to be or not. That's how most people find out that they're retiring, right? So you get to the rarefied air of somebody that gets to say, you know what, this is going to be it for me, as opposed to having it dictated to you, right? So once you get to that point where you put in enough deposits, as you said, Hall of Famer, gold jacket, one of the greatest to ever do it, where you put him, that's up to you. But if you'd like to keep it whisper quiet and never tell anybody, and then just after your last game go, okay, that's it, and fax your paperwork to the league office, and that's that, and go off into the sunset, totally fine. If you want to announce it beforehand and receive your flowers, totally fine. Whatever you want to do, you've earned that privilege and earned that right. So, yeah, I got no issue with it.
I think he's going to play okay. I think he'll probably be a little bit better than he was with the Jets last year, when I thought he was average, probably a hair below average over the course of the year. But as the year went on, he got a little better. That's what gives me some thought that maybe the further away from the Achilles, and I understand his age is a factor here. He'll turn 42 in December. But I think there's a chance that, last year it was not bad statistically. 28 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, completed about 63% of his passes for a little under 4,000 yards. He's always going to get 25 to 30 touchdowns because he makes the right throw a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And he's never going to be a huge interception or turnover guy. I guess it's possible that physically, he could slow down, or mentally even maybe, to the point where the game's just too fast and he's up into the 13, 14 interception range as a guy that at the peak of his powers was down around 4 to 7 most of the time. But he protects the football. He doesn't get fooled. He is very cerebral and intuitive in that way. So I think the touchdown interception ratio, which is kind of how you get your quarterback rating, those things are always going to be respectable. I always point out that Carson Wentz had 28 touchdowns and 7 picks in Indianapolis when they ran him out of town the year before he came to Washington, and we saw what he looked like the next season. So like that ratio, those two categories is overvalued sometimes, in my opinion. Those are 39 plays essentially, where you were not completely the reason why they happened the way they did. Sometimes touchdowns were screens behind the line of scrimmage that went a long way. Sometimes interceptions were actually really good plays by you that someone screwed up and now it looks bad on your ledger. But I thought he was Russell Wilson-esque, and Wilson was a net problem, not a net help for the Steelers last year, frankly. I think he'll be an upgrade from what Wilson was in the second half of this season, and Pittsburgh might make the playoffs. But, Danny, I do not see Aaron Rodgers as being able to play at a level in that conference where you've got the Chiefs and Mahomes, in that division where you've got, Lamar Jackson in Baltimore and Joe Burrow in Cincinnati, in that conference where you've got Josh Allen in Buffalo. I don't see him being able to play at a level that gives the Steelers a chance to make major postseason noise.
What a crazy thing, by the way, where it's not a hot take to say Aaron Rodgers is now the third best quarterback in his division. I never thought I'd see that day.
Well, that's I mean, I don't think there's a way to debate it.
And that's my
just
point.
A lock.
That has not been true for 2 decades, and now all of a sudden it is. Even if he plays pretty well, you've got 2 MVP candidates just staring right across the barrel at you. 4 games per year against guys that are odds-on favorites to win the MVP. To me, he has lost the ability to be prolific, and maybe that changes with DK Metcalf going over the top, and maybe there's some more there. But a lot of bold ink on Aaron Rodgers' resume. Adjusted yards per attempt. AK, what happens when you drop back and throw the football? He has led the league 3 different times. His career average leads NFL history. So again, on average, you drop back, what goes on? Sack, forward pass, fumble, good, bad, indifferent, incomplete. He has had the best ever. The last couple of years, he has been a full 1.5 yards below his average, what he's done for his whole career. So he might have another terrible year and lose that record that he owns, like as the all-time leader in this category. It's been that dramatic. So he's typically been in the mid-8s. He was in the mid-6s each of the last couple of seasons when he was healthy. 1 in Green Bay and then 1 in New York. I just don't think he's got the prolific in him anymore. He can be check down Charlie. He could be right decision, right time, get it to the open guy. Let's live the fight another down, a couple back shoulders here and there. But I just don't think you have the maestro anymore. I don't think you have that guy that's going to be, not only am I picking you apart surgically, but I know the exact right time to use that cadence mix. I know the exact right time to take my shot because my guy's going to get behind your guy because you're tired of getting bled up front. I don't think he has that anymore.
In the AFC playoff picture, teams that I view as having a better chance than the Steelers to win the conference: Bills, Ravens, Chiefs, Bengals. You agree so far?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bengals is more debatable, but still yes.
Okay, so you only have the 3 obvious ones. I'm going down the way of the odds right now in sports books. Broncos.
On paper, I like them a lot, but are you sure?
No.
Do you know what I mean?
That's where I would say no.
Yeah, I say no.
Chargers.
Yes.
I would say yes. Texans.
No.
I would say yes. I think they're better than the Steelers. Patriots, Dolphins, Jaguars. I think what Rodgers did is it elevates you to that Broncos tier above the Miamis and other teams like that.
Yeah.
But there's still at least 4, if not 5 or 6 teams that have a better chance probably to come out of the AFC. I don't think he changes that much.
I think they're the same group again. It's a 10-win team because that's what Pittsburgh does.
Right. Here's the difference. When you had Mason Rudolph projected to start, you were not winning a playoff game. That drought was going to continue. Probably weren't making the playoffs. And if somehow, some way, at 9-8 or 10-7 with a bad offense you got in, you were not winning a playoff game. I now think you could probably win a playoff game. That's the difference.
That's it.
You're not going on a run, though.
Right.
You're getting beat on the road by one of the really good teams in the second round.
That's both your selling point and why also I wouldn't do it. I'd be willing to actually be bad once.
Well, we want to learn more about the second of Washington's picks last night. Everybody knows Trey Johnson of the Wizards 6 is kind of the way that the draft is going to be viewed. But how about this Will Riley selection at 21? Came off the bench for Illinois a bunch last season. The head coach of the Illini is Brad Underwood. He'll join us next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is powered by Guerrilla Fireworks. The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open. NBA draft first round last night. The Wizards had 2 selections, making the 6th pick. Trey Johnson, the Texas shooting guard, 6'5", 190, was a freshman last season. All SEC second team as a freshman. Led the SEC scoring with 19.9 points per game. With the 21st pick, which they acquired after they traded the 18th pick to the Utah Jazz, they drafted Will Riley, an Illinois wing, 6'8", 185. He averaged 12.6 points per game, 4.1 rebounds last year for the Illini. Second round begins tonight at 8 o'clock. The Wizards hold the 43rd pick, which was a part of the trade with the Jazz. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Padres yesterday, 1-0. They have the day off today before they begin a 3-game series in Anaheim against the Angels, which will wrap up a 9-game West Coast road trip. Also today, a new member of Team USA for the World Baseball Classic next year was announced. Bobby Witt Jr. going to be a part of the team alongside Aaron Judge and Paul Skeens as the 3 confirmed currently for Team USA. And in the NFL, the Bengals agreed to a deal with Hamilton County to modernize Paycor Stadium and going to keep the Bengals in downtown Cincinnati through June of 2036. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, Roman candles, fountains, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, just 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Will Riley from Kitchener, Canada, and the University of Illinois.
The NBA Draft was last night. We're making sense of 2 Wizards picks for you today on Grant and Danny. Round 2 tonight. Show's brought to you by the law firm Condori, and Murad was texting with those guys last evening. They're big Wizards fans, and I know Wasim was fired up about the pick, although it seemed like maybe he had his eyes set on somebody else, but I think everyone's okay with what happened.
Yeah, knowing that you couldn't have gotten anybody else, right? I mean, the 5 guys went before you, so Trey Johnson at 6, and we'll find out more about Will Riley in a minute.
I think it's just hard to not be, as a floor, interested in the prospect of Johnson. You don't have to be like some of us that are giddy and think he's going to be a 24-point-per-game scorer at some point in his career to be, over the moon about him. But anyway, kmlawyers.com, go there and get a meeting with them if you need any of the important stuff done, taking care of your family's assets or yourself in the future. kmlawyers.com, mention us, they'll give you a discount. Let's go to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We want to talk to the head coach of Illinois basketball, Brad Underwood, who coached the latest Wizards pick, Will Riley, last season. Coach, thanks for the time. We really appreciate it. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for having me on.
You got it. Yeah. So I feel like we spent so much time around these parts discussing Trey Johnson and some of the guys at the top of the board that our listeners know these players like the back of their hand. At 18 and then moving down to 21, the pick was Will Riley, who's this athletic wing who came off the bench for you mostly, which I think some people hear that and they go, uh-oh. But we wanted to get your insight. What are the Wizards getting in the pick at 21 in Will Riley?
Well, yeah, a really, really good player, first of all. The one thing that I do is I don't give too much credence to who I start and don't start. I like bringing productivity off the bench. I've had multiple 6-men of the year before for a reason. And Will was one of those guys. And I love bringing impact guys off the bench. Will is one of our top 2 talents. There's no doubt about that. But again, a guy that's 6'9". I was very, very blessed early in my career as an assistant coach. I coached Michael Beasley at Kansas State. Will's the second best offensive talent I have coached. His ball just goes in, and for a guy who classed up, he's still thin. He's got to get stronger, but a great facilitator, a guy who just knows how to score the basketball, and a very, very high IQ player. The Wizards got a really, really good one. I think he can be an all-star type player at some point.
Coach, where did he grow the most in your mind under your charge? You didn't have him for a long time, obviously, just a freshman and now going to the NBA. But from the time he set foot on campus to the time you said goodbye, where did he grow the most in your mind?
Well, I think he understands now how to be a pro from the standpoint of, we had him at 200 pounds at one time. The weight room, we spend a ton of money in nutrition, teaching guys how to eat. And then I think on the court side, defensively, there had not been a lot of things asked from him on that side of the court before. He's a guy that can guard multiple positions. He's got legit length and size. He's a deceiving shot blocker, for a wing. But the other piece to that is, bringing him off the bench and he played with our second team, and I played him at the point with that group all year long. So his decision making, his ball handling, his facilitating, really, really improved on the offensive side. And he's always been a scorer, and will continue to be that. But his game really grew on the offensive side as a playmaker.
Coach Brad Underwood is with us on Grant and Danny. So you kind of got into this in that second answer there in terms of position, but it seems like just watching him and then maybe the way the Wizards talked about it last night, like he's an NBA wing, an athletic wing. Is that kind of how you envision him at the next level?
Yeah, and he's a guy that's going to be able to exploit mismatches. He's a hard guard. I said the term all year long. He's very slippery. Everybody thinks that because he's thin that you can body him and do all those things. That's not the case. He slips and slides off of you. He can use either hand. He can get to post ups and got a nice little fadeaway over smaller guys, and yet you put big on him. And I mean, he's as creative and as good with the ball as you can find. So he's going to be a tough matchup, and that size is legit, and 6'9" plus, and he'll continue to add weight as he matures just through age.
Illinois coach Brad Underwood kind enough to give us a few minutes talking about Wizards first rounder Will Riley here on Grant and Danny. So you mentioned getting stronger. That's probably true with every 18, 19-year-old that's ever played basketball. But how will that affect his game going forward, right? As he gets stronger, does he lose anything potentially in terms of some of those matchup things that you're talking about? How can he add that strength but also kind of be careful to stay who he is?
Yeah, he's always going to be a wiry, strong type of kid. Mm-hmm. I think that there's to think that all of a sudden he's going to be 240 is not it. But he's got that long frame, long arms, long legs. He's he's a kid that had not lifted much till he got with us. He gained a lot of strength. That will continue to help him. But I think he's a guy that will always be deceivingly strong, even though he doesn't look the part. And he was that way this year. He got to 200 pounds. He gained 27 pounds when he got to campus, from the time he got to campus. And, that will impact him more defensively. But he does a great job of using that length to keep people out of his body. And he knows what's in front of him. He knows that he's got to continue to work in that area and continue to eat the right way. And that will do nothing but just help his game grow.
Our guest, Brad Underwood's done a whale of a job at Illinois. They're one of 4 schools nationally with 6 straight 20-win regular seasons. Big Ten's winningest team in league play over the last 6 seasons. He's coached some really good players, so big-time compliment when you hear him say this is one of the top 2 offensively skilled scorers maybe that he's been around. Brad, I'm curious just about last night for you. You had back-to-back picks come off the board. For weeks you're wondering where your guys are going or what that's going to be like, and you're waiting by your phone, I'm sure. And then consecutively, one after another, it happens.
Pretty cool.
Your involvement in the process, like when a team like the Wizards is looking at Will, how closely are they talking to you, working with you? And then what was that like back-to-back last night at 20 and 21?
Well, I think the one thing the Wizards did, and this is why I think Will is so happy and so comfortable, and he knows that nobody saw us play or practice more than they did. And they were so dialed in to their research. They knew exactly what they're getting in Will. I think they see a very bright future. They know his high character. You know, he's a guy that will work as hard as anybody. He shot 70,000 threes last year on our NOAA system. He's a worker. And, you know, so when a team does that due diligence and works that hard, we know that, the young man knows that, and it just becomes a great fit and marriage. So I'm excited for both. It was exciting last night for you know, to have two guys go in the first round, 2 one and dones. You know, I think it speaks to what we're trying to do at Illinois. We've got great facilities. I think our development in the weight room, we spend more money than anybody on nutrition. And then what our coaches do on the court helping guys. And I think, you know, stylistically, playing fast, playing an NBA style has helped. But it's pretty cool. You know, it's Kasparis landed in a great situation in Miami. And you know, for him to come from Europe and have the kind of year he had, and Will coming from Canada, and both those guys impacted college basketball, not just our team, but impacted the game in a really positive way. So big night for the Illini and a lot of fun.
So you piqued my interest there. Forgive me for going off the beaten path here for a second, but I am annoyingly curious. You mentioned the system you guys use where you can get shots up. What did you call it?
It's called the NOAA system.
The NOAA system. So I'm guessing, is it just like your ability to track their work?
Yeah, it's a facial recognition system. So when guys come in, and then we've got what we call a splash board on each end that shows you your makes and misses. It'll tell you your arc that you shoot it. It'll tell you your depth. It's a really cool tool. NBA teams have it. So it's pretty neat that our guys can track their shots against NBA guys and what they're shooting and from different areas on the court. And
they don't have to touch or do anything. Like they walk into the gym and just grab a ball and get shots up, and the tech works for itself.
Yeah, and it'll talk to them.
Oh my God.
It'll tell them, you know, if you're working on your arc that day, and you know, it'll tell you your arc was 45 degrees, and it'll tell you that if you want your depth where the ball goes in the rim. So it's a pretty cool device, and we've invested heavily in development, and you know, that's one of the things that we've put a lot of money in.
That's so cool. The reason I ask is I assumed that's more even detailed than I imagined, but you know, it used to be, I remember when coaches would say, we're just not sure how much this guy's studying the film at home. And now the big deal in the NFL is they can, to the minute, see how much guys are studying, assuming they're not playing video games and just opening the app or whatever. But I'm wondering, like you mentioned that his amount of shots stood out, tells me it was above average or whatever. Like, what was that number compared to normal, and how elite is what he was doing?
Yeah, there's very few people that are putting up those kind of numbers. You know, and especially when you think that you're doing it throughout the course of a season. Will's going to become an elite shooter. You know, as you play 82 games in a regular season, and you know, you get a couple hundred shots up just in pregame warmups. The volume of shots you get is elite, and you know, he's already an elite scorer, an elite mid-range game guy, and he'll continue just to be a lethal scorer because he's got great hand-eye, he's got very soft touch, and those things will continue to improve. But yeah, there's a lot of technology out there we utilize, and we shot a lot of threes and played fast, and you know, it was a system that was great for Will.
Coach, back to Will for a couple more here from me. How is he now? How would you grade him now as a defender and a rebounder? And then kind of give me a future grade that you think he'll get to as an NBA player.
He's a good defender. You know, I think that's the area that that maybe his lack of physicality, where he's got to grow. He's got to continue to grow. He's got the ability to be very, very good. Just that length is special. He's high IQ. He's got great anticipation. We were one of the top rebounding teams in the country on both ends. I think he's got a tremendous knack on the offensive glass. He goes, scorers know how to score, and they find ways to score. He's very adept on the offensive glass. It's something we emphasize a great deal. But I think he can be very, very impactful. And again, that size and that length are a deal when you get into switching and having guard multiple spots on the floor.
If the Wizards called you, and I imagine they might, sounds like you guys have been in close touch, and say, hey, what's the best way to motivate him? What's the best way to say, hey, it's not, or like he runs into adversity, as every athlete has in the history of sports, where it's not going well. Is he a carrot guy? Is he a stick guy? Is he something in between? Like when he's down, how do you get him going?
Yeah, and it's a great question because Will went through it, and got off to a really quick start for us, and then kind of had a little lull, and it was scouting, and it was your opponents have something to do with that, and he got sick and had the flu and missed some time in practice, and I always say that the best way to handle adversity is work, and Will does that, and yet he is he's a gangster, and I mean that in a positive way when it comes to competitor, elite competitor. He'll want to win in spades. He'll want to win in free throw contest against the manager or a coach. And let alone when you play 5-on-5, ultra competitive. So he figures a way to work his way out of that. And it didn't bother him. It wasn't where you needed to have a lot of conversations with him to get him out of it. He puts his film time in. He just keeps going about his assignment. And it's, I tell our time, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs in a season, and there's going to be a lot in an NBA career and a season. So he's pretty gangster when it comes to competing and wanting to win, and pretty tough. And he always falls back on his work.
Coach Brad Underwood, Illinois, sneaky, excellent program at the highest level. The only team in the Big Ten with a winning record, 6 straight seasons. They've made the tournament. 5 straight years would have been 6 if not for COVID. And in fact, they've won games in the tournament in 4 of the last 5 years. Curious just about the landscape for you. We don't get coaches on very often, so I'd be remiss if I didn't ask. I've got a buddy who's a college baseball coach, and for him, like, it's not as fun. It's work. He's re-recruiting his own players constantly. He's at a lower level than you are, in fairness. But he feels like when they recruit a guy and it goes great, they leave. And when they recruit a guy and it goes badly, then I guess they win now. Like, what is it like for you coaching today? We've seen so many legends walk away. Is it the same level of fun, or do you feel like you're constantly recruiting your own guys?
Well, I think you make your own fun, and you create. I've never run away from change. I think change can be great, and we've obviously seen a tremendous amount of change in the last 5 years. You go back to COVID, and all of a sudden we get the portal thrown at us. Then we get NIL thrown at us. All of those things are in their own right. If it was just happening one at a time, are big deals, let alone have to deal with all of it at once. And we're making great strides. I think the game of basketball has never been better. I think NIL has helped it. We're seeing players come back to college that, quite honestly, because of NIL, would be in the draft if we didn't have it. That's enhancing the game. Viewership was up. I just think we're in a great spot. It's different. I choose not to complain, and just deal with it. We had this past had 10 or 11 new guys. This year we have 6 or 7 guys back. It's going to be that way.
I think Coach is breaking up. I'm going to put him on hold. Darius, make sure you thank him for us. That was
great. Yeah, that was really cool to hear.
Really, really insightful answer there. But overall, I mean, the intel on his player, and obviously he's going to be a big believer, but It's great knowledge.
But what he's saying backs it up. So, obviously I'm not a scout. I'm just a pudgy zilch. But I saw him a handful of times where he was not a factor in some of these games. They played Tennessee on national television. I checked that out. I think he was 1 for 9. Was kind of like a lost puppy out there at times. His best play happened in the second half of the season as he kind of grew into it, right? Whether it was coming off the bench or even eventually starting. And he played a lot better as the season went on.
There's a player who's waging a war with a company that he's done business with. I'm fascinated by this story. I think it's going to be a significant watershed result as he's suing to see where it all goes from here. I'm going to explain next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. NBA draft last night. The Wizards had the 6th overall pick and took Trey Johnson, Texas shooting guard, 6'5", 190. All SEC second team as a freshman and led the SEC in scoring at 19.9 points per game. As you just heard Coach Brad Underwood lay out, Will Riley, an Illinois wing, was drafted by the Wizards with the 21st pick, 6'8", 185, averaged 12.6 points per game and 4.1 rebounds per game. Tonight, Wizards have the 43rd pick, which is a part of the deal with the Jazz that sent the 18th pick to Utah. Wizards getting back the 21st pick, the 43rd pick, and future second-round picks. Baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game series with the Angels in Anaheim tomorrow to wrap up their 9-game West Coast road trip. Mission Critical, that's JTF Specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products. We deploy fully integrated mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe, powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
At 4 o'clock, your Beltway Blitz will take you up to 6:30 tonight on the Fan. No Nats baseball. Very rare. They've got a day off before and after a 3-game series out in Anaheim against the Angels. So they're off today. They'll be off Monday, as well as they fly back from California to get ready for a homestand starting on Tuesday. Danny, I wanted to talk about this story that's growing some legs. It's out of Major League Baseball, but it really doesn't have much to do with baseball. It's a much larger conversation, and I think it's going to be compelling for our audience. So I'm going to give some quick background first. There is a company called Big League Advance, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This company was created by businessmen who were former baseball players, to my knowledge. Big League Advance, the MO here, what they do is they front money to young athletes. It started with baseball prospects, and they give you money when you don't have any money to help you sometimes make ends meet, sometimes stay in a nicer apartment than you would, have a nicer bed than you would, get better sleep than you would. But depending on how much money they give you and what you negotiate and how it works, maybe to get the equipment that you need to improve your craft or to develop as a player. But they give you this money at a young age when you are not yet famous and oftentimes far from a guaranteed or locked-in player to end up ever making a lot of money. And then you sign on with them, and when you make your millions, when you make your money, you pay them back later. That's the business model, so to speak. So Fernando Tatis will be the example that we use here.
Mm-hmm.
This superstar outfielder, the Nats just played the Padres. He had a big home run in his bobblehead night for San Diego, his former 40-homer player at the major league level. Fernando Tatis Jr., as a 17-year-old, wanted money or needed money. I don't know. Although his dad's a former big leaguer who made over $50 million, but I don't know what their family situation is. So in his specific case, Big League Advance and him strike a deal where they say, 17-year-old Fernando Tatis, here's $2 million. He says, thank you, and he signs on the dotted line that he will give them 10% of his career earnings in the major leagues. Now, he's the best example of what's happening because it's a massive success story. He was not a elite top-of-the-line prospect at this time, at 17. He was well-regarded. People thought he'd be really good. But ultimately, he was traded. People don't even remember. He was in the White Sox system, and they threw him into a deal not thinking he'd become what Fernando Tatis Jr. became with the Padres. But he got to the major leagues, Danny. Mm-hmm. He became such a star that he ended up signing a contract for $340 million over 14 years with the Padres, which means that now he owes 10% of that money to Big League Advance. Over the lifetime of the deal, 14 years, he's going to pay them back $34 million. So he's now saying, this is ridiculous. I was 17. I got $2 million. This is predatory, and I don't think I should have to pay them $34 million plus 10% of whatever I were to get after that. If he got another 4-year deal, And the money at the time called for like $50 million a year. So he makes another $200 million. It's $20 million more. No matter what he makes, they get 20% of it. But their point would be, well, wait a second. Number one, we have a binding contract, so you're going to pay us the money. But number two, we took a risk. We gave you $2 million. You might have amounted to nothing. Like if you don't make a certain amount, if you don't get that contract, it's not like you pay us out of something you don't have.
Right.
They basically just say, when you get your next big contract, we get 10% of it, right? And if so facto, not only do you owe us the $34 million, but we're not predatory. We didn't do anything wrong. We just fronted you money to help you get to the big leagues. In fact, I was reading somewhere where Tatis was asked about this. Now it's been years, I'm sure. But at one point, sang the praises of this operation. Talked about how helpful it was and how maybe he doesn't develop the same way as he once did. And, the idea being that when you have the extra money, and I'm making up these things now, but whether it's, like I said, a better place to sleep rather than having to do it on the cheap with whatever the team assigns you, and you get more rest and more sleep, or you hire a personal chef, or maybe as a pitcher, you go get your own edutronic to work on and you build your own pitching lab in the off season. Like there's a direct correlation possibly between, if you don't have the money, what you dump into yourself. There's a reason why quarterbacks like Kirk Cousins and Russell Wilson throughout their careers have spent $1 million a year on their body, because you put in what you get out essentially. And you couldn't have done that. Maybe in Tatis's case with a big league father, he could have, I don't know. But a lot of guys can't. And they're going, we're helping you get there. What's your take on this? Because now people are looking at the age, 17, which is alarming and sounds off these bells for people. Or they're seeing a lot of times that it's players that aren't from the States who do have parents and do have agents, I would imagine, most of the time. But they are minors who are signing on to some of these agreements. And then on the back end, they have to pay this company back a ton of money. Because having heard about this for years, does it feel shady to an extent? I guess as a business model, but I don't think it's predatory at all. I think it's, to me, I think there's a reality to it might help you become the best version of yourself.
So there's a number of things to it. It's basically angel investing for people instead of companies.
I was going to say, it is kind of like, what's the other term? Not angel investing. I was thinking about this today. Like when you have people come by.
Friends and family investing. I mean, whatever the round of. Yeah. So in other words, if I come to you, I need cash just because my business trying to get off the ground. You go on Shark Tank. I need $100,000 for whatever it is you need it for, right? To improve distribution, to, unclog my supply line, whatever, right? And then they take 10% of your company. If your company gets to be worth $1 billion, you owe them $100 million off of a $100,000 investment. And someone would turn and go, that's so predatory. Nope. Not at all. When you had nothing, they gave you something. You don't have to do it. They have, I'm looking at this. So Big League Advantage, Michael Schwimmer is the founder, guys from around here.
Big League Advance.
Yeah. I coached against him in when he was at St. Stephen's. He pitched at UVA and was actually a guest on our show at one point talking about something totally different that wasn't this. And it was based on his experience in the minors. So it's one of these companies that do that. I don't know if it's the same as Big League Advance or this is Big League Advantage. I don't know if they're rivals. I don't know anything about anything.
So that's the one I know about. I thought it was actually the same thing, Big League Advance.
Maybe it's the same thing. I don't know. The point is, it's from that experience where you go, I'm living hand to mouth as a minor leaguer making, if you break it down per hour, the amount of time you're trying to work on your craft, eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches at some, dingy clubhouse that's probably got mold on the walls in some back roads town in the middle of nowhere. I'm trying to become a Major League Baseball player. This doesn't help me. They represent all sorts of players at this point. There's a guy, I just picked one at random, Jose Dixon. Who does he play for? Currently in the rookie ball league with the Tigers at 18 years old. There's a great chance that he gets nothing at any point in time.
They're taking on a big risk.
They take on a risk.
Venture capitalists was like what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's
by the
venture
way, just to
capital.
clarify, that is the same company.
Okay.
There aren't two of them.
Gotcha.
So this guy Schwimmer is the guy that I was thinking of that started this, the former player who's local. BLA, Big League Advance. Big League Advantage is the website because you get an advantage theoretically to get to the big leagues. But before making his Major League debut in 2011, he spent 3 seasons in the minors where he witnessed the sacrifices teams made to stay in the game and achieve their dream of Major League Baseball. And I've talked to him about it. And basically, in the interview, what came about was his point was there are guys that could have made it if they had more funds at their disposal or a better lifestyle. And he felt like this was like as he was playing, knowing he wasn't going to make it, this is in the back of his head going, there's an opportunity here. And so now They have over 700 players I saw on the website.
They do.
It's not just baseball anymore, although that is how it began based on his background. But Fernando Tatis is suing them. That is the story. That's why we're talking about this today. He's going to sue Big League Advance to void a deal he signed when he was 17 years old. And I would imagine what he's suing for is to say I was a minor, so it shouldn't count or whatever. The issue I have is twofold. One, a lot of people are going to say it's predatory. I might even be in the minority on this. I don't think it is, because I think they're taking on a big risk. And again, I think they are helping you get to where you got to. And then when you get there, you turn around and go, I don't think I want to pay them all that money. That seems like a lot of money. So that's number one. But number two, the other issue I have here, Danny, I guess, with this story overall would be that just this notion of like, well, it's like they approached a 17-year-old, they slid a contract across the desk at a practice, and then he went home and told his parents like what he did. These players have agents and Busconis, and they have people that are advising them. They're I can't say they all have parents, but a lot of them have parents that are involved going, yeah, it sounds terrible to suggest you're talking with a 17-year-old, but generally there's also adults in the room that are in on this too. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. So it's different in the old days you go to the Dominican and some of these guys you mentioned, like the Busconis, everything's so corrupt. They're ripping kids out of class and saying, you're going to go to school to play baseball. And then for all the guys that don't make it, they left school at 13 years old, are borderline illiterate, and are just sort of stuck without an education, and all they did was practice baseball, and they never made the majors. No one ever talks about that part of the story. Major League Baseball is trying to clean that up, and it's slow going, but progress has been made. So if it's at that level where you're going and sliding a contract in front of some kid that doesn't speak English, as a 16-year-old going, we'll give you $1 million now, but you give us, 20% of whatever you earn for the rest of your life. Okay, I can see how you'd view that as predatory. That's immediately what people jump to. The son of a former big leaguer that's around the game a little bit. Come on, that's not predatory.
$50 million career earnings for his pops, Fernando Tatis.
Yeah, and there's a sliding scale as well. So if all you want is lunch money, if all you want is not have to eat at McDonald's and point to a number, you can give them as little as 1% of your future earnings. But it's a sliding scale. So if you want more money, you owe them a larger percentage in the future, right? That's how anything would go. So it's, again, the same as a company. Think of it as Grant Paulson Enterprises. You come to me for money, and I go, I'll give you $20,000 for 0.5%. Okay. Well, if I give you $500,000, I'd like more than 0.5%. I'm going to need 20%, 30%, 40% of Grant Paulson Enterprises. And depending where you are, you say yes, no, maybe so. Sorry, that's life, dude.
As is generally the case when it comes to trying to win a court case. They might be able to on technicalities here in the sense that the lawsuit was filed in San Diego County Superior Court, accuses this BLA, they call it, Big League Advance, using predatory tactics to lure him into an investment deal, actually an illegal loan. They're claiming BLA misrepresented itself to Tatis, hid that they were unlicensed, pushing him into loan terms banned by California's consumer protection laws, the suit alleges. Now, here's what I don't know. Do California's consumer protection laws not allow a 17-year-old to sign this agreement? And that was his point. I guess that's possible. I don't know. Is California only relevant because he plays for the Padres now?
So that, or you find a friendly venue where you're gonna
exactly. But he plays in San Diego, so maybe California becomes more relevant. I don't know. But the larger conversation I wanted to have, and I'm just curious what people think about this, is a lot of people for many years have looked at this practice and said, ugh, that's gross, or used words like predatory or shady or whatever. And I understand that the business model, that there are businesses that are less admirable than others, I suppose, like squatting on websites. And making $1 million that way. It's not the coolest way to make money. It's a business. People do that. To me, as you said, this is just venture capitalism, essentially. But on a player, you're taking on a big risk, and you're saying, if you make it, you owe us this percent.
Yeah, and I got news. Each one of these guys is their own business. They're their own venture. They're their own. The commodity is you. As when you're selling yourself to advertisers, that's you. When they want Fernando Tatis to drink the Gatorade or hit the home run wearing the Adidas, I don't even know what he wears, but the Franklin batting gloves, whatever you're sponsored with. This happens
to a lesser, not even to a lesser extent, so much more than people know, and it doesn't have to happen as much now. Like 5 years ago, with players getting money from agents before, like to sign with that agency. It still happens to an extent, but I will not give a name. But I remember talking to an NFL agent, and I was like, "Did you think about representing that player? I know you were negotiating with." And he said, "Yeah, the dad wanted X amount of dollars up front. I wasn't going there." And I'm like, "Really? That much money?" I mean, the guy was getting tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And he's like, I can't do that, essentially.
Right.
Like, I'm not going there. But these bigger agents or these people are okay to do it. How's that different? Like, the agency's fronting your kid a bunch of money. Eventually, they're going to make millions of dollars, and the agent's going to get his on the back end. That's not that different than what this is, really. And was semi-common. Under the table, not allowed, air quotes here. But I guess the word predatory bothers me a little bit. But I want to know what people think about this. 800-636-1067. Tatis is suing them, says he was 17 and that this is not something that should be happening. They've got hundreds of athletes. What do you guys think? Grant and Danny on the Fan. So there's a company called Big League Advance getting sued by Fernando Tatis, superstar with the Padres. They fronted him $2 million. Then he owes him 10% of whatever he makes when he makes it big in the major leagues, and he signed for $340 million. So that's $34 million of that contract that he's contractually obligated to give them over the next 14 years. He's suing them. He says what happened was predatory. And we're asking you if you agree. 800-636-1067. He was 17. Now, I like to acknowledge that the majority of the time there is an agent already involved. If not an agent, then an advisor of sorts that is helping guide you through this process. He had already signed professionally, internationally, in his example, at that point. Most of these guys start talking to teams when they're like sometimes 12, sometimes 14, and that's okay, by the way. Nothing predatory about that, right? But at 17, when you go talk to him about giving him $2 million, which he wants, and he's going to give you 10%, people have a problem with that. But we're asking you what you think. So, Danny, before we hit the phones, what do you got?
Pretty simple for me. If it really was like, a player that couldn't speak English and you're taking advantage of them by saying, sign here, here, and here. This makes you a citizen. This makes you our client. This makes sure you go to the major leagues. Okay, not the case here. Former big leaguer, or son of a big leaguer rather, who needed money up front.
But this is the one specific guy. There are 700 of them.
Sure.
I guess it's possible. I don't think it's nefarious, like they're lying to him about what it means.
If you find me a nefarious example, I'll say that's a nefarious example, is my point. So
but
again,
generally, let's say it's not a son of a big leaguer who made $50 million. Let's say it's someone who doesn't have much money and comes from very little, and they're 17 years old, and they come to you and say, we'll give you $2 million. I'm just making this up. I don't know the significance of I don't know about Ronald Acuna's past. But let's just say hypothetically, he did not have much money and didn't come from much and came to them and said, hey, I need $1 million. And they go, great, we need 7.5% of your earnings. And then you become an MVP player. But his dad wasn't a big leaguer who hit 2 grand slams in one inning. I mean, do you feel different about that?
No, this is angel investing. This is venture capitalism. This has gone on in the times of the Renaissance in Italy, where your benefactor would say, I think you're a great painter. Here's some money up front so that you can live, so that you can make great art, and I get a piece of the proceeds. This has happened forever. It's how companies work, and these players are individual companies. A number of the athletes they have listed, I'm picking guys at random. 90% of the people I've clicked on so far are not in the show, aren't close. This one dude here has been in the minor leagues for 12 years, I think.
Right. They ain't making their money back.
He's not going anywhere. So
I do want to, this is a question I have, and I don't remember if I asked this or not. I think I did talk to Schwimmer years ago, but if a guy never makes it, do they owe you $2 million?
They do not.
And I'm pretty sure the answer is no.
I mean, according to their website and the terms they list, they do not.
So what, do they say second contract? Like, what is the phrasing on that?
If you, I will grab it right here. I had it right in front of me.
X amount of dollars.
If you never reach the highest levels, you don't owe them anything.
Okay. I mean, so to me, they're taking on all of the risk, so to speak. And you only pay them when you have enough that it doesn't make you not have any money.
Yeah, right there. It says it's not a loan. If the athlete does not reach the highest level of his career, they do not pay BLA anything.
Right.
They're investing too.
The word predatory to me is just not correct. Tom's in DC. What's up, Tom?
Hey, man, I think it's essential, just like predatory lending. They know what's going to happen. They know what's going to go down. They're just waiting for that big shot to happen. Now, I don't know.
Tom, I'm going to let you expound in a second, but they don't know. They can't possibly. I could sit here and tell you right now today that Dylan Cruz is going to be a superstar at LSU. He may not be. There's guys that miss all the time. And as we just said, they're not lending this out to me. Like, if I got drafted in the 29th round and I was never going to play in the big leagues, they're not coming to me and going, here's your $2 million. Because they only get money if you hit it big. So they have a scouting department and they're guessing on the guys that will, and they eat a lot of money. The Tatis example is the great example of when it works for them.
They're like Vegas. They always know.
Respectfully, do not. I don't know how to say that to you better.
If you knew, then teams wouldn't miss in the draft. And teams spend more money and have more scouting than they do. There's no way to know. Again, run through the list. As Danny's saying, a lot of the guys you haven't heard of, they're signing guys at 17 and 18 years old, who many of whom at best will get to the big leagues 4 or 5 years later. It's no different than playing the prospect game. Victor Robles, as an example, would have been a great client for them when he was internationally beloved. This kid, the Nats have it in the system right now, who they signed to. I'm trying to think of what he made. It was all whatever their allotment was that year, close to $5 million. Christian Vaccaro, they gave him all of it, and they said, "This is the next big thing internationally. This is going to be our, Juan Soto. This is going to be our Victor Robles, whatever." Right now, this moment, it doesn't look like he's going to play in the big leagues. They gave him, I want to say it was like internationally $4 million or something.
It was a huge chunk
their
of the
entire purse. There's no way to know. Now, Big League Advance might have gone to him and given him $2.5 million and said, "When you make your $100 million, we want it back." And right now, he's hitting 214 in single A. Let's go to Mac in Oakton. Hey, Mac.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I agree with the assessment. I mean, it's kind of classic portfolio economics. If there weren't a big upside like this, then there wouldn't be a big league advantage because they waste all their money on the guys who don't make it. So, yeah, I agree that just kind of high level, I work with a lot of VCs and startups, like this is how the game is played. Now, I guess there is a question of how it was executed. You guys hit on that too. Like there is a way to do this in a predatory fashion, but on its face, like, yeah, I think that the economics I do not find predatory or offensive.
Thanks, Mac.
Appreciate it.
So I just looked up the Vaccaro numbers. So Danny, he's 20 right now, and he's playing in single A still, Fredericksburg. He's not at A+ Wilmington. But at 17, they got him out of the international signing pool, and they had teams are given, just think of it as like an allowance, basically. So the Nats were given $5.2 million to spend that year on players internationally. You could sign 50, you could sign 2, right? They used $4.9 million on this guy, Vaccaro, who was the bee's knees, can't miss. Everybody loved him. Like, thank God the Nats just had a bad system, but they added this guy, right? You fast forward to today, 3 years later, and he's hitting 235 with 0 power in Fredericksburg. And it's very possible he will never be a major league player or a good one. They gave him their entire pool. So my point is just, and I think most people get this, the guys like they know. No, they don't. Respectfully, they just don't.
Yeah, they're gambling too. So again, I'm the list is constantly revolving and auto-generating from their site. I'm literally grabbing a name, Googling him, and finding a guy that hasn't played in the minor leagues of the United States in 5 years, or almost 4 years rather, who's played Venezuelan winter ball, has played Dominican winter ball. Seems like he's doing okay there, but they'll never get their money back on that guy. And I'm not crying poverty for them, by the way. It's their money. That's the business.
Right.
But when they make it, when they actually get one right, that's why it's worth it.
And when they get one right, that's when people are going, this is predatory. Is it predatory when they gave a guy $2 million and then he never paid him back because he didn't make it? That's not that predatory. That seems like just a pretty good deal for that kid.
Yeah. I mean, it's not exactly the same because I didn't get any money out of it. But when there was a golden era that was taking place in terms of comedy and stand-ups and whatever else. They were basically giving sitcoms away at the airport, right? If you got to New York or got to LA, it was like, are you a comedian? Here's your chance. So all these famous guys were getting sitcom after the success of Ray Romano and Seinfeld and everybody else. Well, that meant that everybody at the lower levels, they were doing the theaters. And the guys that were doing the clubs are doing the theaters. The guys that weren't doing the clubs are doing the clubs. And so I got an agent almost right away, get to New York, because they're going, it's not a lot. It's not great value for us to spend 20 hours to book this guy at one $500 weekend in Indianapolis. But if he makes it big, that's worth it to us because we're his agent, right? Well, then the economy changes, it dries up, and you get bounced. But it's the same kind of principle where they're investing time when there's no return in it for them, or investing resources when there's no return in case you hit it big. And when you hit it big, they're entitled to their money, it seems to me.
Beltway Blitz is next on the Defenders, who had a player sign in the NFL this week. The Wizards and the Nationals on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria. In the NFL, Justin Tucker has been suspended for the first 10 weeks of the NFL season by the NFL for violating the league's personal conduct policy. In the NBA, the draft last night, first round, the Wizards made 2 picks. 6th overall, they took Trey Johnson, shooting guard out of Texas, 6'5", 190. All-SEC second team as a freshman and led the SEC in scoring at 19.9 points per game. They also made a second selection, 21st overall, taking Will Riley out of Illinois, 6'8", 185, averaged 12.6 points per game and 4.1 rebounds. Wizards made a trade last night. They entered with the 18th overall pick, which they traded to the Jazz. The Jazz took Walter Clayton Jr. The Wizards got back the 21st pick, which was Will Riley, the 43rd pick for tonight, second round picks in 2031 and 2032. Tonight, second round at 8 o'clock. In baseball, the Nationals have the day off today before they begin a 3-game series in Anaheim against the Angels tomorrow. That'll wrap up the 9-game West Coast road trip for the Nationals before they return home for the Tigers coming to town July 1st. Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Lincolns, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they said, Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thank you, Toby. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. Danny, did you see the video of Joe Burrow throwing baseballs at the Fanatics event over the weekend?
So I thought the thing he was throwing at was about 8 or 9 feet to the left of the Fanatics thing over the weekend.
What I actually thought was he was doing a bit, and he was purposefully throwing off to the left, but he was just really terrible at throwing baseballs.
Yeah, he's throwing it like a football, where you come around to the side to get a spiral on it, which is a pretty nasty way of throwing it behind the left-handed batter's box.
I still, though, one of those maybe. Just a natural
How about 10 of
athlete. He just kept doing it. And it's not like, oh, he threw it off the plate away. Like, he was ripping the ball into the ground off to the left like 4 or 5 times in a row.
It wasn't close.
I can't believe an NFL quarterback is that incapable of throwing a baseball.
It's so different. I'm telling you, the fingers behind the baseball versus on the side, like you're making a C when you're throwing a football. And if you don't do the other, if you never didn't grow up doing the other one or don't do it, it's different.
So I understand that.
Okay.
As someone who throws a baseball kind of like I throw a football, and it's always been a problem. He's Joe Burrow. He should not be
That's a good
incapable
counter. Yeah.
of grabbing a baseball and with 10 chucks, getting it 15 feet away to a general area.
Yeah, the first one you go, oh my God, I'm throwing it like a football. I'm throwing a nasty cutter. Let me make my athletic adjustment and fix it. And then he never did. And it was gross.
Wild, man. All right, the Beltway Blitz. We got the Wizards today. They had their first round last night, second round tonight. The Nats, who have made a pretty significant move with their top prospect in the minor leagues and are off tonight ahead of a series tomorrow in Anaheim. And we'll start things off on the gridiron right now with the Defenders. You're wondering, well, they won the title a couple weeks ago, fellas. Why are we talking about them today? Well, their tight end, Ben Breznahan, was just at Tight End University. He's been hanging out with Travis Kelce and George Kittle and Greg Olsen and a bunch of the best tight ends in football. And based on social media, I think Taylor Swift was there too, hanging out at the wives and girlfriends dinner before it all started. Ben, thanks for the time, man. Congrats on the championship. How are you?
Hey, guys. Yeah, doing really well. Appreciate you having me here today.
I think Tight End University is one of the coolest things ever. I mean, for people that don't know, it's something that's been done by those guys, Kelce and Olsen and Kittle, for years, as like the dudes that run it, the professors, and then everybody at the tight end position kind of shows up and hangs out and gets better. Give us the behind the scenes, though. What is the experience like?
Yeah, it's actually really great because, for college, I went to Vanderbilt, so I was able to attend a couple years back, but just sit in on meetings. But now, getting to the next level and playing professional ball, I'm actually able to do everything that goes into it. So, yeah, like you said, it's a bunch of meetings going on, just kind of bouncing off ideas and some just tips and coaching points from, the best in the game, like you mentioned, Travis and George and Kelce and and Evan Ingram actually was able to talk with us too this year, and also have some fun out there too, and able to go to concerts. Got to see Taylor Swift up there this year, which is pretty cool. And then a bunch of other artists like Luke Combs was there, Kane Brown, and they were all just hanging out with the boys. So it was awesome.
Wait, so hold on. So was the concert for Tight End U, or was it coincidentally in the area? Like, what? I saw the videos. of the concert, and it looked like a small venue. Where was that?
Yeah, so it's called a Brooklyn Bowl here in Nashville, and it's right by the minor league, the Sound Stadium, the baseball stadium here. And it was, really intimate venue. They put us all up in the VIP area up top, and I think they said it was like a venue of like 1,200 people, and then we had all of our area up top. We were doing a little bowling, getting some new cowboy hats, which was cool, and then we were able to listen
you guys were just
and all of
partying.
that.
But I guess what I'm wondering, was Taylor Swift performing there anyway, or did she perform because Travis Kelce's running this event and you guys are there?
Yeah, I don't know the exact plan there. It was interesting because we were all hanging out up top, having a couple beers and just hanging. And then both it was her and Luke Combs were up there, and they both kind of disappeared. So we were like, "Wait, are they going down to perform right now?" A little guest appearance, and then they ended up going down and got some songs in. So I don't know if it was just spur of the moment thing or just after she had maybe a drink or two, she's all right, let's do it.
That's incredible.
That's very cool.
That is awesome. Forgive my ignorance here, Ben, but how does one get invited to tight end U? Obviously, one prerequisite, you play tight end in some capacity, but how do they decide who gets to go?
Yeah, I don't know. I've had a great relationship now. Through the Vanderbilt connection, and then our old receiver, now tight end Jordan Matthews, who's with the Panthers. He did a great job of helping out George kind of get it to Vandy here in Nashville, and then so I already had that connection, and now just training with guys here in the Nashville area, with Jeremy Holt, trainer he trains George, and I work with him some too in the off season. So just kind of connection based thing, and then it's great because there was me, and then also Jalen Whittemire too, who was with Michigan Panthers this past year. So we had a couple UFL guys who were representing and trying to learn from the best. So
I know one of your teammates has signed a deal with the Patriots. What's the process like now at trying to be seen and talk with NFL teams and trying to find a place to go for training camp?
Yeah, no, I was really, really excited to see you, Steer, got that opportunity, and hoping some more from our team as well, getting that opportunity. But yeah, right now it's an interesting time frame with how we were in the playoffs and we weren't able to go to the OTAs, as there were other guys who didn't make the playoffs who were actually able to work out and then get signed from there. But now it's just really getting ready for that mid-July, whenever everybody's back in the office for camps starting up, and then being ready to get signed throughout there as well.
Ben, this is really cool, man. Happy for you that you got that experience, and best of luck to you, buddy. Appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me today.
You got it. Ben Breznahan of the UFL's DC Defenders. How about that experience? And by the way, it sounds like they were just hanging out, because Luke Combs hangs out with those dudes all the time.
Sure.
Taylor Swift dates one of them. And so they're like, well, there's a stage, there's people, there's 1,200 people here. Let's just go do some songs.
I've told the story a million times on air before, but similar environment when I saw Prince in Miami, where it's just a small club full of, it's like 500 people. And he's just like, why don't I just play for 90 minutes and crush it?
You know what it makes me think of, honestly, is the comedian guest set.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, I'm Taylor Swift and that's a microphone. So do you want me to strum a few chords? And that happens all the time. Where I was going to do a set, but so-and-so dropped into the Laugh Factory tonight.
Yeah,
so.
Swing by, and there's Chris Rock. Whoopsie daisy. Yeah. I guess he's going on. Hit that Wizard sounder, please. Our guy Josh Robbins covers the Wizards for The Athletic. Josh, make sense of it. What happened in the draft? How did it end up that Trey Johnson was there at 6? And what do we make of the selection?
Well, if Ace Bailey had been there at 6, I suspect the Wizards would have drafted him. However, having said that, Trey Johnson is the best shooter in the draft. And he's probably right now the best shooter on the Wizards roster without ever playing an NBA game. So they have finally a prospect who immediately has an exceptional offensive ability. For the most part, over the last 2 years, none of the people who they've drafted came into the league with elite offensive skill right off the bat. He is the exception. He's got that skill.
And Josh, to that point, I said earlier, this is the most excited I've been by one of their draft picks in a long time. When do you think they drafted someone this exciting? I mean, to me, this is much more needle mover. I know Sarr's maybe a better prospect or whatever at 2 overall, but he's not going out and he's not going to accidentally score 25 or maybe have a 40-point game this year if everything, the stars line. When was the last time you think they drafted a player that could be this exciting?
Oh, now that's another great question. I was trying to go back in my sleep-addled brain here to answer it. I'd say Bradley Beal in terms of electric scoring. Now, he's not Bradley Beal. He's not there as a prospect. He's not that high, but he's probably the best scoring prospect they've drafted since him.
What do we make?
You have reason to be excited.
Sorry, Josh, I'm going to jump in there. They move around the board at the 18 spot, move back to 21. What do we make of Will Riley there? And there were a couple of guys they turned down that, I think some folks liked. Look at Miami drafting his teammate there right before Riley goes. Just what do we make of what they did there from 18 and then to 21?
So as they were getting close to being on the clock at 18 and certainly finalizing that trade, Will Riley was going to be their guy at 18. But they also had some intel that told them Riley would be available at 21 for certain. They were all but certain about that. So they decided to trade back, get 3 extra second-round picks, including one tonight, which I suspect they're going to try to turn into a pick down the line. Who is he? Well, he's a 6'8" wing who has some really smart offensive skills. He has a great feel for the game. He doesn't defend well. At least that's what the book is on him. And in that sense, he is undervalued in the way that Keyshawn George last year was undervalued. But the Wizards saw value in him, and he exceeded their expectations. So I think that is the hope here with Will Riley, that the whole rest of the league undervalued him, and the Wizards see something in him that the rest of the league does not.
Talking Wiz draft ahead of round 2 tonight with Josh Robbins of The Athletic. So then dive deeper into tonight. You said you think maybe they end up adding another piece in the future. What does that look like, and what's their plan here in round 2?
Well, I think they're going to be shopping that pick. Perhaps to move up, maybe to move back and add an additional second-round pick. I can't tell you for sure, but if they remain on the clock where they are, I think they're at 43 now, it's very possible that's a draft and stash candidate because they are so young now. And they're already going into this with 2 first-round picks. Last year they had 3 first-round picks, and then midseason they added 20-year-old A.J. Johnson. There is such a thing as being a little too young, and it would not surprise me that they either trade out of the second round entirely, or go with a draft and stash guy who is overseas.
Josh, really appreciate the insight, my friend. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, guys. Thanks for having me.
There he goes. That's Josh Robbins of The Athletic. Hit that national sounder. My God, that's Bobby Blanco's music. Bobby, they had a lot of innings to score, and they didn't last night. Mackenzie Gore has a terrible record, but, man, he's pitched pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, the record for a starting pitcher, Danny, as you know, is just something that you shouldn't really go too much on. And Mackenzie's getting one of those seasons where he is one of the best pitchers in the National League, should be an all-star, but just doesn't have the wins to show for it. And, I think some of the Nationals hitters took kind of the blame of that last night after that outing. They only managed 3 hits. They didn't play to run. They didn't take a single at-bat with a runner in scoring position in that loss to the Padres to drop that series. And, especially now the universal DH, that's not Mackenzie's fault. Mackenzie pitched as good as you could against 1, period, but 2, against a tough lineup like the Padres have. That's a game that the Nationals need to come away with a win. I'm sure they're kicking themselves that they didn't provide more run support for him, because every 5 days, essentially, that he takes the mound, they have a really darn good chance to win. But his record just hasn't shown that they've been able to do that.
Bobby, which of their 3 hits was your favorite yesterday? The Young bunt single in the 6th, the Cole single to center in the 5th, or the Lyle single to right in the 3rd, right before he got picked off? Which one did you like best?
I actually I know you're doing a bit, and I saw your ranking on Twitter, but I actually think the Jacob Young bunt single was my favorite, because that's something I think Jacob needs to do a little more often. And we know his offense hasn't come around too much this season. Get some bunt singles down, get into your groove, get in the scoring position for this team. I think that's where he's most valuable.
I actually think that is the right answer.
Yeah, I actually think it was fun. I would recommend doing that one again. The bunt single, just bunt the ball every now and again.
All
We're not
3
hitting.
hits were really good. Hey, I want to work this in really quick, Danny.
Yeah.
So part of the reason I wanted to get Bobby on was because I think he broke the story today that Travis Sakura is getting bumped up to Double-A. Sikora has been at Wilmington, just dominating A-plus hitters. He's not being tested in any way. He's got some of the most dominant stats we've seen among minor league pitching in years. 40 innings, 70 strikeouts, and like 15 hits given up this season with an ERA barely over 1 and an average against that's well under 100. So I bring this up to ask you, number one, like what do we need to know about the promotion to Double-A? But also, what does this mean for the timeline? It seems like they're hitting the gas pedal here a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Travis was just absolutely dominant at high A. I actually wondered if they were going to, early on in the season, have him skip it altogether. I know the Nationals do that for their hitters because the Wilmington ballpark is just not hitter-friendly. So they decided to send him there anyways. Obviously, he's a pitcher, and he just completely shoved. I mean, like you mentioned the stats, he, struck out 47 over 20, almost 30 innings, only walked 8, only gave up 4 runs and 12 hits in 6 starts. I mean, just ridiculous stuff. So, he'll be going up to Double-A Harrisburg. I don't think he's there quite yet, but he'll be scheduled to make his first start for them early next week. I think they're in Altoona. I think they play 3 games at Altoona and then come home and play 3 games against them next week. So it'll be sometime next week, his first Double-A start. For his timeline, he's just shoving everywhere he goes. I mean, he is only 21 years old. He was drafted 2 years ago out of high school, but he's been one of the fastest rising prospects, not just in the national system, but in all of minor league baseball. I mean, he is catching the national attention of some, minor league baseball eyes because of how well he's pitched over these last 2 full seasons, already reaching Double-A as a 21-year-old. If he pitches really well, I mean, we saw it. They gave him 6 starts in a high A and said that's enough. So if he pitches really well again over 6, 7, 8 starts at Harrisburg, we could see him finishing the season at Rochester, testing his stuff there. I know people want to see him at the major league level by the end of the season. I mean, it would depend how the Nationals themselves are situated at the end of the season in September. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened, but with the way this guy's been pitching, I mean, I think the sky's the limit for him, including this year.
Bobby, super quick, you mentioned where they're situated. It's 81 games played for the team, right at the halfway mark. They're now in 5th place, which is last in the East, 5th worst record overall in baseball. Just kind of give me a state of the union here.
Yeah, I mean, they're on pace now to only win 66 games this year, and that's going to be, a 5-game, fewer than they've won the past 2 years. So they need to have a strong second half. I mean, and that starts, not just after the All-Star break, but these next couple of weeks leading up to it. I know they got a tough schedule, 3 games in Anaheim this weekend before they come home to face the Tigers, who have the best record in the majors. But yeah, they need to start playing, legit baseball, because otherwise, especially with all the talk, after they got to 71 wins 2 years ago, that was a huge leap. And then, I think that you can say they improved last year, even though they won the same amount of games. But then entering spring training, all the talk of them being better this year, here to compete, here to win now, play meaningful games in September, and then now you're on pace to win 5 fewer games. That's not going to be a good look for this team. So I don't think you can point to too many positives if they only win 66, 67 games. They need to have a really strong second half, and that starts tomorrow night in Anaheim.
Bobby, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Anytime.
Enjoy the night off from Nats baseball. Not just Bobby who covers them, but you guys as fans.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody? Nothing? No.
Mm-hmm.
Did the DC City Council lie? Or do we have ourselves a good old-fashioned semantics debate? How upset should we be with yesterday's news that the stadium may be removed from a budget being voted on in the coming weeks? That's next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. It's your local bank, local Main Street Bank. In the NFL, Justin Tucker has been suspended for the first 10 weeks of the NFL season for violating the league's personal conduct policy. NBA draft last night, the Wizards made 2 first-round selections, drafting Trey Johnson, the Texas shooting guard, 6th overall, and Will Riley, the Illinois wing, with the 21st pick. Tonight, second round of the NBA draft. That'll begin at 8 o'clock. The Wizards have the 43rd pick as a part of the deal made last night with the Utah Jazz. In baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game series in Anaheim against the Angels tomorrow night. They'll wrap up their 9-game West Coast road trip, then have a day off and begin a 3-game series against the Tigers at Nationals Park on July 1st. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murad Estate Planning, Elder Law, Real Estate Transactions, Probate Administration. Their attorneys are there to help you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We are Grant and Danny. Welcome back. This is The Fan. So, Danny, yesterday, story broke via the Examiner initially in town. Maybe some others had it after that. I'm not sure. But the gist being that the D.C. City Council has suggested the possibility of taking the stadium out of the proposed budget that needs to be voted on next month. That would mean kicking the can down the road. Now, that's very different than saying no to the stadium or not ever voting on the stadium. Everybody is still saying they're going to do the deal eventually. Not this deal, a deal. But eventually it's good for the city. We're going to come around. We're going to do this. That's what they're saying. We had a council member, Zachary Parker, in that chair late last week say this. We've had many others on the air say this. But Phil Mendelson, I'll just read from the Examiner, who's the council of the District of Columbia, proposed separating the bill, approving the new Commander Stadium from Mayor Muriel Bowser's budget legislation, which is expected to face a vote on July 15th. On Friday, Mendelson introduced a standalone bill called the RFK Center Campus Redevelopment Act of 2025 to give Washington, D.C. lawmakers time to review the legislation. So they want more time, and they need to move forward with the budget. They feel like they're being pressured into saying yes to have this involved with the budget. Here's the problem I have with that. Literally 2 weeks before that, Mendelson tweeted, despite reporting to the contrary, there are no plans to take the RFK funding out of the budget. In fact, I have said explicitly that the funding will be cabined, in other words, protected. Now, when he says, and said in interviews simultaneously on TOP and some other places, that they are not going to take the stadium out of the budget, I took that to mean that it will be part of what gets voted on in July ultimately, because it's going to be part of this budget. Mark Seagraves of NBC4, in a story I could read to you, suggested, he was the one that broke the news, they're going to take this out of the budget, I'm hearing. And they made a big deal and said, no, we're not. That report is wrong. And now they're taking it out of the budget 2 weeks later. So my question to you, and we talked about this before the show a lot and never really
dizzying.
Came to a resolution. But I guess if anybody out there who is a smart person would like to weigh in on this and answer this for me, I'm all ears. Starring JP Finley on NBC4. 800-636-1067. My question to you is, did they lie, or is this a matter of semantics? I believe they said they were not going to do the thing that it sounds like they're trying to do. They're not going to take the stadium out of the budget that they're voting on in July. That is what I heard when they said, call me crazy. Contrary to popular reporting, there are no plans to take the RFK funding out of the budget. And then 2 weeks later, they're taking the RFK funding out of the budget. But your point is, well, they're just saying that they're still setting aside $1.1 billion for funding, but it's not going to be in the budget, and they didn't actually lie. It's the semantics of, I'm viewing the money that they're setting to the side as not in the budget and they are basically.
Yeah. So again, I find this dizzying, exhausting. I'm not mad at you.
Yeah. For
just
me,
in
it's
general.
pretty simple. I think they said something 2 weeks ago and they're doing the opposite now. And it annoys me.
He said, so talking about is Mendelson, we're not taking the funding out. And they're not, as I understand it. Like the money is in now until they do that. Then I guess I would say, I don't know that they've lied. I don't know why you'd go into these semantics games instead of just being upfront, because your initial complaint, by the way, I think is a decent one, going, we didn't see any of this until now. The only numbers we have are provided by advocates for this thing. We don't really consider those great numbers. We want to do some studying on it. I think that's a very reasonable position to have for anybody, right? Any lawmaker. You're doing your due diligence. If that's your answer to something, people might get mad, but that's a pretty good answer. That's a pretty good comeback to anything that people have. So I don't know why you would have made any kind of declarative statement, and now we've got to do a semantic sort of like endless tailspin to figure out what take out of the budget means, or take funding out versus removing versus carving out. It's not why we're here. It's not very fun, to be honest with you. It's not a great discussion in terms of us both going, well, I'm not really sure what they mean. I think it means this, but it could mean that. I mean, to me, he said, going back to the initial quote, talking about Mendelson, we're not taking the funding out of the budget. He reiterates that the funding is still there. So in his mind, he'll probably go, yeah, I'm not lying. I'm not doing anything different than I said. But the reality is you're separating
the
things.
Nobody has suggested that the funding is going away. In other words, nobody thought that when they said that they might do this, or the report that Seagraves on MEC4 had was not, they're never going to vote for the stadium. They're not going to keep $1 billion laying around for the stadium, that they're saying no to the stadium. Nobody thought that. The point is, they're voting on the 2026 budget on July 15th. Are you going to be voting on the stadium then or not? Because if not, there's no rush. They casually said fall. I don't know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
Parker was sitting in that chair right there. He was very impressive. I really liked him, actually. He told us Friday, whatever day that was, in studio, that they're going to vote in the fall. Is that September 5th? Is that November 9th? I mean, that means nothing. By the way, the team is saying, and they put out a statement yesterday on this, we don't have the luxury to wait until the fall. We need to confirm with whether or not we're able to go chase down the Women's World Cup so we can start to make some of the money back that you guys are so worried about us making back. We've got the ability to sign up for things and to get on lists that we miss out on if we don't open in 2030, which is their beginning and end of their story. They want to be open in 2030. And every month that you push this back, when they feel like they've got to break ground in 2026, I know that's true. When they're number one, every meeting they have, everything that they do starts with, we have told our fans and fully expect, we've told our players and everybody, we will be in a new stadium in 2030. We're working back from that. If you can't deliver on that, then we got to talk to somebody else. I mean, that's where they are essentially on this. And they think that DC can and should deliver. We got a poll of the day right now, by the way, on Twitter. It's the 1067 The Fan account, our Grant and Danny Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. This is a good one, actually. It's presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades, best-in-class service and experience. What is your assessment of how the DC City Council has handled the RFK Stadium situation so far? A, doing their due diligence, doing their jobs. B, botching a great opportunity. Or C, it's too early to tell. Early on, 60% are saying they're botching a really good opportunity. Let's go to the Rude Guest hotline right now and welcome in our buddy Eric Flack of Channel 9, an award-winning reporter in town, has been all over this story. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, sponsor of our hotline. So, Eric, when I say they lied or that 2 weeks ago they told us something different than what they're doing, is that fair to say it that way?
I mean, so it depends on where you're standing. I mean, I think they're backtracking. I think Mendelson could argue, look, let me not mince words as much as politicians would mince words. I think lie is strong because I think situations can change. They are doing the opposite of what they said they were going to do. Now, you may call that a lie, but in my opinion,
that's a bad prediction.
I'm going to say that to my wife tonight. Why did you lie about that? I didn't lie.
I just said the opposite of what I was going to do.
I just did the opposite of what I told you I was going to do.
You see?
Oh my God, it sounds as ridiculous as it did when it came out of my mouth. But they are doing the opposite of what they said they were going to do, and whether that's because they would argue that the budget process has been more difficult than they expected,
or whether Mendelsohn would acknowledge that he has kind of been convinced by the council members who wanted to do this back when he issued that statement and when they were having that closed door meeting talking about this, he's finally come around. But, to me, lying means here's where I would draw the distinction. And it might be a distinction without a difference, but lying means at the time Mendelsohn knew 2 weeks later, whereas we're standing here right now, that he was going to, in fact, introduce this piece of legislation to pull it to separate.
It's a great point, but let me just say, Eric, that the reason he was asked about it at the time was that there was a report, wouldn't be a colleague, but by one of your, fellow reporters, and Mark Seagraves, suggesting that they were already doing it. So it's not like it was out of thin air, that he reported this is what they want to do. They came out and blasted it and said, no, we don't. And 2 weeks later, now they're suggesting that's what they might do. So at worst, it kind of looks suspicious, I would say. But let me ask you this about the fall vote. It is very clear to me when I talk to people with the team that 2030 is the beginning of the story. That is a flag in the ground. We've got to be opening our stadium in 2030 situation. And they believe the fall, for a lot of reasons, makes it very hard to do that. So when Parker sat in here and said we can vote in the fall, and I don't necessarily know how you can say that when you won't accept this deal, you're going to accept a deal that isn't available and on the table yet, but you think you can come to some agreement on a new deal, even though the team hasn't agreed to it. So whatever. But is there a date like July 15th is when they vote, and then they have another vote again October 15th? Or is that just a vague thing like fall time we'll get around to a deal?
Well, I mean, no, I think that's a vague thing. And I was told that the issue would be dragging out into September, which is also not cool with the Commanders. The Commanders are saying that they need it done at the latest in August to meet all these deadlines. Now, I was told by one council member that, I think he's telling me that there's a possibility it drags out into September. But, the idea that it drags all the way out to October seems a little bit unnecessary. And, a lot of this seems unnecessary to a lot of people. But, certainly one would think that once they get past the budget, they can focus on the stadium deal. And I think there's questions among council members just how serious this timeline is the Commander. And I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm just saying they are sorting this out in their own minds. How legitimate this idea that if they take a couple extra months to go through this deal, that it's going to cost, opening dates and bids on Women's World Cup. And I know that it doesn't mean they think the Commanders are bluffing. I think council members just have not been convinced and just don't know for sure.
So let me ask you this then. Eric Flack, award-winning reporter from Channel 9, is with us on Grant and Danny. I actually think that's a great point, and calling their bluff probably is good practice from them because they want to be in D.C., as you know, and I know, way more than they want to be in Maryland, right? So Totally get all that. I guess my question is, from the team's perspective, okay, they may even tell you privately, if it was done, they don't want this, but if it was done in September, no problem. But just the idea of we think we'll have a deal in the fall. But you saw, where was the thing you sent us from today? Was that the Post where all of the council members said what they need? And somebody wants, former criminals like working on the project. And there's all these different little things that everybody wants. It's a different deal. So how can you guarantee you'll have a deal in the fall? It's like me saying, we're going to get married in the fall, but we're not engaged yet. And someone else has to say yes. Does that make any sense?
1,000%. And what I'm saying is that this is, somebody just asked me how big is the threat level? And I think we're still at a 5 or a 6, but my corollary to that is that the threat level is growing every day. As the Commanders get, their back up about this, and obviously frustration on the Commanders' part about all this, understandably, and as council members kind of get more and more involved. And it's kind of like you two friends who started out with a plan to do something really cool, and then they start bickering about stuff, and then all of a sudden they're actually fighting about it, and they're like, how did we get here? And that's kind of where it seems like we're going. It's everybody kind of seemed like they were on the same page, and then one side is we need to take some time, and the other side is but we don't have any time. And then people are like, well, you know what? This deal isn't good enough, darn it. And then the other side is like, well, but I mean, the deal is really, really good and it's going to be good for the city. And now all of a sudden we're asking, check out Councilmember Robert White's TikTok right now. Have Darius do that for you. You guys will see an interesting video he just posted about some of the things that he wants out of the deal.
Can
and,
you give us some cliff notes?
What if you didn't want to go on a TikTok? What would happen?
Just you got to watch it for yourself.
Damn it,
Okay.
Eric!
I have not been on TikTok.
I can't go. I can't go any farther than that. I can't go any farther than that. I will. That's a tease for you.
Does anyone working? We have young people.
Young people are here. They'll take care of it.
TikTok account?
Darius is on TikTok.
I'm actually not on TikTok. I'm not a TikTok guy.
Ryan or Toby?
Is Ryan Clary in today?
He is. You got TikTok?
But he's corporate though.
Clary says he's got TikTok. We're good.
We'll fix
Tell him to go on Robert White's TikTok. He just posted a creative video about what he wants done with the new stadium.
Creative
that's
TikTok video. Who does he think he is? Running for mayor of New York or something?
Here we go.
Are you watching it?
Not yet. No.
We
got to go in the other room.
Sorry.
It's going to be a whole
So
thing.
anyway, but my point is that a lot of people are going to start coming with a lot of different asks, and things are going to get complicated. So but are the Commanders really going to back out now? I mean, are they not in for a penny, in for a pound as much as DC is? Like, where do they go from here? How much negotiating power do they have? I'm asking you guys. I mean, that's where I kind of like. They can stomp their fist and stomp their feet all they want and say, like, if you don't hurry up, we're gonna what?
They're gonna build in Maryland.
Turn this car around.
Come on.
I'm telling you, I don't think it's as crazy as people think.
So I do think it's as crazy as people think. I'm people in that situation.
No, I'm not saying as unpopular as people think. I'm saying it's crazy. Everyone will hate it until you open a ridiculously awesome stadium where you can actually tailgate and actually, something that's a major issue. You won't be at FedEx Field anymore, which is the number one priority.
I will say this. I mean, I don't know if you guys are running out of time. I will say this. Josh Harris spent years trying to build the downtown basketball arena that I went out and reported on, and it was going to revitalize downtown Philly. And it was like the same sort of principles as the stadium. And it became such a mess that they ended up getting like right at the point where it started going through council, and he got the support of the mayor, and they got like almost to the finish line that he just changed at the last second. And now they're building their new arena out at Wells Fargo, next to the old one. But there's all these aspects of Philadelphians that don't like change, so they didn't want their arena downtown. They just wanted it where the rest of the ballparks are, and so that's what he's doing. But I mean, there is a history of Harris like changing at the last second and doing something like that. So even though I don't believe it's reasonable, like there is past precedent for them putting a lot of effort into something, including the same sort of public relations campaigns as they're doing with this stadium, and then saying, you know what, forget about it. We're just going to go do this other thing.
Eric, you're the best. Thanks, you, buddy. You got to
Eric,
run. Be good. There's our guy, Eric Flack. Check him out on Channel 9. There's also some history of the DC City Council sitting on their hands for a while. And then when a team almost goes somewhere else saying, actually, never mind. We found some money. You can stay. Grant and Danny on the Fan. In 10 minutes, I'm fired up about this. 5 o'clock, Fran Fraschilla, who was forever on the NBA draft coverage. I don't know why he's not anymore. I think because they don't really want any NBA draft analysis.
Too insightful.
Like football, basketball breakdowns on the NBA draft coverage is not really the goal anymore. So he's not on the coverage anymore. But he had some great threads last night on social with his breakdowns of different players. And he specializes in players from outside the states. But he got some thoughts on what the Wizards did. So we'll talk to Fran coming up at 5 o'clock. That'll be really, really good. We want to hear from you guys at 800-636-1067. Our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day is about the D.C. City Council and how they're operating so far. I actually think, even though it doesn't quite sound like it, Danny, like I am leaning toward of late botching a great opportunity, but I've mostly been in the doing their due diligence phase of this. I think the idea that they can't get a vote in July, I just categorically disagree with. I think if they really wanted to and wanted to move quickly, as much as the Commanders are willing to answer the call at all hours of the night and their desperation and the mayor's involvement right now, I think they could, and that's not on their to-do list at this moment, and there's still some politics of them being angry about being left out of the conversation. But in the poll, are they doing their due diligence? Are they botching an opportunity, or is it too early to tell? Where would you vote?
I said due diligence. Now, there's... Again, this assumes everyone's doing what they're supposed to do, and I don't know that everyone is all the time. But to me, the only numbers we have are numbers from the advocate side. In other words, when you see things like economic impact studies, those are sponsored by a consulting firm from the people that want the thing done, and then they point to that as expertise. Those are nonsense. They use pie-in-the-sky numbers where you'll have 500,000 people spending an average of $600 per day attend this site, even when there's no game. It's nonsense. It's a fairy dust type stuff. So they should want to have study numbers. Those things take time to have real smart people independently contracted to look at these things and figure it out, and what's a good deal, what's not, what's economically viable, how much could they charge in rent instead of $1 to the team for a year for however many years, and still have the team make money, but they make money too, and being able to pay off the bonds, pay off the things that they're having to borrow. These are complicated hundreds of millions, billions of dollar decisions that aren't to be taken lightly. You should take some time to be able to digest those things. So that to me is, if that's really what's happening, very, very reasonable for them to do, even if it's frustrating in terms of a timeline that isn't shared by us as sports fans and the team.
Yeah, totally agree with pretty much everything you just said, with the exception being that enough people have suggested to me, if they wanted to get this done, they have plenty of time to do it. I believe that. Like, you know what works quickly? The government when it needs to.
Yeah, urgency.
Like when you have to get something done, you do. And right. I don't think half is the wrong word.
No, I think that's fair. So my quick counter to that is, I don't think they feel the urgency that the team is trying to outlay.
They certainly don't. They've made that pretty obvious. I guess the bigger question is, though, were they misleading when they suggested that they weren't going to take the stadium deal out of the budget? And now it sounds like they're trying to do that so they can vote without it in July. Let's go to Dave in D.C. on Grant and Denny. Hey, Dave.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, see, everybody was giddy because they heard what they wanted to hear, right? And everybody was excited. You guys overlooked the facts. The other day, my wife asked me, would I fix the sprinklers on today? And I told her I see no reason why that shouldn't be possible. Damn.
Have you fixed the sprinklers?
Are those sprinklers fixed, sir?
That was then. Yeah, I put in my own sprinkler system.
Oh,
yeah, so that was then. So he said, we don't plan on taking it out. He didn't say they wouldn't. He left wiggle room so that he could get out of it without lying. He said he didn't plan on it. That was completely fair.
Let's see. The quote is, despite reporting to the contrary, there are no plans. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like saying when you're reporting that a guy's signing, the first thing you learn as a reporter is not to say, I'll just make up a name, but that Eddie Royal is signing.
Why'd you pick that name?
With the Redskins. You would say expected to sign, anticipates. It couches it for you, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah, the last question you just asked was, do you think they're botching it or if you think they're doing due diligence? Then Danny gave you two answers on both sides of his mouth. The last answer was, I don't think they see it as being urgent. So if they don't see it as being urgent, it's not because they're doing due diligence. It's because they don't see it as being urgent. Therefore, it's not important to them, which would make it a botch.
Well, that's a good point.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because your first point was they're doing their due diligence.
Well, no.
But if it's not urgent and I'm on his side, then they're wrong.
Let me try to let me be clear to borrow parlance from many famous folks. If they're actually doing what they say they're doing, it's very reasonable for a city council, for a group of decision makers to actually do due diligence.
Right.
So I don't know that they are or not.
But my question, though, to that is, and there's no answer, it's rhetorical.
Mm-hmm.
How long does it take? Because they're acting like the idea that in a month, if they actually prioritized, that we could figure this out. The most important thing that the city's going to build, the most important investment, the largest private investment into the city in history, all of these things, that a month isn't enough time if you get everyone on the same page to add and subtract and tweak. I don't know what I don't know, but it seems like that's a lot of time. They're acting like they need 4 of those.
Right. So I don't know either. I'm not on a city council. I don't have to review budgets or economic studies. But in theory, you don't just go, hey, can I get a smart economist? You're actually like request for proposals to actually pay some money to do a study, and that takes time.
But there's also, though, and I don't know if this is them or the mayor, and I'm not far enough into it. Like, I don't know how much of like a blank check I give them. We talk all the time about like GMs that does a great job. You give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt. It's the only municipality ever that screwed up gambling and wasn't able to make money off of it.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like
that's why I say if they're doing what they say they're doing, I give them the benefit of the doubt, but I don't think they are.
Awful batting average. Yeah. I mean, they're Josh Bell with getting hits. Fran Fraschilla on the NBA draft next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, Justin Tucker has been suspended for the first 10 weeks of the NFL season for violating the league's personal conduct policy. In the NBA, first round of the draft last night, the Wizards made 2 picks. 6th overall, they took Trey Johnson, the shooting guard out of Texas, 6'5", 190, led the SEC in scoring at 19.9 points per game and was all SEC. Second team is a freshman. Wizards also made the 21st overall selection, taking Will Riley out of Illinois, 6'8", 185 pounds, 12.6 points per game, 4.1 rebounds per game. The Wizards entered the night with the 18th overall pick, which they traded to Utah, who selected Walter Clayton Jr., and then the Wizards took the 21st pick with Will Riley, the 43rd pick for tonight's second round, and second-round picks in 2031 and 2032. Second round of the draft getting underway at 8 o'clock tonight, the Wizards with the 43rd overall pick. In baseball, the Nationals with the day off today as they continue their West Coast road trip. They'll take on the Angels in Anaheim for 3 starting tomorrow night. Then they'll return home to take on the Tigers beginning on July 1st. This June only, get $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
With the 6th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Trey Johnson from the University of Texas.
Wizards make 2 picks last night. We want to get some insight on both. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. We are fired up right now to go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. To talk to a guy that was sorely missed, I thought, on last night's draft broadcast. His information second to none. Fran Fraschilla, ESPN college basketball analyst, international hoops junkie, joins us on Grant and Danny. Fran, I missed you on my television last night. You'd added a lot. How are you?
It's all good, Grant. I did it 12 years. I think I did it at an all-star level. I love what I do at ESPN. They'll figure it out. I'd love to do it again because I spend 12 months a year studying these kids, and I'm so lucky to be able to see them in person and watch them before anybody really knows who they are, including the guy you drafted with the 6th pick last night.
Yeah, so let's talk about him, and maybe we can start right there. What are your thoughts on the player the Wizards get, Trey Johnson, right now, and what he could eventually become?
Well, I think when you look at lottery night in mid-May, things look like all hope was lost, but when you look at the NBA, you realize that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was the 11th pick. Halliburton was the 11th pick. Donovan Mitchell was the 13th pick. There's always going to be good players that go beyond just the top player, the top 2 players. And I think in Trey Johnson, they got a kid that, I know it sounds a little far-fetched, but I'll just tell you, I think he's got a chance to be Rookie of the Year in that. And this, Washington Wizards young team and their roster, he's going to have to score points the way Jordan Poole did for the last couple of years. He's going to get opportunities to do that. I think when you look at 2 through 7, I really think there was not much difference. As good as Dylan Harper could be, as good as VJ Edgecombe could be. I saw Trey Johnson a lot in high school in Dallas. I saw him this year for Texas, and he's a natural scorer. Basketball junkie, loves to live in the gym. He's going to be in an organization that, as you guys probably, at least from 30,000 feet away, and you guys know this better than I really like what they're doing. They've got one of the youngest teams in the league, and the likelihood is they're going to get another lottery pick next year. Maybe they get lucky this time.
Fran, I know you were high on Ace Bailey as well, and I think a lot of Wizards fans were sort of counting all the mocks and kind of the latest buzz about who he worked out for and who he didn't, and maybe there was an attempt to do what Alex Sarr did last year and kind of engineer either going to Washington or some teams in that 6 through 8, maybe even 10 range, and he goes 5 to Utah. So a lot of Wizards fans find themselves kind of counting on something, then maybe being disappointed, etc. Compare those two. I know not fair, and I know that's they weren't on the board at the same time, but just to give Wizards fans kind of a sense, Trey Johnson, Ace Bailey, how do they compare?
Well, I would say this. I was really a fan of everybody from 2 to 7. I really was. And I love Ace Bailey. I think the reason he didn't go to 6 is because he was the third best. To me, he was the third best player in the draft. And it doesn't. And he checked out character-wise, despite what you might have heard the last couple of weeks. Terrific young man. I'm sure the Wizards already knew that because they do their homework. But Ace is more of a big, small forward. I don't want to compare him to Tracy McGrady and say he's that good, but he's that style of scorer. Whereas Trey's more of your traditional, 6'6" shooting guard. Again, not comparing him to Devin Booker in talent yet, but a Devin Booker, Ray Allen type of scoring guard. And, he let's put it this way. This kid led the SEC. Some people thought it was the best league ever, right? 13 teams in a tournament. This kid led the SEC in scoring as an 18-year-old. So there's a lot to like about him. Wizard fans, I think, are going to embrace him. He plays with joy, which I always love to see. He absolutely loves being out on the court. And given what they're putting around him, with Saar and Bub and Bilal and the guys they've got, I think he's perfect as they continue to take step by step in rebuilding the team. And to me, in the way OKC did it 5, 6, 7 years ago, because obviously Michael Winger and Will Dawkins know a little bit about that rebuild.
No doubt about that. Fran Fraschilla is with us. NBA draft round 1 last night, round 2 tonight, which we'll look ahead to in a minute. I want to get 2 thoughts from you on the pick at 21. First off, whatever insight you can give us from your studies of Will Riley, but then also, it seems like you really liked the actual front office navigation there from 18 to 21.
That was a good move. I've got so much of the draft is background information on the kids and also draft intelligence, and having friends around the league to tell you, hey, you better move up, or if you want this guy, you're going to have to trade up. Or, you know what, I think you can get Riley at 21. Let's see if we can get another second-round pick. Now, it doesn't always work out that way. If somebody grabs him at 19 or 20, then, that's how it goes. But I also think that Will Riley's one of those guys where there were probably 2 or 3 guys that the Wizards were willing to, draft if Riley wasn't there. But they made the calculation that they could move back 3 spots, and they ended up getting, 3, at least I think it's 3 second-round picks, including one tonight, if I'm not mistaken.
So as it goes for Will Riley, I mean, Fran Fraschilla is with us here on Grant and Danny. You watched, more this morning than I'll watch like in my entire lifetime. But I saw a couple games when they were on national television where he was a lost puppy against Tennessee. We're here locally in the D.C. area. I watched them play Maryland, where he wasn't much of a factor. Nobody was, in fairness, that night, where Maryland blew the doors off the place. Later in the season, he really came on. But I didn't remember thinking at that point, here's a pick that's going to, make a difference for a franchise. And now, obviously, again, that's not a full scouting report. But talk about that development of his, talking about Riley here throughout this year. Where is he now, and where do you see him?
Absolutely a development guy. I was going to spend time with Cody Toppert and the Go-Go staff, probably back and forth during the season. I love his upside. This is a kid that was supposed to be going to college this coming year and decided to, reclassify up like a number of guys did, Jeremiah Fears, Cooper Flagg. And the way I would describe it is if DeMatha had a baseball player throwing 98 and he signed at Clemson, but the Milwaukee Brewers drafted him with the 5th pick in the first round, he's not going to Clemson. He's going to go to the Milwaukee Brewers because of the money. And this is a kid who is 2 to 3 years away in terms of being a legitimate, rotation NBA player, but all the tools are there. He knows how to create his own shot. He's your quintessential small forward. He's got to get a little bit stronger. His dad's a track coach, which should help. But it's a great pick at 21 because I think 2 or 3 years from now, you're not looking at production right now. You're looking at projection, just like that, high school baseball pitcher or that high school quarterback. You're not throwing Will Riley into a situation where he's going to play 28 minutes a game next year. But the long-term potential for this kid, I think, is really high. Tom Crean, who, by the way, has coached Dwayne Wade, Victor Oladipo, and Anthony Edwards, absolutely loved this kid when we did our Sirius XM NBA radio draft shows. And I'm not quite to the point where Tom is, who thinks he could be, just a tremendous, tremendous player someday. But I do think he has a chance to be a good NBA player, but, not at 19, not at 20, probably, 2 years from now with great development.
Fran Fraschilla on Grant and Danny. All right, let's widen things out beyond the scope of the Wiz at 6 and ultimately 21 last night after they moved down. Give us a couple of your favorite picks and steals, if you will. And is there anything that was head-scratching to you that you weren't really understanding of?
Well, I'll tell you, not knowing, I think the Wizards have the 43rd pick, but there's a couple guys left in this draft that I love, and I'll go back and tell you the steals. But Maxime Reynaud, the 7'1" kid from Stanford, he's French. He was the second best player in the ACC. I was a little surprised that he's still on the board. Rashard Fleming from Philadelphia. He's actually from Camden, New Jersey, Camden High, but St. Joe's.
St. Joe's, yeah.
6'8", tough, hard-nosed, athletic forward, can shoot the three, but just a great teammate. I'm surprised he's still available. So those two guys come to mind tonight when you're watching early second round. But I was surprised by Hanson Yang, the Chinese kid. If I were on the draft last night, I might have said something like he's 2 years away from being 2 years away, but which has come out of my mouth before. But I was surprised because I just don't think he's he is 7'1". If you want to give him a comparison, he's like a baby Marc Gasol, but still a long way off to me. I thought that took me by surprise. And quite honestly, and I'm not criticizing, I didn't criticize him last night on radio, but because I think that's a night you celebrate the kids. But I thought the 5 guys that Brooklyn took, I couldn't get excited about 4 of them. Drake Powell, the kid from North Carolina, who only averaged 7 a game. He's probably my favorite of the 5 guys Brooklyn took, but all 5 of those guys go in the first round, and I just didn't see it. So I was a little surprised by what Brooklyn did, quite honestly.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I think 4 is the record for first round picks previously that end up like playing for a team. And they had 5 guys. And I think that's kind of a common sentiment, Fran, is that they may not have helped themselves all that much with their 5 first round picks. You mentioned a couple guys tonight as well. Who are some of your favorite guys just in general in this draft? Not necessarily the best. We know how kind of the board was playing out, but just guy where you turn on the tape and you go, you know what? I really like these guys.
Well, in this draft, like I'll give you a great example. This is how it works. I saw Cedric Coward, the young man from Washington State, and he was mocked somewhat with the Wizards with I think the second pick, right, before they moved it. But, if you look at the mocks the last couple of weeks, he's kind of a Wizards kind of guy in terms of character, the whole deal. And I saw him randomly in December because I was up at Gonzaga, and the Pac-12 network threw me a random Washington State, Northern Colorado game. He had 30 that night. I think it was his career high. Got hurt a couple weeks later. Didn't play the rest of the year. And when I saw him play, I loved him as a late first round, early second round pick. And it's the darndest thing. The less he played, the more his stock rose. And so he ended up, 9, 10, 11. And I was like, too high. Great kid, just too high. So that one surprised me. I like Meek Clifford from Colorado State. Young man that's already 23 years old. He's going to play right away. I think he's going to Sacramento. He'll help them. To me, he was a sleeper to me. So that's another guy that I thought jumped out at me. And by the way, Thomas Sorber, the local kid from Georgetown, loved him. If you look at what OKC's doing, guys, they're not going to be able to pay all the role players in the next couple of years. The Dorts, the Hartensteins, the Carusos. These guys are locked down for the next couple of years, but they're going to have to pay the big 3, which means Sorber's likely the replacement for Hartenstein in a year. And Thomas is a tough, hard-nosed kid. And when Sam Presti drafts you, something is good that's going to happen. And so I think Thomas went to a great place. May take him a year, but I think he's going to be in that rotation like two seasons from now, his second year.
So I'm a little bummed that you brought up Yang Hansen, I guess it is, the Chinese player that went 16 already.
Hansen Yang, that's how I say it. I know my Chinese friends have the names backwards. I don't know. I call him Hansen Yang.
Well, you're probably right because the breakdown I'm looking at refers to him as Yang. So yeah, that might be his.
It goes back and forth honestly with the culture.
Right.
No disrespect to my Chinese friends.
No doubt. So the reason I bring him up though is I was going to end the interview and I was going to tell you this is where I ask you the dumbest question ever. and I show my lack of knowledge. I just watched his highlight reel this morning, and I want to know why he didn't go first overall. This guy, no one's ever looked better. I mean, he looks like Joker. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Well, you know what? There's no doubt. Now, keep in mind, he was average at the NBA Combine. But when you're watching the CBA, the Chinese Basketball Association, it's not very good. It's not a very good level. You know, there's always the two former American NBA players who get in trouble in the NBA and they have to play in China. You know what I mean?
What would you comp it to? Is it like below the G League?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean,
Wow.
I do think it's like G League or lower. You know, I got to think it is because, you know, Chinese basketball, think about it. If it was any better, you'd hear more of these guys coming over to the NBA or even the G League. And so, no, I'd say it's the Division II. I would say it's good Division II. Think of Maryland Eastern Shore. I think they're Division I. So I don't want to get anybody upset with me. But, you know, I'd say low Division I, Division II.
Wow. No, that's good knowledge. But yeah, I was going to jokingly ask. I mean, it's just the greatest highlight reel I've ever seen.
And listen, honestly, Grant, they did a lot of homework on him. And I don't study the international guys like I do. I do still, but not like going overseas like I did for 12 years when I was doing the draft. But from what I've seen, you know, the conditioning will be a factor. His foot quickness defensively is going to be a factor. And actually, what's so weird about it is he's better offensively than he is defensively.
Well, missed you last night. Got to get you back on that draft. I'm one of these weird guys who wants more like basketball analysis
on
and my draft coverage. But call me crazy. Call me old fashioned.
Listen, you know, you guys are in the business. Everything is subjective. One man's junk is another man's treasure. I had 12 great years. They renewed my deal to do college basketball. This will be my 23rd year.
Awesome.
No complaints. Do I love the draft? Do I wish I could be on it? Am I good at it? Yes, but it's all good. And, you know, who knows? Maybe the junk is going to be, you know, every now and then you go to if you got a girlfriend or wife and you go to the yard sale with them, every now and then you find a masterpiece for like $2.50.
It's an antique. That's right. Yeah.
You know,
Fran, I love that. Well, Fran, good insight. I'm fired up. You can come on with us. Thanks for the time.
Happy to do it, Grant. You got it.
Appreciate you.
Bye.
Fran Fraschilla, one of the best. Check him out. ESPN is where he plies his trade and breaks down hoops. Second round tonight gives you a couple names to look out for the Wizards. What is the ceiling for Trey Johnson, Will Riley? We should still get into that. We are with you until 6:30 on Grant and Danny. Guys, it's Grant and Danny for our friends at CoPair. You remember when we lost a bunch of weight with EMP 180? Well, this is the same company helping us to get healthy again. Both of us are using weight loss injections from CoPair, and a lot of our listeners are doing the same or thinking about doing that. But here's what we've learned. The injections, while effective, they don't work by themselves. Nobody wants to be on them forever in perpetuity. That's not how it should work. To have real success, you got to understand how to eat, what works for your body. And that's where CoPair comes in. Their team, coaches like our coach, Kurt, is going to guide you through the process. They're going to help us to learn the right foods, the right habits, while we're also on the injection.
Yeah, that accountability, checking in, figuring out how to navigate different situations in your life. We've got 3 kids. I got a baby at home. I've got serious health things that I have to worry about and try to make myself in better shape for the long term, not just for a crash diet, not to yo-yo up and down, but for life. That's the beauty of it. That's the whole point here. Do what so many have done. Give Copair a call, 855-888-0180. That's 855-888-0180, or visit copairhealth.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is powered by Guerrilla Fireworks. The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open. In the NFL, Justin Tucker has been suspended for the first 10 weeks of the NFL season for violating the league's personal conduct policy. In the NBA draft last night, Wizards made two selections: Trey Johnson, the shooting guard out of Texas, Will Riley, the wing out of Illinois. They made a trade last night, trading the 18th pick for the 21st pick, the 43rd pick, and two second-round picks in 2031 and 2032. Tonight, second round at 8 o'clock, the Wizards again holding the 43rd pick tonight. In baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game series in Anaheim tomorrow to wrap up their 9-game West Coast road trip. You can hear all the games right here on The Fan. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, Roman candles, fountains, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, just 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day. Let's talk ceilings for a second for the two prospects the Wizards added yesterday in the NBA draft. Apex. All right, let's dream. Trey Johnson reaches his max capacity. What's it look like?
Looks like Devin Booker to me.
I mean, that is a superstar.
This is a superstar. This is an all-NBA caliber player. This is a guy that when he first came into the league, I'm just going to Booker now. Shooter, scorer, you get looks for him. He'll create some on his own, getting better off the dribble. Not a great ball handler, but pretty good. Already has the catch and shoot, can knock down threes, can hit some mid-range stuff. Not great going to the basket. Well, eventually, as he grows in his career, only 19 years old when he first breaks in with Phoenix, he has the ball in his hands. They basically make him, while, some of the other guys in the league, it became the trend for this combo guard phenomenon. See James Harden, a couple other guys, where you have the ball, you play make, you're hitting threes, you're doing everything. And all of a sudden, you look up, he had a couple years in a row talking about Devin Booker, where he's averaging 7 assists a game.
Right.
As sort of the de facto kind of point guard sometimes. There'll be plenty of open offense, plenty of times where you're running up and down, and he can be the leader of the fast break, but even in the half court. To me, this is a dude that as he adds strength, adds some more offensive versatility, he was put on this earth to get that shot off over you and into the basket. So, and that's his mission in life, is to make you deal with the fact that he's going to score on your ass. Like all these awkward angle shots that he can get off, the herky-jerky things in between, he'll be able to draw fouls like Booker does. Like that's what I see as the ceiling, an all NBA caliber guard who can score.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I think this is a guy that can pour in, well over 20 points a game when it's all said and done. They got themselves the upside of an offensive star at 6. And you heard Fran Fraschilla say this. I made this point earlier in the show. I think there's a chance falling to 6 will never be considered a blessing in disguise because Cooper Flagg's going to be that dude. And Washington didn't capture the flag, a team that didn't deserve to, and Dallas did. But at the same time, I think they might have ended up getting the second best player in the draft, certainly a top 3 guy. In fact, if you look at the Bet Online's odds right now, and I got this email from them today, Cooper Flagg obviously definitively is the favorite to win Rookie of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
You take him out of it because he's so lopsidedly number 1. Number 2 on that list, Trey Johnson.
Yeah.
Who Washington just took.
Part of that is circumstance and opportunity. Plenty of shots to go around, but even still, you got to be good to do it.
But what does that mean? That means minutes. That means points. That means opportunities. That means he's going to be a heck of a fun watch this season, which I like. Riley, I don't have as good a feel for. I certainly felt a lot better about him after we talked to his head coach, Brad Underwood, which is generally how
that'll happen.
How that's going to work. I mean, the quote from him, if you guys didn't hear it earlier today, you should podcast that conversation if you're a big Wizards fan at thefandc.com. But Brad Underwood said he's the second best offensive talent I've ever coached. I think he suggested Michael Beasley was first.
Yep, when he had him at Kansas State.
He said he's a guy who just knows how to score the basketball. I think he can be an all-star type player at some point. Be amazing. I'll take the under on a half of an all-star appearance. But man, would that be a win for this team?
You imagine. Yeah, again, and Fran Fraschilla, who we just had on as well, speaking of I think you should podcast, said this is a multi-year thing. This is a longer term in the future thing, which I think stands to reason, right? A freshman that came off the bench for 80% of the year, played his best basketball, admittedly, kind of after he was off my radar, so to speak. I remember watching a couple of their games, mid-season, early season, etc., where he was a lost puppy against Tennessee, couldn't do very much. Maryland blew the doors off that Illinois team, and I didn't come away impressed with nearly anybody on that roster that evening. But his best basketball, he played down the stretch, and there was a little bit of everything, and kind of getting his offense, and you could see the type. I mean, this is what they like, talking about the Dawkins, Oklahoma City model, where you've got positional size. Not necessarily a traditional 7'8" center, but your 6'8" wing, 6'9" wing with condor arms, athleticism, wiry, switchability on defense. That's kind of the key phrase in this modern NBA where everybody plays away from the basket. You need guys to be able to guard multiple positions all the time. He's not a great defender now, but puts on some weight, gets into, kind of goes to school on NBA defense. Maybe he could be. That's the starter kit for it. So there are guys that were probably, not even probably, are probably better. I keep saying probably, are better right now than he is. That's not the exercise. That's not the issue. That's not really what they were going after.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Round 2 of the NBA draft is tonight. We're taking you up to 6:30, about an hour from now on the Fan because the Nats are off. Danny, I saw a story that was done on this, and I wanted to bring it up and have a quick convo. We got a couple of minutes here. We didn't get to a double play earlier because we were busy talking sports. So we'll crowbar in a quick double play driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealers today. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Did you see this video and or any of the stories about the passengers who got stuck on the Amtrak train in Baltimore in a tunnel without air conditioning for hours and hours?
So I just saw the headline and I kind of nodded my head and went, yep, that's familiar to me.
So I've been in not a situation probably to the extent of this one because it made national news. Maybe just because of how hot it was that day or how long they were stuck. I'm not sure. But I've been in one of those hellacious train situations where you're traveling back from somewhere. It's supposed to be so seamless and easy, and that's why you take the train, which is far superior 95% of the time to they take the train rather over the plane. It's far superior. But in this instance, you have that worst case scenario where the way I understand the story, they're coming south. They get stuck in Baltimore in a tunnel. There is no AC. There's no like getting them off the train. They just have to sit there in the heat and bake together for hours and hours and hours. And you're just hoping no one goes crazy. I mean, that's the first thing I'm thinking of is how long until one of these nut jobs sitting amongst us just starts yelling at people and seeing ghosts and you're on YouTube after that. Because that's inevitable.
And now you're the story that goes viral. Yeah.
Right? Like what happened? I don't think that happened this time. Everybody got out of it okay. But I bring this up to ask you this. And if anybody wants to chime in, you guys are welcome to. Passengers stuck on an Amtrak train without AC in a tunnel. Is the floor of travel worse airplane or train? And I'm talking among safe things.
Yeah, of
right?
course, like non-disaster,
Right,
we all
right.
know, right?
But like, I've had so many miserable experiences where I've been delayed 6 times and I'm sitting in an airport, or you get back and you have to sleep overnight in an airport, or you go to the hotel that they set up for you and you get there at 1 and you got to be back in the airport at 4:45 or whatever. So I would say almost always the worst case scenario on a train is worse. But having one time done the thing where you're sitting on a hot car for hours and no one can tell you, like, oh, the power's down or this happened and now we can't go for whatever reason. We're waiting on a backup train to get here. That crap is bad too.
It's terrible.
What's worse?
So plane is worse because it's even more confined just in terms of your seats and how sardined you are. So didn't happen to us, but some good friends of ours coming back from international travel, whether we were out of the one airport, then back to the original airport, then another airport, then a different state altogether. And they got in so late that everyone had gone home. So by FAA regulations, they landed in a place and the lights were on and then all the lights went off at the airport. And there was no gate for them. There's no gate agent. There's no by union rule, this, that, and the other thing. Bottom line, they stayed on that plane. They'd already flown for 10 hours and then stayed on that plane for another 12 until like the following morning when somebody could come and then open up the gate for them and they could deplane and whatever. That's the worst thing I've ever heard. So in order to save power, there's no air conditioning, there's no nothing. It was the middle of the summer. I've had a train, again, non-lethal, non-accident disaster that was horrible, where you couldn't go to the bathroom because the bathrooms relied on power, and people went anyway because you're on the train for an extra 5 hours. You got to go. That was pretty horrible. But that plane one, man.
Plane, you're right about the discomfort and just the lack of being able to spread out. On a train, even
it's more comfortable seats.
The seats are way more comfortable. Yeah. There's way more space. Not great, but better. And walking, you could go on a really long walk, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could go cart to cart to cart. You might have to hit the button a few times to jump car to car if that's working. Now, if you're confined to just one car, it's essentially the same as a plane. But in a plane, you're just kind of going sideways and sneaking between a couple of seats. So based on claustrophobia, I guess I'll go with train. Round the horn we go here really quickly. Darius, worst case scenarios. Now, this is before you take off, just sitting, airplane disaster travel or train disaster travel. Which would you rather sign up for?
Which would I rather be a part of?
You got to sign up for one.
I'll sign up for train. The plane is just too small and uncomfortable. I can't do it. I'm simple.
Okay. We're all kind of in lockstep. Maybe it's an easy question. I don't know. I mean, the train thing, though, it's so bad when it happens.
But I think the point is less so than the floor of the plane is the worst one. The train thing sucks. I'm telling you, we went to New York in the summer and the station right in front of us was on fire and we watched 7 different trains zoom by us as we're just sitting there stuck, hot, without the ability to go potty.
Didn't you go? I think Clary just recently took the train for the first time when we told him how amazing it is, and then he had a bad experience.
disaster.
Yeah, last year, I mean, it's the train for me. The train was a disaster. Like I think the power was out at New York Station. People were packed in like sardines, middle of the day, literally no AC. And then also, while we finally, after like a 5-hour delay, and by the way, worst hangover of my life, while with no AC at the train station.
That's not the train's fault.
It's not the train's fault, but it did make it worse. It did make it a lot worse.
It's definitely not going to make it better.
And then also a deer got on the tracks. We had to stop the train for 30 minutes. Like, I love animals. Come on. I gotta go.
Let's hit that gas right through that deer.
I gotta go, man. Like, there's no food here. I gotta go.
Hang on. We've got PETA online who wants to talk to Clary. Yeah. Okay. You've got to call PETA when we're done the show.
That's fine. That's fine. It's fine.
Corporate Clary.
Yeah. The low one for me, we had to detrain and walk to another train with all our stuff and kids after 5 hours of being stranded on there. Again, horrendous. But I will take the train 99 times out of 100. But when it works right, it's the most seamless, casual, easy thing on the planet.
Aaron Rodgers wants you to leave him alone. Does he have a point? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Greetings. My name's Danny Ruya. I am a Ted Britt guy. They won my business. Let them get a chance to win yours. They've been doing it for more than 60 years. After all, they got a cool thing going on right now. All right. It's a summer savings situation. I'll get to some of those in a second. But in general, this is pretty badass. Employee pricing across a full lineup of new trucks and SUVs manufactured right here in the good old US of A. That's right. You pay what they pay. No fluff, no nonsense. Just that big, silly inside deal. You got to love it. And bet you didn't know this. Your current ride is worth more now than ever. My guys over at Ted Britt Ford want to show you just how much. Use that trade in, right? Bring it in, get a top dollar offer, and put that value towards something brand spanking new from Ted Britt Ford. You do what I did. Get yourself a Mustang Mach-E. Now, I got a 24. You can get yourself a 25. That's a new year. That means newer. See what I'm saying? $4,000 off the MSRP plus super low 3.9% APR for 72 months. And this is an and now, the Ford Power Promise, which includes a new home charger with installation covered by my guys over at Ted Britt Ford. Go see them and please tell them Danny sent you.
Grant and Danny until 6:30, and then live local programming deep into the evening on the Fan. No Nats means you get some overtime coverage ahead of night 2 of the NBA draft. Aaron Rodgers on Pat McAfee this week. We told you earlier he said he expects this to be his final season. I think a little bit of that is that he's probably ready to stop playing, and a lot of that is there's a real good chance at this point that it's likely, Danny, that there's not going to be a whole lot of clubs.
Yeah, there weren't a ton of suitors this offseason.
It was like Pittsburgh or bust at the end.
Pittsburgh or no one.
Supposedly Minnesota was intrigued as well, although he kind of shot that one down at one point along the way, as saying maybe that was a little more rumor than speculation than it was actually reality. But the most interesting thing I thought that came up in his interview with Pat McAfee was him bristling at people trying to pry into his personal life. This was Aaron Rodgers on ESPN.
It's a sick society, isn't it? It's a sick society. I lived in a public eye for 20 years. I had public relationship. How did that work out? You know, I had people leaking my home information and making up stories that we bought a house together. I had people calling the paparazzi. I had people, posting personal life on the internet. And now, didn't want any of that. Didn't like any of that. And now I'm with somebody who's private, who doesn't want to be in the public eye, didn't sign up to be, a celebrity, doesn't want to be a part of it. And because I do things in private because I want my personal life to be private, now I'm somehow I'm weird, and then now the paparazzi is stalking me on the beach, trying to get a picture of her, stalking me at the workout. What is the entitlement to information that we're living in society these days, where that's like a norm? It's a norm to like be able to have athletes' addresses. They posted something that about a house I bought in Pittsburgh, and here's the inside of it, and here's where it is. What happened to common decency about security and a personal life that we now have to dive into your details of where you live and what you're doing and who you're with and who your wife is, and if you even have a wife, and if you're doing some sort of attention-grabbing thing?
So that was Aaron Rodgers, Pat McAfee, ESPN. So a couple of things on that, and I want to get your thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think there's a little bit of what he just said that is accurate.
I think there's a lot, yeah.
There is an entire culture now, celebrity infatuated culture. I think largely the paparazzi is completely loser town. And seeing some of the stuff that I've seen, and I don't know the whole deal, but seeing some of the TMZ stuff where a guy walks up on someone leaving the airport and they're like, "Hey, you got a second?" And they're like, "Hey man, I'm just trying to get in the car." And they're like, "Can you tell me what you think about your ex-girlfriend getting married to someone?" Like, whatever that is, I hate that so much for the person being grilled, for the fact that it's a job, like the whole deal. And there's so many examples of the paparazzi chasing people down and making them uncomfortable or being outside their house. I just think it's stupid. And he's right. Like the idea that you buy a house and everyone needs to know where the bathroom is and what it looks like, that is weird. However, he is a giant hypocrite, in my opinion, in this case. And what I mean by that is this guy's on a TV appearance that nobody's making him do, providing this very national platform, one of the most watched interviews every single week. Like he's suggesting, I don't want to be in the public eye. Leave me alone and stop wanting more information on me. As he's doing an interview, the Steelers almost certainly don't want him to do that he does with his buddy. For what reason exactly? Notoriety is certainly not a factor, number one. Number two, he makes decisions all the time to put himself out there in the public and to speak on very controversial and divisive things. He was on Joe Rogan's podcast. I actually watched way too much of it. I probably watched close to 3 hours of it. It took me several days to get through.
That's so much, man.
All right. But it was, I'm telling, when I say like they didn't talk any football, I mean that. And he gave opinions on just about every theory, conspiracy theory, whatever you want to call it, like under the sun. Okay. It was fairly eye-opening and jarring to me, but like everyone can have their own opinion on whatever they want to. I agree with all of you. My point is just, you don't get to go on a show and talk about a bunch of non-football things for 3 hours and then get upset when people have an opinion on your opinion. Do you get what I'm saying?
Of course I do.
When I tweet out, I'm just going to make this up, here's my top 5 movies of all time, and then someone responds and dislikes my rankings, I put them out there knowing on a platform people would have their opinion too. It would be pretty hypocritical and stupid if I came back and got really upset that someone commented on my comment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lastly, Isn't this the same guy that welcomed a Netflix documentary on his life? I don't know if he had a producer credit on it. I'd imagine he did.
So I was trying to look up, see if he did or not.
But he welcomed cameras to follow him outside of America to his retreats, to where he's doing his ayahuasca, to where he's, hanging out with all of his friends, and they've got their throw-up buckets because the drugs are going to be real serious tonight. He did an entire documentary about himself and his life and his family and his college and his pro career. This guy, open book, Mr. Documentary. Now all of a sudden people want information or have an opinion or want to know who you're married to. And how dare you guys? And lastly, one of the things I don't like is just when you benefit immensely from fame and then you complain about the fame. All of the money he makes, which doesn't mean people get the right to know everything about you or to mistreat you. But it's because you're the quarterback. It's because people care about you. You're not paying as much at restaurants. You're getting discounts on things. People are sending you free stuff based on your fame and your notoriety. It just rings a little bit hypocritical to me when you welcome all that in good moments, and now people are trying to figure things out about whether you got married or not. You don't like it, and now you're just a big victim.
Right, because you sold it. You've brought that forward for people to care about. Now I'm in the camp that no one should care at all. I long-standing rule for old Randy Douye, I don't care who you're attracted to, who you're dating, who you're married to, who you got divorced from. Are you good at football? That's my level of interest. I don't care. I don't care about his opinions. I don't care about any of it in terms of what's relevant to my life. But back to this specifically, his best point, and he's 100% correct. We shouldn't know his address. 100%. That should not be out there. That is.
I didn't hear the word address. So his address has been published?
I think that was the implication, or where he lives in general. I don't want someone to be able to drive around and figure it out.
Because you've seen that where I have Bradley Beal selling this house when he's moved out or whatever, or look at the home that Max Scherzer lives in without an address or something. You can see it, which is still invasive. But the address seems like when Joe Burrow's house is getting broken into. This is a big problem.
That's where I was going to get to. Is that guys? That's the least of your worries. Is that someone breaks in? What's worse, the guy that agrees with you or disagrees with you on some issue that you've spoken out on, and now there's way scarier things that can happen besides someone trying to steal a keepsake. So 100%, we shouldn't know that level of detail on anybody. I don't care how famous they are. That's a no. That's 100%. He's got that I'm on that team. Other than that, I just can't have it. I can't have you whining about it. The thing that you created has now not served you the way that you thought it might, and you're annoyed about it. Sorry, you made the bed, dude. Have a sleep. It's the former Prince guy from England and his wife telling people they want to be left alone as they do their Netflix show, as they want to do their publicity tour to be left alone, as they sell their book to want to be left alone. No, you're a fraud. You're a big, giant fraud. And that's what that is. You're complaining now because your circumstances have changed slightly. If you were private all the time, every second of every day, you're that's not what I'm talking about. I'm here to talk about football.
There are players like that.
And there are players like that, and you're allowed to be like that.
Yeah.
You don't once you've smacked that tube of toothpaste and all the toothpaste is out, you're trying to gather around that stuff to get it back in there. No, you did this, dude.
The irony and hypocrisy, though, of doing that rant on a national interview that, frankly, is almost rarely solely about football.
Mm-hmm.
It's about you as a human being and your personality and your life. That's what he does. He talks about life stuff and his non-football emotions and thoughts. And people have the nerve to wonder about your new marriage, and you're like, you guys, all you need to worry about is Pittsburgh Steeler Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, and so, by the way, just on that front, I actually think he has a point in so much as I think it's ridiculous our society cares about these things the way that we do. But here we are, right? You took advantage of that for a long time, and now you don't like the way it's going for you.
Let's talk to Eric Henry of Horns 24/7 on the newest Wizard next. Also, Sizzling, Fizzling. We're going to get you who's hot and who's not on Grant and Danny before we get out of here.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. In football, Justin Tucker has been suspended for the first 10 weeks of the NFL season for violating the league's personal conduct policy. Last night, NBA draft, first round. Wizards made 2 selections, 6th overall. They took Trey Johnson, the shooting guard out of Texas, 6'5", 190, led the SEC in scoring at 19.9 points per game. With the 21st selection, they selected Will Riley out of Illinois. 6'8", 185 pounds, averaged 12.6 points per game and 4.1 rebounds per game. Tonight, second round of the NBA draft, the Wizards hold the 43rd pick as a part of the deal they made last night with the 18th and 21st picks. In baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. Then they'll begin a 3-game series in Anaheim against the Angels. That'll wrap up a 9-game West Coast road trip when they return home on Tuesday, July 1st to begin a 3-game series against the Detroit Tigers. This update is brought to you by the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. Mark your calendar. It's the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational, June 27th through the 29th at the Fredericksburg Convention Center. Hosted by Black Horse Tattoo Studio, live tattooing, contest, and family-friendly fun. Get your tickets at fxbgtattooinvitational.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We're brought to you today and each day by the law firm Condorian Murat.
Exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condorian Murat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
The Wizards made a very popular pick at number 6 last night, adding Trey Johnson from Texas, who was a conference leader in scoring, 20 points per game as a freshman. Just an excellent year, and looks like he can go get buckets in the NBA pretty quickly. Eric Henry, who covers Texas for Horns 24/7, joins us now. Eric, thanks for the time. How are you?
Doing all right. About yourself?
Great, buddy.
Very well. We're excited about Trey Johnson and what he brings to Washington. Give us an idea of what kind of player he was in his season on campus.
Yeah. I'll try to give you a quick rundown here with Trey. You're talking about someone who's a 5-star recruit. Really was supposed to be the prize recruit of the Rodney Terry era. Of course, for Rodney, that didn't work out well. But for Trey, he lived up to the expectations. Talking about a kid who, could shoot the lights out. That has always been his trademark. The question with Trey was, even coming out of high school, I think he was a little skinny. How's he going to fare? No, completely held up. Of course, I think that body will need to develop at the next level, but opened his Texas career scoring 29 points against Ohio State in the season opener and pretty much never tailed off. Never tailed off as far as being able to get his shot, averaged 19.9 points in the SEC, was SEC Freshman of the Year. I think, and I would say to Wizards fans, if you want to see the best of Trey Johnson, I'd take a look at the game at Arkansas. It was an overtime loss for Texas, but I think he had something like 41 points in that game, really carried Texas on his back. The big thing that I think I'm really intrigued to see what happens with Trey at the next level, being completely transparent with you, Texas's offense left a lot to be desired. There's a reason why Rodney Terry was not retained following this year, Texas' former head coach. He and Frank Hayes, offensively, things just got stagnant. It became very much, hey, Trey, here's the ball, go play ISO ball and win the game for us. And that just wasn't enough. So I'm really curious to see what Trey's able to develop into at the next level where the offensive, skill talent around him and offensive schemes will be better.
Yeah, scored 39 in that one that you're talking about, Eric, and averaged 33 a game in a 3-game stretch against Kentucky, South Carolina on the road, at Arkansas. That SEC was just a buzzsaw of a division, and him doing what he did as a freshman has a lot of people, myself included, really excited. In terms of, I want to get to at the rim here in a minute because you mentioned the body. Right now, it seems like any awkward angle, any, kind of in between hesitation, catch and shoot, like all the versatility of offensive shots from, say, 12 feet out feels like he's got right now.
No, you hit the nail on the head. Again, talking about someone who can, catch and shoot off the bounce, shoot off the dribble. The thing that always impressed me about Trey, and like I said, I kind of hinted at in terms of his size, how that kind of worked, never had an issue getting his shot off. He always was able to get his shot off. And again, I cannot emphasize this enough for Wizards fans who, maybe didn't watch a ton of college basketball, didn't watch a ton of Texas. That was, the roster this year was very, in kind of the scheme of college sports nowadays, put together by the transfer portal. Guys are trying to microwave cohesion. Texas never found that, okay? So I'm only mentioning that as to say there were so many times where Trey was really the only offensive option, consistent offensive option available for Texas. Got all of the attention, yet never had an issue getting his shot off in the SEC.
Where does he need to improve offensively? And then give us an idea of the defensive end of the floor.
Well, I would say, first off, definitely at the rim. I mean, Trey didn't get a ton of opportunities. Now, I will say this. Towards the end of the season, Rodney Terry did challenge Trey Johnson, hey, take it to the rim. We need you to. And, again, that was kind of with varying results, right? I mean, if you want to see, and, I pointed the Arkansas game out being the best. Clearly the worst for Trey was the season finale against OU, Oklahoma, where he went 0 of 14. Does get to the rim a few times. I think he had 6 or 7 free throws, but that was kind of the worst. And if you want to kind of now, if you're looking to analyze Trey as far as what he needs to improve, that's a great game to look at. Defensively, that definitely is something that is consistent. All right. Okay. So Trey is 6'4". I know there was some talk of, maybe Trey being 6'6". He was listed at 6'6". He's 6'4". He has a long wingspan. All right. So, it's not saying anything to freak out about immediately, but there were times where it's like, all right, Trey, you're long enough. You're more than talented enough to play defense, but why is this guy blowing by you? I think, those of us who cover the team day in, day out, maybe we're so caught up in the fact that so much was expected of Trey offensively that maybe we didn't scrutinize his defense as much. And again, I don't want to make it seem like he's Luka Doncic, like he's just, a turnstile, but he's got the ability to do so. Again, spinning it forward to the NBA, I'll be curious if he's playing with better talent on a better team, even though the Wizards are coming off a rough year, and he's not asked to do as much. Can he, kind of put more emphasis and more effort into being a better defender? Because he has all the tools.
Eric Henry via Horns 24/7, giving us some insight on Wizards' first-round pick, Trey Johnson, with us on Grant and Danny. So in terms of bulking up a little bit, again, I don't fault a lot of 18, 19-year-old kids for not being, years dedicated to the weight room, grown men, professionals just yet. It feels like he's got a frame, though, where he can add some strength, maybe without losing some of that quickness and burst and kind of all those abilities that he has to get his shot off, Eric.
No, most definitely. And I'll give you kind of a funny anecdote. It was my favorite, one of my favorite lines from Trey last year. Trey even bulked up even from the time he arrived on campus again. I mean, he was super skinny. I mean, I don't want to say he was, $150, $160, but he was thin. And, when we saw him, we're like, Trey, you look like you kind of bulked up a bit. He's like, yeah, I've been hitting the weights. And we're like, Trey, what's your favorite lift? And he's telling us about, shoulders and plyometrics and all this stuff. And, just casual like, Trey, how much can you bench? He's like, oh, no. I don't get up underneath that bench. I don't do that. That's going to mess up my shot. My recommendation to Trey would be to include the bench in his bulking up process as he gets to the league. So hopefully, the training staff there, the sports performance staff there in Washington can get that in his head that he'll still be able to be an excellent shooter and get underneath the bench. But yes, to give you a serious answer, definitely room in terms of his frame to bulk up. And I could see Trey being a guy who plays, I think ideally, maybe at 200, maybe 205, and still be the player he is. And the thing about it is, Trey athletically, and I think, you got to see this, not a bad athlete, but I would call him good enough. And I say good enough even on the NBA level. He's not someone who's going to be a liability, but he's not Anthony Edwards, for example, right? He's not relying on athleticism or, trying to blow by people. So even if he bulks up a little bit, it's not something that's necessarily going to, hinder something that was such a crucial part of his game.
If he ends up developing well and kind of reaches his NBA ceiling, what kind of player do you think he'll end up being?
Oh, man, that's the $1 million question. We asked UConn head coach Bobby Hurley about this, Danny Hurley about this, and Danny said Jamal Crawford as a comp. I got a lot of flack for this one, and I've said it publicly. I'm sticking with it. Michael Redd. I understand Michael Redd was a lefty, but for anyone who remembers Michael Redd, could shoot the lights out of the
he could shoot it.
That guy could play.
I want to say Michael Redd made an all-star team, but, even if Michael Redd didn't, I can't remember off the top of my head.
He did. The reason I remember that is because I'm pretty sure he was like one of the only Ernie Grunfeld picks that was an all-star over a 14-year span, and we had to know that here.
And it wasn't here.
Ernie Grunfeld was awful. I think Red was a second-round pick, by the way, and made an all-star.
Right. So, again, I can see Trey being a guy who makes multiple all-star teams, but Michael Redd is that comp for me, a guy who could score 24, 25 in his sleep and be, maybe not necessarily the guy, but definitely a solid key, 1A on a winning team.
In terms of some of the bad habits, and again, I'm not trying to beat up on your program, but you already hinted at it, right, Eric, that there's some changes afoot and some things needed to be different. I think the playmaking is going to happen at the next level, right? Where I don't know how many options there were, how good the offense was, et cetera. But I think with him in the half court, ball in his hands, I think he'll end up being a better passer than people maybe are giving him credit for now. And maybe some of that playmaking is going to be there. Give me your thoughts on that.
No, I would agree with that. It got to the point where at the end of the year, while Trey, probably averaged, I want to say like 2.7, 2.8 assists, he wasn't averaging 5, 6, 7 assists per game. They were running the offense through Trey because, quite frankly, they picked up a point guard transfer from Indiana State who was not SEC level. And they had another point guard transfer from Oregon State, Jordan Pope, who by far is shoot first, shoot second, and then pass. So it just didn't work. So they ended up running the offense through Trey. Trey is someone who can be an offense initiator, and we'll see where things kind of play from there. But yes, absolutely, he has that room. Really quick, you mentioned bad habits. There's one thing I would say about Trey, and I want to be very careful but very specific when I say this. There were some rumblings, depending on who you asked, who felt that Trey was getting after some of his teammates and maybe being a little bit hard on guys. There were some people around the program who tried to make that, and I might say around the program, I mean people who cover the program, who tried to make that a detriment. And to be transparent with you, if you ask any of the coaches, they pretty much told any veteran transfer, hey, this is Trey Johnson's team from day one. So you better get on board with him being the guy because we're letting him know he's the guy. And maybe at 18 years old, whatever his style of leadership he was trying to do, maybe that didn't rub some guys the right way. But when I spoke with people, they all emphasized it wasn't Trey being a bad teammate. It wasn't him, trying to, be a jerk to guys. It was he's a psycho competitor. He wants to win. He's a guy they got to lock out of the gym. And before the season started, they had to slow him down because he had a groin injury because he was training so much. So again, I would say that Trey probably, will have to mature in that sense. But I don't think it's a bad maturation as much as it is just. He just wants to win and wants to, be surrounded by people who want it as much as he does.
We're jacked up that he's a wizard in this studio, I can tell you. Eric, thank you for the time. We appreciate it.
Great insight, man. Thanks.
No worries. Anytime.
Awesome hit there. Good information from Eric Henry of Horns 24/7 joining us on Grant and Danny. All right, let's go to Sizzling and Fizzling. We made our maiden voyage with this segment. It went well. We decided we're going to bring it back on the show from time to time. So it could be a player. It could be anything going on, something that you like, something that you don't like. Danny, I can get it started if you are ready.
Show the people how it's done, Jeeps.
Sizzling for your boy. Netflix, come on down. Quarterback is coming back.
Here we go.
The TV show on Netflix that we loved the first iteration of. Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, Marcus Mariota quitting on the Falcons. Remember season 1? Well, that's in the rear view. Season 2 this time is back this month. They couldn't get anybody to do it last year. So Kirk Cousins is back. He's all in on this. He was like, yeah, I'll do it again. Now he's going to get benched this season. So that'll be interesting. Maybe he'll be this year's Marcus Mariota. He'll be the bad guy. But you'll have Joe Burrow, who everybody loves, and Jared Goff step into the spotlight here. I mean, he should absolutely say yes to this and any other opportunity he gets, a la Kirk Cousins. But those 3 guys will be featured. My sizzling Netflix quarterback drops on July 8th.
You'll have so many of these seasons.
New week. Let's go.
Start out your career, you're like, okay, I'm going to be playing for 15, 20 years. It seems like a lot. And then you blink your eye and you're in year 5. Next time I blink my eye is going to be year 10. Now where we're at, the great ones make it work.
Get used to it. I feel so lucky to be the quarterback.
Well, as a quarterback, you get to be that guy that your teammates are relying on.
We don't let anybody decide this game but us.
Our expectations internally are to win a Super Bowl.
Does that make you nervous?
No.
Makes
Can't
me
wait.
a little
It'll be
nervous.
fun.
Kirk gonna throw.
You can't pull it down on a Kirk highlight. On a game winner, no less. I mean, come on. Kirk O'Chains is out here beating the Eagles. I needed to let the people know. There were some good times last year, too.
They were early, but there were some good ones.
Netflix, quarterback, July 8th, it drops. By the way, that trailer, oh, boy.
It's pretty good.
I got to lock the door and turn off the lights when I watch that. This is going to be a good TV show. All right, fizzling for me. George Pickens, you are a clown shoe. George Pickens, Danny, was signed up to do a NFL camp with kids. He was going to have a football camp. It was wholly sold out. Now, assuming all this information is correct, and I'll apologize if it's not, there was a letter sent from the camp to the kids that are signed up that someone got their hands on who's a Steelers fan, and he posted it on social media, so I'll just read from this. George Pickens Youth Football Camp is the name of the camp that now Pat Freiermuth will be at.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience in regards to the George Pickens Youth Football Camp scheduled for June 28th at Highmark Stadium. As many of you know, George Pickens was traded to the Dallas Cowboys on May 7th. Immediately following the trade, our team contacted George's representation to confirm whether he would still honor the commitment to the Pittsburgh event. We were promptly assured that George remained committed to the camp and intended to show up for the families who had registered. Based on that confirmation, we communicated this directly to you via email on May 9th. And they had sent out an email saying, don't worry, George just said he's still going to come, so we'll see you May 9th. Unfortunately, as of last week, True Edge was notified by George's team that he decided to walk back on his word and is no longer going to be attending. They go on to say that he's not going to be there. That said, we're determined for this event to be a wonderful experience for you all. As soon as we were informed of George's decision, our team went to preserve this event. We're pleased to share that Steelers tight end Pat Freiermuth has officially committed to step up as a guest for this camp, and that we're going to try to get more Steelers to come. A lot of the things George Pickens has done in his career kind of make me go, I don't know how much I love that guy. This one particularly, though, they asked you, hey, man, you got traded. You going to be here or not? You got a sold-out camp. You got hundreds of kids coming out to your football camp with your name on it. So I guess I could go another sizzling, too, for Pat Freiermuth for stepping up to the plate.
Hey, good for you, Pat Freiermuth.
But George Pickens, kick rocks.
Sizzling first for old Fannie Mouye. Cal Raleigh. Good heavens. 30 days. These past 30 days. 15 home runs, 34 RBI, 25 runs scored for the catcher of the Seattle Mariners.
He's got 15 in 30 days?
In the last 30 days, 15 home runs. Just in the month of June, I think he's got 12. So going back 28 days, it's 14 homers. No matter how you slice it, this dude is destroying baseballs. His OPS over that same time is in excess of 1.2. It's Bonzian at this point. He is on pace to smash every record for every catcher that ever put bat to ball. And he's got a chance now to win the American League MVP or some other things along with it. A truly historic season in a pitcher's ballpark without much offensive help around him. Cal Raleigh.
You know what Cal Raleigh's nickname is?
What? It's like Big Dumper or Big Booty or something like that. Yeah.
Big Dumper. Cal Raleigh, because he has a big butt. 32 jacks and 69 runs batted in.
That's a great season.
The butt's helping him, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, that's basically what he's done. He had 34, 30, and 27 homers the last 3 years as the best power hitting catcher in the sport in that time. And now he's got 32 at the midway point this year.
Yeah, again, just stop playing and you had a great year this year. Fizzling. Last week, I sizzled. This week, I fizzled.
Danny's a reoccurring version of he's in his own segment here.
Yeah, I'm in it. I put myself in this one. So the long and short is I get a text at whatever time it was, 3:50, give or take, from our swim coach who was supposed to give my boys swim lessons. I'm like, hey, let me know if everything's okay. Let me know when you get here. And I'm like, yeah, no problem. The swim lessons are at 4:00. They should be there any second, blah, blah, blah. Well, they weren't. Swim lessons were at 3:30, and she's waiting around for nothing at, for 45 minutes because I screwed up. I messed this whole thing up. I put the schedule in wrong. I put it wrong in the calendar, confirmed with her. She's right. I'm wrong. I ruined everything. And you'll never guess who everyone's mad at. You'll never guess. It's me.
Darius, Ryan, Toby, Sizzling and Fizzling. Let's go to Toby first.
So we'll start with Sizzling, and I think that Darius will appreciate this one and Danny will appreciate this one. So if I could build a baseball player, I would build Jacob Wilson. A guy that gets hits all the time, doesn't necessarily always have the most power, Doesn't walk, doesn't strike out, just swings at everything and gets a lot of hits. But the reason I bring him up, there's a piece today in ESPN by Jeff Passan, and he credits his success to video games. He says, quote, I'm a big believer in video games. It's fast decision-making strategy. I think that gets me ready for the game because when you're in the box, you have a lot to process. So there's some days where I'll wake up and I'll play video games, and then I'll go to the field and I have a good day. Some days I won't play, and then I don't see the ball well. So video games, a big part of Jacob Wilson's success.
Yeah, I love it. Fortnite is like his game of choice, right?
Yeah.
Which I thought Fortnite was
It's a shooting game.
So yesterday, though.
It fades in and out, I would say.
Okay.
It fades in and out.
I've never played it. I bet I would like it. But yeah, Jacob Wilson's that dude. He's going to just run away with the Rookie of the Year.
You'd like it for about 7 seconds until some dude, like my kid's age, shoots you and then like does a dance right in front of your face telling you how much you suck and how much of a loser you are. And you go, you know what? Not as much fun as I think.
Tobes, 345 batting average, interest you at all? 10 strikeouts in about, let's see. What is he got?
Incredible.
20 strikeouts in a half season and 305 at bats.
My kind of guy right there.
Yes,
He's going up there swinging the bat.
It's Tony Gwynn.
You know what to expect. He is swinging the bat. Fizzling for me, excuse me. The bottom half of Trey Johnson's outfit last night. What the heck are we doing? Like the up top looked good, nice shirt and tie. The shoes, I see GP clowning his shoes here on Twitter. That's fine, whatever. The socks, I don't care because I shouldn't see that much of your socks. Because please wear pants with your suit, not shorts.
I love it, Tobes. The shorts everyone was very upset about, and I thought those looked goofy. The shoes and socks is the problem for me. White socks with black shoes. When did that become okay? Someone's like, oh, it's style. Does anyone ever realize that style is just looking goofy? That like if you're skinny and attractive, now it's style. If I do it, it's frumpy and stupid. No, stop wearing puffy white knee socks with black dress shoes that look like you pulled them out of your dad's closet. That was a tough look for me.
Yeah, and he's also not a butler. Like, so the double-breasted jacket look up top isn't my favorite thing.
That's true. What about the double-breasted look? You gave him a pass on that.
I can live with it. You're going to try something out. It's your draft day. You can do something, whatever. I'm not a huge fan of it. I wouldn't wear it, but whatever. You can pull it off. But please, no shorts.
With mid-calf length fuzzy socks or whatever. No.
Double-breasted is just not for me.
Again, I'm so excited he's here. I love his game.
Yes.
I'm thrilled. I'm going to overlook that part of it. I'm going to overlook last night.
Have we heard from the Wizards about getting him on, by the way? I'd love to talk to him. Have we heard from the Wizards about getting Trey? You're looking at me like I'm crazy.
Not yet, no.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
I mean,
all right.
Whenever they're ready,
okay.
We're waiting, so that's fine. Ryan.
What's sizzling for me is I'm going to the Savannah Bananas this weekend. I did not know that they were in town, and actually one of my girlfriends, one of their patients, happened to have 2 extra tickets to Savannah Bananas. And I'm going to go see what all the hoopla is about. I'm kind of excited. It's like the Harlem Globetrotters. I know you don't like that, but they are the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. I'm excited. I don't know what to expect. I don't know if it's going to be real baseball. I don't know if they're going to be good. I don't know if the analytics are going to be up there, but I'm excited to see what that's all about.
I legitimately want a report from you.
Yeah.
On the experience.
I'm psyched that you're going. Yeah.
Same.
Because I have a million questions and I hope you can answer them for us.
I'll have answers for you guys on Monday. I'm excited.
Let's do a Ryan Clary Savannah Bananas book report for Monday. Maybe we could do it at like 3:00 on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do that. No, more than happy to do it.
And you got these tickets today. So it's like a last minute, we lucked into it kind of thing.
Last minute thing. She called me while she was at work and she was like, hey, my patient has 2 tickets and we're going to go to the Savannah Bananas on Saturday.
That's sick.
I was like, yeah. I mean, they're awesome seats too. Got
really?
Tickets. Yeah, they're really nice seats.
Let's go.
So I'm excited for that. What's fizzling? Speaking of baseball, Nationals catchers, man. It was not talked about enough yesterday.
Yeah.
But in that situation, I believe it was top of the second or top of the third. Riley Adams should have, or bottom second, bottom third, whichever one that was. Riley Adams should have blocked that baseball. Runners moved over to second and third because he did not block that baseball. Luis Arias shoots one up the middle. Cost the Nationals yet another game. I mean, the offense stunk. They had 3 hits overall. You lose 1-0. Play Drew Millis. He's not very good either, but you got to figure out what's going to happen there. I'm so tired of the Nationals catcher situation. They're fizzling for me, and they've been fizzling forever.
I'm gonna start with my fizzling actually. My fizzling, the National League All-Star finalists for starters just came out, and James Wood is not a part of the top 6 finalists for outfielders. That is egregious. Nationals fans, we need to do better.
Don't
Absolutely
say that.
egregious.
They get very, very upset.
Well, they can get all upset as they want because James Wood not being one of the finalists to be a starter in the outfield for the NL is just absolutely ridiculous. Now, he'll make the team because he'll be selected by the coach because appropriately he should be on the team. But the fact that he's not a finalist to be a starter is outrageous. My sizzling, my competitive Madden career has officially come to an end. Our Super Bowl was played the other night, and that is the end. I will no longer be participating in competitive Madden going forward. I will just be a guy sitting in his room playing against computer for the rest of my career, my Madden career.
Congratulations. I know it was a source of much consternation for you this year.
I feel like we need some emotional music behind it. You know,
Harris
like
was fighting with people at work over this league. It really ruined his time as a Madden player. So the fact that it's all over.
He had to see Anthony Haney like every day.
And then he would have to have trash talk to him about the game from the night before. He wasn't enjoying it anymore. All right, good round, boys. Sizzling and fizzling on Grant and Danny. Linnell's got overtime coming your way next. He's got plenty of draft coverage. Remember, round 2 is tonight. We are back tomorrow at 2 o'clock for a full 4.5-hour show right here on The Fan.
Thank you for coming.